Um, yeah. So we're only waiting for one other person. And we'll get started. But hey, Lactoid, question.
What's up?
Um, what were your thoughts on the Madison Square Garden?
The Klan rally?
Yeah. I don't want to prejudice my question here. I just want to know your thoughts on the comedy and other things that were said in that Trump rally.
So, real quick, before I answer from what I have seen, because I haven't seen much, are you? Why are people calling it a Nazi rally? Just out of curiosity.
I didn't call it. I call it just a Klan rally.
So there you go.
Or Klan rally. Well, I mean,
Rally,
but people on
rally.
People on Twitter are calling it like a Nazi rally. Or
So
is
the
it
reason
typical
why-
Trump stuff, or is there a specific reason?
Well, multiple things. One, because of because of how I view the racial undertones and overtones, outright messages that were stated. But I still want your opinion, not my opinion, about the rally, as far as you know. But also, like 85 years prior, right around that time, in Madison Square Garden, there was the American Nazi rally, like during World War II or just before the U.S. went to World War II. I forget exact timeline. That was happening in Madison Square Garden. People are drawing connections to that. And then, like a few years before then, maybe 20 years, I forget, there was the like the Klan rally, the actual Klan rally of the American Klansmen, right? Like they have a Madison Square Garden rally in there. Yeah, and I think there was another weird rally there too. Madison Square Garden's kind of had like a pattern with this stuff. I forget what the third one might have been, but yeah. So anyway, so there people are drawing parallels between images of the actual American Nazi rally that happened there, and it's a famous one. You might have seen, images of that one before in the past, right? And this, I don't know if there are, like, at least visually, parallels there, right? I mean, I think message wise, interesting, but visually, I don't think so. But yeah, there you go.
Okay. Well, I got a couple thoughts right at the bat. The first thought is the whole Trump's a Nazi thing doesn't work. It is interesting to see the campaign of joy beginning to fall apart and beginning to fall exactly into the same tropes that the Hillary Clinton campaign fell into, which is he's racist, he's sexist, he's xenophobic, he's Hitler. I mean, look at him. Look how he drinks water. I don't know. I think it's not going to really be all that effective. Frankly, I think that Americans are tired of that. I think most people just brush it off at this point. If you're asking about the Kill Tony jokes, which is what I understand to be the most famous part about that rally, like the biggest takeaway is that Tony, last name escaping me, is kind of long.
It doesn't matter. He's unimportant. But yeah, go ahead.
Right. Well, he's a comedian, and he made some offensive jokes. I think he even admitted that he's a roast comic, is what he does. I get his videos all the time on like my feed, in which he's just insulting people. I mean, that's just what he does. Yeah, I mean, it was roast humor. It was definitely intentionally insulting. I think I fully agree with JD Vance's take on this, which is, it could be offensive, I suppose, but is it really that big of a deal? I don't think so.
No, okay, right. So, why I'm asking you is because you have some threshold in your mind for what is racist, right? We agree that our thresholds are very different, right? And that's fair. I'm just but here's the problem: if you haven't actually seen what he said, right? Then it makes it a bit difficult. If you've seen very little of it.
I saw the Puerto Rican comment. That's the one I saw. I haven't seen anything else.
Yeah, and there was a lot more than that. There was actually a lot more than that. Okay, and then so there's that, but there's also right, and it's that was supposed to be comedy. Actually, I thought some of the things that he had said, especially in the beginning, were kind of funny, and the crowd did react. I mean, and by that I mean like, right, like that's like that little, yeah, okay, that was it. I get it, right, a little tickle, right. But nothing I saw was laugh out loud. And I'm actually trying to be more open to the idea of conservative comedy. That's actually a thing I've been looking for. Like, okay, like
An
try to
oxymoron,
think of things.
conservative comedy.
That was that's my usual stance, but like I'm actually trying to. So when I heard this, I'm like, it's probably not that big of a deal, right? And then like I saw it, right, and the first few jokes, right, I was like, yeah, I mean, from a conservative standpoint, yeah, that sounds pretty good. Yeah, fine, right? And then there's the racist Puerto Rican joke, the racist against black people, the racist against what was the other one? I think it was that was the he had the Arab and Jew one. Yeah, okay. So anyway, I'm trying to determine exactly when can we like reach Lactoid's threshold where he can safely say something's racist. That's the point of this. But again, he hasn't seen it, so the point is we can't really explore it. But no, beyond that was the far more, I think, direct and outwardly racist comments by Rudy Giuliani, right? Like, and they didn't get much play. So I'm not sure if anyone here has actually knows what I'm talking about.
Are you talking about the illegal? Are you thing?
Sorry, what? That what you
talking about the illegals thing?
That Rudy Giuliani. So,
Yeah.
I didn't know. Maybe he did say something about illegals. I missed that part. I haven't seen the whole thing. There's even more. Yeah, right.
I don't know. I've been inundated all day with the what I would like to call as the bitching and moaning over non secular non issues is really what it was.
Sure.
I mean, how is this any different? Like this just for devil's advocate.
Hold on,
how is this any different than when when the Dems go like we don't like white men? Like that's racist
yeah,
too.
Sure.
Like I mean, this is a comedian. You have a shot comedian say something, and then y'all have an issue like the illegals thing, which is like an issue that like Republicans already said, hey, it's a problem, and y'all go, oh, it's racist to even think this is a problem. Like, sorry, nobody's taking it serious.
Stop, don't put that all on me, right?
I'm gonna put it all on you. I'll put it on the left in general.
Okay, all right, fair enough then. But the last thing I wanted to say, really, Giuliani, here's the part that I did see. I didn't see the thing on undocumented immigrants, apparently, but I'm sure that was wonderful. No, what he said about Palestinians, right? He's saying Palestinians are trained to kill. He said, excuse me, not hate, to kill Americans at the age of 2. 2-year-olds. Trained to kill Americans, and that they are basically it was his. I'm on the side of Israel. We're on the side of Israel because Israel's there for us. And then he said Iran's not there for us, being America. Hamas is not there for us. I'm not sure if he said Lebanon specifically. But and I don't trust people who are trained to kill Americans at the age of 2. Now, I would say that's wildly racist, like a wildly racist thing to say, that Palestinians, like, they're all terrorists, is what he said. Palestinians are all terrorists. That's what he said. And that's his sentiment. Hold on. I have to be careful because if I make it sound like a direct quote, Lactoid will take my head off. But no, that's the sentiment that he wildly racist. That one didn't get as much play. But it's I think overall it's worse than anything the comedian said. But you know what? Like, it's not going to be a big deal on CNN because CNN is fine with like anti-Palestinian hate. MSNBC, they're fine with that. All right. Puerto Rican hate. How could you say anything bad about Puerto Rico? Which, you know, I think it was a terrible joke. But how could you? It was simple and flat and just like a nut. It was just bad, just a bad joke, right? Offensive joke, but bad joke. But like Rudy was actually saying that, hey, these people are dangerous, right? He's saying that this group of individuals are dangerous and they're not worthy of protection, right? Stand by Israel during the genocide. So obviously, I'm going to think that's worse. Anyway, but no one here has actually seen anything. So
can I ask you one thing that I do remember from that one particular bit, the Puerto Rico joke, and apparently what people are saying about his set generally is that at least the Puerto Rico joke, that joke bombed pretty bad. And like the crowd is like, boo.
They boo.
Yeah, they did boo. And I think it's interesting. Like, what are your thoughts on that? Because it seems like MAGA is like pretty woke at this point. Like they're more woke than me because I laughed, right? And so they weren't laughing. They were like, boo, this is racist. I don't know.
I don't know if they said this was racist.
He's pretty anti-Nazi, actually, anti-Nazi Klan. If they're booing the racist joke, now let me tell you, I don't know from experience, but I would wager if you went to the Klan and made that same joke, the Klan would be over here like slap tickling each other in hilarity. I'm just saying.
I'm not part of the Klan, and I laughed a little bit. Okay, Gibbs, just to be clear. Okay,
I'm just saying.
Look at all the slap tickling that Lactoid is doing.
Yeah, you know,
it wasn't slap tickling. It was a little bit of like a huh. That's what it was, okay? And it was exciting, I guess.
It was exciting. It was exciting. I love the look of the
people going,
It was exciting. This is his life. It was exciting. Sorry.
I don't know about that, but
same sentiment when he rides his motorcycle. It's exciting.
It's exciting. So anyway, you asked me my opinion there.
They're booing him. I mean, you could talk about the Rudy Giuliani thing separately because that's interesting to explore as well. But just on like the quote, like the jokes that Tony Hinchcliffe was saying, I mean, he didn't do well apparently. The crowd didn't like him all that much.
Yeah. Well, there was a mixed bag. I think, and from what I saw, I actually want to see the whole set. That's all. Like at least it sounds like I've seen more pieces than other people here. But like from all the pieces that I've seen, there were times where the crowd did laugh at him, right? With him. And again, those were conservative-minded jokes that would not play within a Democratic audience, right? And they were laughing at those things, which is fine. But then he would say something wildly offensive. And then he would get pushed back. Though I didn't measure all the crowd's responses for everything, or I was concentrating on his words. So I don't know. The black joke, I thought got some claps there, right? The Puerto Rico joke was just booed, right? As far as the mic picked up, it was just boos. And the black joke was it was some claps, if I remember correctly. I don't remember what the it was like a super anti-Semitic joke. I guess the Jews, and awful joke against the Palestinians. He attacked Palestinians too. I don't remember the reaction there, so I don't want to say that. Well, it was such pushback from the crowd. There was just the one where I remember. Massive boos, but
let me ask you this, Prime. Let me ask you this because this is interesting. I'm just kind of thinking about this, right? Because it seems like there was a few times they booed to me, like when I looked at that back and like I'm reading here as well. But even if it's not right, this is a shot comedian. Like, what is going to happen for this guy, in my opinion? And you tell me where I'm wrong. Is he went on here and he was going to say shocking things. It's like a big moment. He's at a presidential rally in Madison Square Garden. All the eyes are on there. Even NBC, who said they would never show another Trump rally again, is tuned in, right? Like, okay, if he knows if he says something controversial, his career is made because he's a shot comedian, right? So, okay, I can see him going for it, right? Now, I don't think that represents the audience, especially when the audience seems like they push back, at least there's more extreme stuff. Like, what is the problem here? Like, other than if you take the comedy part out, I get you can argue the Giuliani stuff, but like if you take, it seems like y'all are combining the both and inflating them to be almost equal. Would you?
I didn't remember. I didn't call it a Nazi rally or a Klan rally or anything like that. Right?
I call it a Klan rally. I didn't call it a Nazi rally.
Sure.
Yeah.
Big differences there.
There are some differences.
I didn't. Yeah. So I don't know. I don't feel the same way I said when I said the messages are similar. Well, I mean they have eliminationist messages about Palestinians. Like when you say that, oh, their 2-year-olds are trained to kill us. That means these people are barbaric, right? They're not like us. They're a danger to us. And we're funding the opposition that's slaughtering them. Yeah, that's eliminationist messaging. So that is what it is from Rudy Giuliani. And I didn't even hear anything about Trump's remarks, right? So I'm guessing Trump's remarks are more like boring and like the standard bullshit from him. So I don't know what he said himself. But the crowd was cheering. The crowd was cheering Rudy Giuliani during that, right? What I think was the far more racist part. The crowd was like on his side, rooting for Rudy Giuliani, telling them that 2-year-old Palestinians trained to kill Americans. Wow. Right. So like, yeah, I'm sorry. I don't give me this woke MAGA bullshit. Right. I think that and now considering that, and again, to be clear, I haven't seen the whole entirety of the rally. Right. So there may be some context I'm missing. So I'll put that out there. But like combining the reaction to Rudy Giuliani with the comic, right? Like it feels more that the crowd could realize this is a bad look easily, right? When it comes to joke about black people and watermelons, because that's what that Tony guy said. The joke about Puerto Rico being a trash island, and the anti-Semitic joke, right? They can do the internal calculations. Like this looks like a bad look for our boy Trump, and so there's a boo there. But when
like a simultaneous like crowd realization, just everybody was like, "Oh, hey, coming to Jesus is a bad look." We're just
there's a bad look. I mean, you see this happens in other rallies too, right?
Is that the Occam's razor solution? Like maybe they're just not as racist as they're being made out to be.
Yeah, but then, like I said, they cheering elimination rhetoric when dealing with the Palestinians. When Rudy Giuliani was talking, they were like rousing applause for that. So, yeah, like calling Arabs terrorists. Like, like how much has the right changed at all? I don't think so. I don't buy it at all. So if people want. I didn't call it an American Nazi rally, but if people want to draw those comparisons, I see where they're doing it. But again, I'm not saying that.
So, but I mean, both the Democrats and the Republicans are pretty aligned on the Israel issue and pooping on Hamas and Palestinians. So,
yeah,
it's not really a partisan issue, this election.
But I bet it's making out eliminationist language. That's different, right?
So I don't really know how much I want to get into this, but I mean, Hamas definitely does use children as fighters, according to, Wikipedia searched this, many instances of the IDF finding 12-year-olds, 14-year-olds, not 2-year-olds. I can't find anything on 2-year-olds, so that's pretty excessive. But 12-year-olds, 14-year-olds carrying bombs, checkpoints, shit like that. I mean, there's one video I saw. They ran it was 12-year-old and a 14-year-old ran into a building with knives, and they started stabbing the IDF soldiers, who then promptly shot them. Right? It's a pretty horrific video, but this definitely does happen among children, not 2-year-olds, but children.
Yeah, the reference for that isn't that they're literally arming 2-year-olds. It's that they're indoctrinating since the age of 2 to hate either America or Jewish people.
It's probably true. Right?
Mm-hmm. It sounds true.
No, and okay, well, let's say that's the case, right? Well, then that's also the case for Israel, right?
Are you
like? Yeah, I think absolutely. If we're saying that there is animosity between the two, right? Well, then I think on Israel, it's because of their vile racism and imperialist ambitions, and so of course they're going to hate the indigenous population that they're trying to genocide. So fair enough, right? But for the Palestinians, yeah, I mean, that makes complete sense that there's animosity on their side, because the ethnic cleansing that has been going on for decades.
Also, Arabs are just generally racist to each other. So
yeah, sure, everyone's racist to everyone, but whatever. So there's that, but that's different from saying specifically, hey, and what he said, he wasn't saying that they were just indoctrinated. He said they're trained to kill Americans at 2 years old, and the crowd's cheering, crowd's on board with all this. Isn't some like massive pushback from the community there? Of course not, because this is the same line, and so it's not that child. Soldiers, I guess is what the word, I guess the term we'll use here, right? Child combatants aren't used in that conflict. No, that's absolutely the case. No, that happens. But is the population, like, are they all that? Are they all child soldiers? Are they all a danger? Right? Because once you look at those people as a danger, then when you see them being bombed and blown to pieces on the news, then it's like, well, I mean, they hate us, and so they're our enemies, right? It takes the innocence away from those children, and I've seen that before when they talk. It's like the super predators talk that was here in the United States, right? That there's certain communities here who are a problem, right? Like when they're young, they're like they're crazed in some way, right? These kids, right? Even from a young age, are crazed, right? And at some point, there was going to be like a criminal singularity that birthed these super predators, and they're coming, right? Says the Democratic Party. They're going to show up soon, and so we need to create a incarceral state, right? A carceral state to be able to handle them. Right, they're coming, the super predators, right? And so then when you see the state commit violence against people that look like me, right, young kids that look like me, that's like, well, I mean, there's probably a predator, right? He's probably a super predator. It lays down the foundation for that. For any sort of ethnic cleansing or genocide, right? Like it's laid down beforehand because you have to train people to hate. Laid down far beforehand by this sort of rhetoric. Exactly this rhetoric. If they're that dangerous, even the kids, shouldn't we do something about that?
Have you heard of the show Tomorrow's Pioneers?
I'm sorry, no, I don't know what that is.
Okay, it's a Palestinian children's television show. They're coming out. Basically, it ran from 2007 or 2009. But my understanding is they also play reruns within Palestine. It's explicitly a children's TV show. You can look it up. They have a Mickey Mouse clone called Farfor the Mouse. It was 100%. They had different characters.
Disney too?
There were issues with Disney, actually. Believe it or not, Disney may have been like the reason why they had issues and why they actually stopped making new episodes when they did, because of the power of Disney and their copyright. But
we don't fuck around.
They do not fuck around at all. But
you're fine.
I want you to look at some of the plot lines for some of these episodes.
Sure.
During a song about answer, this is season 1, episode 3, Farfor and the AK-47. During a song about answering the Gaza Strip town of Rafah with AK-47, sung by Colin Guest Harwa, Farfor enacts the song in pantomime. Later, a second Colin Guest, Muhammad, sings, "O Jerusalem, it is the time of death." The hostess explains to Farfor that one must aspire to memorize the entire Quran. So that's Farfor and the Jew. This is episode 5 of season 1. Farfor exclaims, "Grandpa entrusted me with this." Oh yeah, Farfor exclaims, "Grandpa entrusted me with this great trust, but I don't know how to liberate this land from the filth of the criminal plundering Jews who killed my grandpa and everybody." Farfor is then taken to an interrogation where he's beaten to death by an Israeli official trying to buy Farfor's land. This is a children's TV show, just to be clear. like explicitly, like Muppet-style children's TV show. Farfor was martyred while defending his land, the land of his fathers and forefathers. He was martyred at the hands of criminals, the murderers of his innocent children who killed Imam Hijo, Muhammad al-Duro, and many others. Season 2, episode 6, so episode 1 of the new season. A call-in guest, Shahad, calls and says, what is it? The prophet said, the hour will not take place until you fight the Jews, and the rock and the tree will say, O Muslim servant of Allah, there is a Jew behind me. Come and fight him.
That's the Quran.
Yeah,
that's in the Quran.
Nahul, oh God, episode 8. Nahul lectures to the audience that we will liberate Al-Aqsa from the filth of the criminal. It's horrific. I mean, all of this is a children's TV show, and it is about killing Jews, just flat out. I mean, every single episode is something to do with how Jews are evil.
You see the exact same thing in Israel, though, right? It wasn't the speech that Rudy Giuliani said wasn't about how.
Wait, are you saying there is a children's show in Israel dedicated to killing?
Oh no, I don't know if there's a children's show in the same way. No, but like I mean, like they teach their children, right? To like at least not all. Sorry, to be very clear, right? I'm talking about within the settlement regions, right? The settlers. That's what they do. They absolutely do that. Yeah, they absolutely. I don't know what you're doing now.
I'm talking about like a lot of Israelis, not just in the settlement region.
Oh, you think a lot of
Israelis? Yeah, fuck yeah. I'm not going to say all. Fuck it.
Yeah, I can't say all, and I don't know where because I know there are more like secular ones. Again, because I've seen a lot from Israeli children specifically, right? That I've seen a lot, and I don't want to make a blanket statement here because I don't want to be racist. I don't want to be racist. So I'm going to try to nuance my words. No, so my point is that with the settlers also train their children. Hey, this is our land. This is not their land, right? They take them. You see the videos of them with taking their kids to the shooting range, right? The gun range, and this is to defend their land from whatever terms they use for Arabs, right? Yeah, sure, but
I mean, if you had rockets over your head, would you not take your kids?
Doesn't that sound like a little different? Like one sounds like defense. It's like I'm going to defend my land, and the other sounds like let's kill the Jews. And this is something they do in Iran too. Like they teach this stuff.
They do. Wait, no. She's spitting. Episode 18. The video also.
Sorry, excuse me. Lactoid.
Death is honor and victory.
Lactoid. So the defense from who? Like, Ghosty, you do this all the time. They literally stole the land, right? So what I didn't get to say in his first...
Wait, where was their country?
One second. I didn't get to say when his first reading the first episode that he read, right? Is that like, I wouldn't have said it in those terms, right? But what the plot of the story is that there was it some sort of freedom fighter or whatever, right? He gets arrested by the Israelis, then he gets taken to prison, beaten to death, and then killed. Here's the thing. You don't actually have to put that in a children's story because it happens literally all the times in their lives, right? Like they have, it's called administrative detention. I think this is the term, something like that, right? In Israel, where they can arrest you. By that, they mean Palestinians, not you, right? Not you, white lady, if you go there, right? But like they can arrest Palestinians without any charges, 0 charges. They hold them in jail for years. They beat them, they torture them, and sometimes they kill them. And they die. So like the thing that they're talking about within that, I'm not talking about the rest of the storylines. I don't know about that. But in that one, that's literally their real lives that they see all the time.
I'm not saying Israel doesn't like commit war crimes or like where not defending all their actions.
Where's the defense though, right? When we're talking about settlers are specifically on the land that was taken. So they literally
how did they get that land?
One second, Gibbs. They go into a land. They bulldoze down Palestinian towns, right? They go there. They go there with the army, right? The army says, you got to get out of your house now, right? They take them out. They throw their stuff. There's plenty of videos of this happening on like YouTube. Just search for it, right? They take their stuff. They throw it outside, right? And at gunpoint, and the families, you see them watching, crying as their houses are bulldozed. And then those are the places they put the settlements on. And then those are the places that those little children, are defending from the Arabs.
Wait. How do they control that land, though? How do they gain control of that land?
Before I deal with you, Gibbs, I'm trying to deal with Ghosty.
Well, but it matters to Ghosty's point. It matters to Ghosty's point.
Hold on, Gibbs. I'm talking to Ghosty, so I want to hear her perspective.
Okay.
So, Ghosty, where is the defense you're talking about from Israel? What is Israel defending?
Well, I guess, like, if I was assuming that when we're talking about, I mean, maybe I'm wrong. I thought, like, these people are already there. Like, I thought, right. I didn't think they were, like, actively taking land.
No, you're
currently.
Correct. You're correct.
No, she's not correct.
She absolutely is.
There's literally the occupied occupied territories. They're literally.
Why do they occupy those territories? What can you tell me?
Gibbs. I have to deal with you later because you're like I can't deal with this.
Well, you're missing out. You're omitting a major part.
Won't allow it. I won't allow it here. I won't allow that. Right? I specifically said the settlers, right? I was being nuance of my words because, hey, I'm not trying to be racist. I'm not trying to be anti-Semitic, right? And say that all Jews are a danger to Arab people or Palestinians, right? Because I wouldn't do that because I'm not a fucking racist like Rudy Giuliani is or that Tony, whoever the fuck his name is. I'm not like them. So I'm like, hey, I'm just talking about like this narrow group of individuals, and I give you a description of how the settlements work. But like, let's start this, Ghosty. Were you not aware that like what it meant by what people meant when they talked about settlers in Israel? Like what that actually meant?
It was like occupied land, I guess. But weren't they at war? I guess they
had been previously, they won war, but it's illegal. It's literally illegal under United Nations law, right? International law to like win a war and then like take the land, like basically what happened. So you know how they're talking how Russia is doing illegal land grab in Ukraine.
I don't really. I understand what you're saying, but I still don't understand how this gets to like the point. Like if you have a group of people who are on your border that are trying to attack you and eradicate you.
They're not on your border. Like, so the Palestinians don't have a state themselves. Israel has taken control of this entire territory, right? They've been taking. There's no Palestine. There's no Palestine, unfortunately. Yeah. So they took that land. And now it's occupied. The occupation means it's a military occupation, right? So they have soldiers there. Okay, so let's say Russia came and
didn't they? Well, I guess that maybe they're back now, but didn't they leave in like 2005 or something?
Who left in 2005?
I thought Israel left like the occupied areas in 2005.
So there's Gaza. The West Bank and there's Gaza, right? So Gaza, Israel didn't have troops in Gaza. I was in 2005. I actually don't remember the date, the year.
I think it was 2005.
It may have been where they left there, but they still have control of the territory. For instance, right? Later on, it was in 2014, I want to say, but I'm sorry, I get my years wrong all the time, so excuse me. There was another conflict between Israel and Hamas, right, where there was bombing that happened. A lot of infrastructure was destroyed, but they never rebuilt. Right, from when that conflict happened to today, that original damage hadn't been rebuilt. That's because Israel controls the sea. Right, they control all the imports. They control the water. Right, they don't have control of their own the water. They control the electricity. They control the aid that comes in. Right, they control all of these things. So they don't have soldiers they didn't have soldiers inside the territory, but they control everything that goes in and out of that territory. Well, almost everything, because sometimes it can get weapons in. But yeah, almost everything.
So,
So hold on. Before I promise, I'm coming to you, Gibbs. I will. But Ghosty, right? So you're talking about defense, right? Like, would you say it's defense if Russia, like, did a conflict with the United States, right? And was occupying military occupation of the state of Washington, Oregon, Idaho, Montana, right? They took the Northwest. Those are its territory. They're under its control. Under its control at that point in time. And the people there, and what they're doing is they're moving Russians in, right? So they're putting Russians there. They're destroying like American towns. Like, you guys got to get out of here. They level American towns. They put Russian settlements there, right? And then the Russians are training their kids to say, well, you got to defend yourselves from like the Americans trying to take our land. Would you say in that case the Russians are acting in defense?
No, but I just don't feel like that's an equivalent.
Why isn't it?
I just feel like it's just based on the history. I feel like there's
history?
There's differences here.
What history?
The history of how Israel began. Again,
explain the history. Where's the difference that you're talking about?
I don't know. Like, I'm not like a scholar on it. To be honest,
and you will, Gibbs. And I'll deal with you.
I'm just saying, like, I know, like, people are upset that Israel decided to go there and like start a state. But if you think about it, all over the world, like, all these countries have their own places, and lots of them have, like, except for Jewish people. There's literally no nation in the world besides Israel where they have like their own place. I'm just saying. So like, why can't we just like let them have this one part?
Yeah, why can't? So hon, why not wherever you live? You said you live. You said you live in the Northeast, right?
I'm in Philly. Yeah.
Yeah.
Your state's probably bigger than Israel, anyways. So.
Yeah. Why not where you live? Why can't their hometown be in Philadelphia? Why don't they just?
I don't know if the Jews if they ended up giving Pennsylvania to Israel, I wouldn't mind.
You wouldn't mind, okay? So then if they could come
like
to your
now
home,
if I was born here, like that's just what it is. I don't know.
Hold on. Sorry, you're saying that like then you'd be okay if Israel bulldozed your home, right, and then put a settlement there on your home.
Oh, like bulldoze my home? Like
yeah.
Different.
Why wouldn't you be okay?
Again, I'm not saying like it was an okay thing for people to take their homes and stuff, right? But this is where we're at right now. We took Native Americans' homes. Are we going to give our whole country back to Native Americans?
We're talking about settler colonial states. And they're awful.
But that's what we did.
Hold on. Give me a second. Yes,
that's what we did.
It's
called winning.
Disgusting. Shut up, guys. So it's disgusting that we did that. However, after that,
everybody's done that,
right?
But if the Arabs want to win, it's bad, right?
No, hold on.
It's terrorism.
They can't win. It's over.
Arabs still have a lot of land. Arabs have a lot of their own land.
Yeah, they were good at conquering people. What do you mean?
Sorry.
They're just as bad. We're all
bad. So Ali is getting on an interesting point. If might equals right, basically that's what you're saying. Is that we won the war, right? And so we can do what we want. Or Israel can do what it wants because they won the war, right?
A bunch of times, actually.
Ghosty. Yeah, a bunch of times. Ghosty, you're saying they won the war, and now, they're the winners, and so they can just do what they like, correct?
I mean, I think they should stop. But if people are continuing to attack them, then like they have to.
Well, the people who like live on that land currently, who are fighting back because they're taking.
Okay, but it's like they don't want just that. They want to eradicate Israel from the river to the sea, all that shit. Like they don't want them there at all.
See,
maybe not all of them, but the groups that are controlling the states right now, like these
That's
what their flags say. Their flags say that they're literal like anthems.
Yeah. Hold on, Coasty. So. Multiple things here. One, there are plenty of groups, Palestinian groups, who talk about integrating themselves with Israel, right? Those groups have been specifically disempowered, right? for instance, the PLO that like works with Israel, that they are in charge of the occupied.
They're also extremely corrupt.
They are wildly corrupt, right? But in the way that America is corrupt, the way that Israel is corrupt, wildly corrupt.
That's why Hamas got to put in power in the first place.
Okay, sorry, I'm going to ignore you. I got to ignore you.
I mean, that's what happened in Gaza.
I literally can't. I can't deal with you right now. But anyway,
deal with facts.
There are groups that like work with Israel. Those groups haven't accomplished anything. The peace groups, they don't have anything to show for them. And so when you do that, right, in these situations, you empower the militant groups, right? Like if there are people who are going to say, well, like the first thing, I don't want to, like you're like a Palestinian, you go up there, like I don't want to kill Jews. I don't want to fight them. I want to find some sort of peaceful solution. But if the groups that are there that you vote in, or whoever managed to,
I don't think they've had a vote in like a really long time.
Yeah, I know they haven't had a vote in a really long time, but I'm talking about the PLO on the other side, right? See, there are two different territories here. Gaza, occupied West Bank. So I'm talking about the occupied West Bank. Gaza, there hasn't been a vote for Hamas in however many years. But the occupied West Bank, where the PLO is in power, they are almost completely controlled by Israel. Completely controlled. Even their tax revenues controlled by Israel. And they can offer no defense. So when their homes are being destroyed, when they're
what's controlled by Israel?
Oh my God! Like Ghosty, I just like I need you to.
Their tax how so?
Because they hold on to them. They're like, you collect this taxes, and then we're just going to hold on, and we're going to give back the taxes to you. We'll decide how much to give back the taxes to you. So like they tax the people within the occupied West Bank, being the Arabs, right? Not the settlers, the Israeli settlers. So they take that money, right? And like Israel holds on to it, and they decide how much revenue to give back to the government, the Palestinian government there.
Okay.
You understand how that would be a problem, right?
Yeah, that sounds problematic.
Yeah, it's a bit of an issue. So they decide that, and then that government can also provide no defense when Palestinian towns where they've been living for centuries, they're living there right now, right? Centuries. When they get bulldozed in the way that I keep describing, right? Right now, Israel is doing military incursions into the West Bank. Remember, the West Bank is for the Palestinians. The Palestinians aren't armed there, right? There's weapons in Gaza, which is on the other side of the country, right?
I think Israel should stop what it's doing.
Yep, I don't think you know what it's doing. That's the problem. I don't think you know what it's doing. That's what I'm trying to explain to you, right? So in the occupied West Bank, they're doing additional military incursions. So these aren't the ones you're seeing on TV, right? Of the few that you're seeing on TV, where they're bombing with planes and all that. No, this is another conflict that's happening in the occupied West Bank, where they are invading towns. They are kidnapping more individuals. They're shooting civilians, and oftentimes a lot of kids are being killed, and they're rounding people up, and then they're destroying the infrastructure. So one thing they're doing is they're tearing up the streets, right? So there's paved roads there, and they have these bulldozers that destroy the paved roads, and they destroy their water mains. So we see like flooding happen because the water mains are breaking because they just ripped up the streets. They're destroying the infrastructure there and making it difficult or impossible for these people to live there, encouraging them to get out again, push these people out. That's happening right now. So like you keep saying, well, I wish they would stop doing what they're doing. But the thing that I've been criticizing, right, when I talked about the settlers, and the settlers teaching their kids about violence, right? To defend themselves. This is what their defense looks like.
Okay. I guess I feel like the difference is, and maybe I'm wrong, I could be wrong if the Israeli government is teaching their kids to go and actively take Palestinian land. Like, if that's what you meant by that's like the indoctrination happening, then that's
I wouldn't say
fucked
the
up.
Israeli government. So I'm not. Hold on. Let's be clear. This is why I'm trying to be very.
Or the parents or whoever you were saying are the people that are teaching their children.
The settlers. I keep saying the settlers. I keep using that specific term. The settlers, are doing that, right? So I'm not. I don't. I have thoughts about the Israeli government and what they're doing, but like I'm trying not to make blanket statements here. So I'm talking about the settlers, and they're literally the aggressive sect, right? They're the most aggressive sect of the Israeli population, because it's not that they just simply support holding on to this territory. They're the ones moving themselves either from Israel or from America, because a lot of these people are Jewish individuals who like live in America, and they come straight from America and they go into the occupied territories of the ones I've been talking about, and then they say this land is our land, right? Like they weren't even Israeli citizens before. They just like from like New York, right, to America, to the occupied West Bank, and they take a home that's been created for them, and like, oh, this is our land, and it always was supposed to be our land. God gave me this land. So I'm talking about that group specifically.
Okay, well then, no, I wouldn't call that those particular people actively taking land and teaching their kids to take more land from other people. I wouldn't call that defense.
Sure, and to maybe give you a meet you halfway. If you wanted to call like the immediate fight on October 7th, right? There's an attack from Gaza, right? Where the Hamas comes across the wall. There's a wall separating it. They come across the wall and they attack. They kill 1,200 people. Many of them civilians, some of them military, but many of them civilians, right? You want to call the fight, the pushback there, where the IDF got their act together and pushed them back across the wall, right? You want to call that defense? I'd call that defense too. I'd be willing.
I wasn't even talking about like active defense, but we were talking about like teaching what we're teaching children. So, like, I think there's a difference if you're living in Israel and you're teaching your kids to be able to defend yourself in case there is another attack. I think that's different than actively teaching children, like, death to Jews and death to America.
Yeah,
and, I
want to get into it too.
Let's get Gibbs, because he's been waiting.
I just find this whole concept that's kind of developed over time recently really interesting, is that the right of conquest doesn't matter anymore, and like how we got here. Like, you talked about the colonizers. Nobody complained about the Ottoman Empire conquering Israel. Nobody complained about all these other, and then moving them and scattering them all across. We didn't have international we didn't have it. Oh, we didn't have international standard. How convenient. How convenient. The League of Nations.
It wasn't convenient.
We had international standards after World War I. What happened? World War II. International standards. I hate to break it to you, Prime. But hold on. No, listen. International standards don't mean dog shit. I would eat dog shit and call that worth more to my life than international standards, because they're worthless. They're absolutely worthless. Countries are going to do what's in their own best interest. They're going to use international standards how they want, and that's the same thing. Israel got attacked literally the day after it was founded. By the way, Europe, the UK owned Israel, not the Palestinians. There's never been a state of Palestine. Before that, Rome owned them, all these things. Israel, at least at some point, was a country, at some point in antiquity, So, okay, we can at least track it back that far. If we really want to go back and say it, then it's the Polynesians who colonized it from the sea, back when whatever fucking came in. We've traced it back that far. So I don't want to hear this, ancestral rights bullshit, especially since Israel's been founded. Every time they've been attacked, they've won. They've won, basically, and they've gained land from these countries that attacked them. In fact, they've won so much that they're like, hey, we can't even control all the land we own, and gave, like, the Sinai Peninsula back to Egypt. And so, like, hey, guess what? That's why they control this land. And you know what? If they're deciding to increase their population by whatever means necessary, like, you know what? I'm sorry. These people live in an area that they lost. They lost. Okay. Fair and square. They attacked Israel, then they got their ass beat. Like, why do they get special boohoo privileges?
They're not getting special boohoo privileges.
That's exactly what you're arguing.
They're literally not, right?
They're the losers. They're the ones that didn't win.
Yeah, indeed, they are the losers. No, that's true. They are the losers. However,
sorry, you lost.
Yeah, here's the thing. We are living right now, despite the genocide that's happening, right? And there's a genocide happening. Let's not forget that in Gaza. But despite
in Texas, we just feel to shoot. Like, what's the difference?
despite the genocide that's happening in Gaza, this is actually the most peaceful time. Right, we're living in the most peaceful time in like world history. That like our world history is filled with a lot more wars and a lot more suffering. And one of the reasons that is because is when they're following the rules that Gibbs is endorsing. That like, hey, when you win, you can do what you want, right? You're the winner, so now this is yours, and then you can do whatever you want. Well,
especially if you get attacked and win.
That gives people an incentive.
Remember, they got attacked and then they won.
They not just when they get attacked. Hold on.
Wait.
What are you saying? Hold on.
They got attacked, beat their attacker's ass.
No.
You know, I mean, I don't feel bad if you attack somebody and lose.
They already. Sorry. The reason why they call it the Nakba because they actually expelled like Palestinian individuals
after they got attacked the next day. After they literally got attacked the next day.
After the ethnic cleansing campaign.
No. They were founded where? They were founded where?
In UK-owned land. They were founded.
Israel lose.
Hold on. Let's just talk history. Literally the day after Israel was founded.
Let Gibbs explain because he's right on
this. Hold on. The UK land. The UK gives it to Israel the day after the UK founded Israel. Basically, the Israel gets founded. The day after they get attacked. Boom! They go to war. Israel wins. The ethnic cleansing or whatever you're talking about.
They tried to move into a land.
All of the exploration.
They tried to move into a land where people were, so there was a fight.
The UK they get attacked by 6 countries that declared war immediately after Israel was founded. They won, and then they expelled the people that lost. That's what happened. You lost.
Then why the fuck? So then why should we give a flying fuck about Texas and all the Mexicans that are coming?
Because
the Mexicans are clearly winning.
We won.
Well, I mean, no, you're losing because all the Mexicans are getting in, and your wall isn't. Your wall isn't working. Jobs are getting
walls up. We get the wall.
But the Mexicans keep coming in 6 million a year.
Abbott's the one
handling a year, right?
We're winning despite the Biden admin's best attempts to stop us. That's how good we are. So good that we're beating Mexico and we're beating the U.S. It's called handing out whoopers.
They're coming in by troves, by the millions.
So the first point I was making, we are living in the most peaceful. We're living in the most peaceful time, right? That's because of those international rules that I'm talking about, right? There's a reason why Europe reacted so
there's a bunch of prissy bitches.
Why Europe was in such a panic when Russia invaded Ukraine. Russia is taking territory. That's a problem. If Russia is allowed to, and you know what, you can blame Obama, right? There's a good chance to blame Obama. Because Obama didn't push back on Russia when Russia took Crimea, right? That just was allowed to happen. Russia just like, okay, well, this is mine, right? So Russia does that in the Obama administration on some year, I forget when, right? But then Russia takes that and becomes essentially part of their territory. And people at the time, even Republicans were saying at the time, well, if you allow this to happen, that emboldens Putin to do it again, right? And Obama played patty cakes with Putin. He allowed them to do it. And then what happens a few years later? Well, exactly what Republicans said was going to happen. He goes in and he takes more territory, right? At first, he's moving in troops that they don't have Russian insignias on them, right? They were called the Little Green Men, right? I'm not sure if people remember this era, right? That happened in Ukraine. You have to be watching it closely, I guess, right? But anyway, they move in these troops, and there's just violence happening in this area, and Ukraine isn't strong enough to control that territory, and so they're getting pushed back in these 2 different areas. I forget the names. I'm sorry, I don't remember. They're getting pushed out, and then the actual invasion happens, and now Europe is freaking out because then if Ukraine falls. Well, then what stops Russia from invading?
Well, Brian, you're proving my point. You actually proved my point about making right, and I'll tell you why. The 3 most peaceful times in history are Pax Romana, when Rome had so much control at the height of their power, there was no wars. Pax Mongolia,
you mean just in Europe?
But they stopped slowly because they controlled so much of Europe that reduced wars between all those different countries by dramatic figures. Mongolia, when they controlled 1/5 of the world, basically, under the Khans, they started to control so much, war was way down, very peaceful. And then guess what? Pax Americana, American interventionism has slowed down. So all you've proven is colonialism and conquering works. Conquering shit works. Thank you for
Pax Americana, includes the part of history that I'm talking about, where the international rules. The Pax Americana begins with these rules, right? Begins with the
the rules are America says what's up. That's the rules. That's the rules. How often do we break the international law and go, hey, you know what? We're going to change things. We do it all the time. Like, sorry, we're the big swingers. It's American peace or nothing.
I can't argue with that part, right? America doesn't abide by these rules.
Empire building.
No, I hear you. I hear you there. Fair enough, right? But Pax Americana includes the rules that we're talking about, the national base rules. Like Pax Americana, the reason why a critical part of Pax Americana isn't because it doesn't work like those other two examples. It doesn't work like Pax.
What do you mean? Sin in the whoopings.
Right? It doesn't work like Pax Mongolia. I don't know the exact terms there, but it doesn't work like those two. Those two were held together by direct military engagements. And installations, and that they held territory, right? So the Roman, if you're part of the Roman Empire, you're part of the Roman Empire because they got Roman troops there, right? Here, America is just America, but part of Pax Americana is the United Nations to say that, hey, we're going to come together.
It's also McDonald's. Yeah.
It's also McDonald's. Yeah, it's also trade. Exactly. No, exactly right.
Economic warfare. You're correct. Basically,
it's economics. Yeah. This version of an empire works far differently than any other empire.
Yeah, because we got the nukes and the planes.
From the Pax Britannia, right? It works differently from all of those things.
How does it functionally different? It's not functionally different. The Romans use economic means to beat people. They use weaponry. They use advanced weaponry. Same thing. The Mongols. They use more advanced tactics, horse riding, cavalry. Same thing with America. We have air force, air dominance, naval dominance, economic trade. That's all we're doing is beating everybody's ass better, and that's why it's peaceful.
Except for the legacy colonies, being like Puerto Rico, Guam, and like the Virgin Islands and a few other places, right? America doesn't have colonies, right? India was a colony.
I know it's a problem. We should go back to that.
Okay, all right. So I can't talk to you when you're like this. All right, so I'll have to talk to you later. So whatever. Lactoid.
Yeah,
and then so Lactoid, and then we're gonna go to Corey and Ali, right?
Okay. So just a couple things. Firstly, going way back. I looked at what Rudy Giuliani said. I posted some links in our group chat of children's TV shows, multiple, in Palestine that are explicitly hyper-militaristic, kill the Jews kind of mentality, right? 100%. So whether or not you think, well, this is because they were pushed into it, or like Israel has the same thing, or this has to do with defense, whatever, it is absolutely true what Rudy Giuliani said. I don't think it was a lie. I think it absolutely is true that in those areas there are children's television shows and children's programming and propaganda that is teaching children there to hate Israel and also hate America. I think there was season 1. There was one episode where Bush and Condoleezza Rice were targets in the show. So I mean, pretty explicitly anti-American as well. So
that's to be seen trying to kill the Ayatollah show.
I think I haven't seen that, but I think Rudy's was probably correct, even if you think that maybe he was too. I don't know, vitriolic in the way he said it. Now, as to the general question, I hate Israel-Palestine conversations, but just to talk a little bit as to this concept of conquest, because I'm not as pro Gibbs in terms of conquest is everything, but we have to recognize a few things. The first thing we have to recognize is Islam was founded through conquest, right? The reason why it's anywhere other than Mecca is due to war, right? Due to pillaging and war that spread all the way up. I mean, there's a reason why the Hagia Sophia, which was a Orthodox church, why that's a mosque now. And it wasn't peaceful. What happened? It was brutal. And now it's not. Now a relic of Christianity is no longer there, right? All of North Africa, even into fucking Spain. And they call it the Reconquista, right? The Catholics came down and they pushed the Muslims out of Spain. Now, should the Moors be, no, this is ours? I probably not. Should Mexico be able to claim Arizona? Well, hold on. Should Mexico be able to claim Arizona? No, probably not, right? I agree. Well, to some extent, there's like multiple elements here. The first element is I generally agree that absent some kind of circumstance that we want to keep borders roughly where they are. Now, I think with Crimea I think with Crimea there was a circumstance. So I think Crimea is different. I think there's an argument there that Russia was justified in taking Crimea. But there's also other factors such as, well, in the grand scheme of things, is it better that America controls the land other than Mexico? I think so. I think it's better that Spain is Spain. I think it's better than America is America. And, when you look at Israel...
could you repeat that? Sorry, could you repeat that? You think it's better that America does what?
I think it's better that America is America and Spain is Spain. I think it's better when, frankly, like a superior culture occupies regions and expands its hegemony, right?
Oh,
and when you have Israel, which is, look, you want to talk about GDP per capita, you want to talk about democracy ratings, you want to talk about the way it treats women's, you want to talk about the way it treats gay people. Every single measure of enlightened Western liberalism democracy, Israel is overwhelmingly better than any alternative in that region. And they are. And on top of that, when we're talking about what about their creation? What about the circumstances of that? It's way more muddled than just one country invading another. It's a country getting invaded how many fucking times, and then every single time they win, they push a little bit further, which is what every fucking country does when they win.
No, they don't.
Poland evicted the Germans. Are we still crying about that?
Sorry, could you repeat that part?
Do you know about the ethnic cleansing after World War II, where all the Germans were kicked out of Poland?
I have heard. I don't know.
Nobody cares about nobody cares about that anymore because the Germans. Don't know enough about it, sure. Well, you can look into it. The Germans lost, and they were kicked out of Poland.
But I don't know enough. But wouldn't those be the Germans who were being moved into that territory to take over that territory?
No, German descent.
No, no. It wasn't German descent. Poland gained territory into what was historically Germany. Germany's much smaller than it used to be, and the Germans were moved out, and the Polish people were moved in.
Then.
Right, but
then I disagree with that. Then.
Fair enough, and you're consistent in disagreeing with that. But you would have to agree that every single time a country wins a war, they're going to claim a little bit more land. They're going to claim a little bit more something. This is natural. And especially when they're attacked with the level of vitriol that Israel's been attacked with consistently.
The level of vitriol. You mean the country that has been the most belligerent in stealing land and committing an ethnic cleansing campaign. Poor little Israel, right? Backed by the great powers, the great military powers of the world. Poor little Israel. Yeah, I'm crying over it. But beyond that, the point that I'm making is that if we allow that, then it gives countries incentives to do war. If I don't know, is Paraguay next to Uruguay? Let's just say it is. I don't know my South American geography very well. I apologize. Right? Let's say Paraguay is next to Uruguay. Then it gives Paraguay a reason to invade Uruguay and take land. Let's say they're having a border dispute, right? I have a problem with because there's resources, right? And there's actually somewhere in that region. I don't know the geography well enough, so I'm gonna butcher this so bad. But they're discovering it's oil and some other minerals on that land, right? I had heard about this a few weeks ago. And there is an interregional dispute, right, as to where the borders lie, right? So there's resources discovered. All the reasons to go to fight. Now, if it's true, right, if they were living in the worlds that Gibbs won, right, and you're saying that, well, you're not really okay with, but it's just a natural thing, right? If Paraguay, let's just assume it's Paraguay because I don't remember. But Paraguay can say that well, I want these resources on the other side of the border, and then they can do a military engagement, and then they can win, right? And they can just take it, and then now this is ours. Oh, now this is ours. Well, then why shouldn't they do it? Why shouldn't they give it a try? This encourages more war, right? This is why it's an important part of the international rules that no, you don't get to take these things, right?
Would you be in favor? Would you be in favor? I guess because you seem to like this idea of a status quo. Would you be in favor of like right now? All the land that Israel controls becomes off limits to anybody to move them off, and then they also can't progress any further. They can't take any more of the West Bank or take any more of Gaza, and the rocket attacks stop. Everything stops. Would you be like? Would this be the ideal solution?
This would not be the ideal solution.
Why would this not be the ideal solution?
They've taken the best land, literally from themselves. You'd have to demolish the entire apparatus of control within the West Bank, right, and in Gaza, I guess for that matter as well, right? Because people in the West Bank can't freely move across the West Bank. They're controlled by a honeycomb of checkpoints across the territory. So getting from one side of a town, right, just like within like just one town, right, getting from one side of the town to the other can be a complicated mess, right? You might have to go through one or two checkpoints that are put in place, that are controlled by the Israelis, that are shut down whenever they feel like it, right? Or they decide today, only men above.
All right, if that was addressed, I don't want to get caught up in the details a little bit because I'll let you know exactly where I'm going. Right?
Okay.
Do you think that territory should be given back to the Palestinians?
I think territory can move, right? But it has to be through diplomatic means. So we can come together. For instance, Spain, right? You had talked about Spain before. Spain has the Catalan region, right? That wants to like leave. They're like the rich part. They're like the bougie part.
Yep.
And they're like, we want to get the fuck out of here. Fuck the rest of you guys, right? And they have like an independence movement. If they come with some agreement with Greater Spain to leave, right, through diplomatic means, then yeah, sure. Then they should be able to
wait. So they tried to. They had a referendum, but the Spanish Constitution says no, you can't do that, and so the diplomatic means failed. They can't leave. Now what?
Well, sorry, 1 second. I'm just pull Corey back in.
While it's paused, I do find it interesting, Prime, that you're making the migration like, oh, it's bad to migrate these people into this area argument whenever you're so pro-migration here at the border. I just gotta say, it seems.
Wait. Okay, I don't want to get off topic because what I think here is that like there is a real glaring question of how far back that really remains unanswered here. If anybody here wants to give any Israeli land back, quote unquote, to like people of Gaza or the people in the West Bank, there is a question of, well, what does back mean? Well, if we go back far enough, the Jews are just taking back what they were kicked out from. Okay, and if we want to set the standard, well, then shouldn't the Greeks get back Constantinople? Shouldn't the Moors get back Spain?
I know. No, I'll answer that question. Right? It should be back to once we establish these rules, right? These international rules. Yeah, absolutely. Then when we had this rules-based international order established, yeah.
When was that?
When was that? That's the question.
Yeah, when is that? Because I don't think we have that now.
Because plenty of territory has exchanged hands, by the way, up until now. So I just want to know, like, when you're saying like rules-based world order, where things like territory doesn't change hands. Oh. I mean, does this include South Sudan? Does this include Crimea?
You know what? We should go back to League of Nations. I bet Prime would be in favor of League of Nations. I think we should go back to the pre-League of Nations border while we still have all those colonies in Africa and whatnot. I'm just saying. Like, is that what we want?
Sure, whatever.
I think we just got a little bit of Western chauvinism, just a little bit.
But sorry, what?
I think sometimes we just have to have like a little bit of Western chauvinism, right? Which is that like, look, every single time we look at this, Israel's getting like bombed and they're getting attacked, and then they respond.
Because the ethnic cleansing,
and then they respond.
I find it weird that Lagtwood you avoid that part, right? It's like, oh, they're just getting bombed for no reason.
Wait, why aren't the Arabs the ones responding, since the original invasion would be from the Israelis? So it would constantly be a response from the Arabs.
And from the British.
I don't think the original invasion came from them.
Response. What do you mean?
So what happened was
the Arabs existed, and then Israel was implemented into that area.
Wait. Hold on. No, that's not even what happened. That's not even what happened.
It's after World War One. The Ottoman Empire.
No, it wasn't even after World War One. It wasn't even after World War One.
Yes, it was.
Before World War One, in the late 1800s. Yes, in the late 1800s, there was the Zionist movement that was gaining steam. In which, because Jews have been facing persecution for God knows how long, so they were like, you know what, we want our own place. What better way than the place that we originally came from that kicked us out? So, and they had their sights on Israel from the very beginning, right? And
not true, but okay.
No, this is true. There were some conversations outside of the Zionist movement as to where the land should be, but from the very beginning, the Zionist movement had their eyes on that location, on historic Palestine, right? That was their idea of, this is where we were from.
Yeah, this is where the kingdom of Judea was. And was that region stable before they wanted to go there?
I mean, relatively.
No, right?
Well,
who controlled it?
So wait, hold on. It was occupied by the Ottoman Empire. But what happened was, Ottoman Empire. And it wasn't like there wasn't a firm concept of a country there. Just to keep in mind, like it was a broader part of Levant. It was part of a broader colonial region of the Ottoman Empire, and Jews started buying land there, and they started renting it out to the people living there. And they started buying land, and they started moving there. It was very much at the beginning like a free stater New Hampshire experiment, where in the United States, like libertarians are encouraged to move to New Hampshire. This was very similar here, where Jews were encouraged to move there. So they would buy land there, they would move there, and over time, the population of Jews actually got somewhat big. And then, after enough time passed when the population was bigger, and the area came under the British mandate because the Ottoman Empire lost World War I, the British, part of it was obviously lobbying from the Zionist lobby, was like, you know what? We're going to go ahead and split this area because there's a lot of Jews living here and a lot of land owned by Jews. And there's a lot of Arabs living here. We're going to split it up into two sections so both people here can live in peace, because there, of course, wasn't this concept of a Palestine as a country there before then. And then when that happened, what happened? Israel got declared a war on by every surrounding nation. I think Gibbs said 6. That sounds about right. And they all attacked and they all lost. Incredible. I mean, the trial by fire. And they pulled through, and you had, but part of the Nakba was people fleeing the oncoming Israeli armies. Part of it was the Israeli armies kicking people out. That's absolutely true. I'm not going to deny that. But this was during wartime. This was in response to an invasion from every country surrounding Israel. I understand your point, and I agree that we can't have forever war, but it is like, we have to recognize a little bit. It's not so black and white as one country just invaded another. Frankly, the Israelis have a little bit more of like look, we just want to live here, and every time we do, we get attacked. That's why we have Zone C security.
You just want to live here.
That's why we're along the Jordan River. Why? Because how many armies came across the Jordan River before?
Yeah. So how many years later do we like look back? Because here's the thing, like, a few panels ago, like we discussed, like the refugee issue that's happening, that like in the UK and so on and so forth. So all this does is create more refugees that Western nations are going to end up taking. So like we're creating these refugee problems, and then we're looking at Palestinian, we're looking at like the Jewish people, like, well, they just want to live somewhere. So how far along until we look at the Palestinian people and go, well, they just need a place to live? Or do we just adopt all of them into Western nations that you guys don't want these refugees here? Like what?
But the Arab nations.
Frankly, just to be clear, there's a lot of Arabs living in Israel, which you have had choice words for, Ali. I mean, we don't have to get into that, but you have had choice words. Traitors, other words that I don't want to say on Twitch.
I'm not going to say it for you. I got you, buddy.
Good, because I don't want you to get in trouble either, and I think that you might if you repeat those words on Twitch. They live quite well in Israel, and when we're talking about in Gaza, I mean, prior to October 7th of last year, there were no Israeli troops in Gaza. The airstrikes happened. Why? Because of an attack coming from Gaza. It's the only reason why we're having this conversation. Once again, who attacked first? Once again, every time.
Who attacked first? No, sorry. That's and I can't let this stand. This is the problem right here. Yeah. And like I told you, know what I'm going to say already before I even fucking say it.
You condemn Hamas.
What? No, I wasn't going to say that. No, I wasn't going to say that at all, actually. No. So what I was going to say is that it's so convenient. And he says, well, no, the attack came on October 7th. Things were peaceful I guess, before October 6th, on October 6th. Hey, were things peaceful on October 6th? Was that what was happening on October 6th?
Israel wasn't bombing Gaza.
They weren't bombing. There weren't bombs going. There weren't bombs going down.
They weren't shooting there. There was no Israeli troops there.
Okay,
they weren't shooting there.
So when
in Gaza before October 7th.
So when settlers are stealing land, right?
No settlers in Gaza
at gunpoint. Not as if these struggles aren't related, right? Oh yeah, I guess
that's where the war is.
Gazans. So hold on, but I just like I was talking to Ghosty about right now. As we're speaking, Israel is making military incursions into the West Bank. That's happening right now.
They have the whole area. No. I didn't forget. They have the whole area under control of Zone C. Again, why?
Yeah, because
why is it under control of Zone? Why is it Zone C occupied? Why? Because how many fucking armies have come through that area? Why do they control the Jordan River?
Lebanon's right there.
Sorry, why is
Lebanon's
it
north.
illegal
Lebanon's
occupation?
North.
No.
Why is it called an illegal occupation? Isn't simply because they're defending a border. It'd be one thing if the idea was simply deployed on the border, right? To keep an eye on the Jordanians or the Lebanese or whatever the fuck, right? That'd be one thing, but they're not deployed just there, are they? Right? They're deployed all through that territory.
You have to have supply. You have to have supply lines, and there are settlements as well.
Supply lines. You hear that, Ali? It's just supply lines. They're just it's just some convoys, I guess, moving back and forth. There's just convoys, right? It's not
you don't want to. You gotta have to make sure people don't stick behind any lines.
Checkpoints, right, to control the movement of the Palestinians. The same the thing they did to the South Africans, where the movement was not allowed freely by Black South Africans. They had to go through all these checkpoints, go through all these rules, have these ideas, so they can control the population there, right? These things are. It's just for the border. It's just for border security.
I mean, wait. Did the Black South Africans have bullshit. Mickey Mouse Clubhouse, but for suicide bombers? I don't know.
But Lactoid, the thing that you're forgetting is the ethnic cleansing, because that this argument relies on it. It relies that, hey, yes, on October 6th, it was peaceful. Guys, it was peaceful on October 6th. And then the Hamas, the big bullies that they are, right? Then they attacked, right? Out of nowhere, when things were going so well. It was going so well that
they attacked and they killed civilians.
Going so well that Israel is taking more and more territory now, right? Even when bombs aren't falling, more territory in the West Bank. Going so well that the Gazans literally had an embargo. Embargo on their territory. This is what I was telling Ghosty previously, right? They had embargo on their territory, meaning they couldn't get building materials to rebuild themselves, right? And that their quality of life was one. Their not quality of life. The average lifespan was degraded because the lack of supplies, lack of medicine, lack of all those things.
When did that embargo start?
The administrative that was
after Hamas was elected. After Hamas was elected.
After that,
that's when the embargo happened.
And that. I don't know how that's a good.
You elect a government and / paramilitary organization that is dead set on killing you. Yes, that can lead to it. That can lead to an embargo.
Who was in support of Hamas?
No, so if you're going to say Iran is the primary state backer of Hamas, yes, it is.
That's not talking about
absolutely is.
Iran is the number one state sponsor.
I don't care about who the number one is.
Who also?
What about Bibi Netanyahu, who was in support of? No, he wasn't. No,
there was. This is what happens. I've looked into this.
There's a conspiracy.
Yeah, there was humanitarian aid. The Israelis sent humanitarian aid into Gaza worth millions of dollars, and then they're saying, well, look, you funded Hamas because you sent humanitarian aid. But then when you deny humanitarian aid, look at the big monsters you have. They're firing They're firing Iranian-made rockets for a reason because those rockets are coming from Iran.
Iran
the guns are coming from Iran, and the bullets are coming from Iran.
Israel, whatever.
Okay, so the question of who is the state sponsor of Hamas? It is Iran. 100%.
The state sponsor of Israel is America.
Yes, it's America and most of the Western world.
Exactly,
for sure.
Yeah. So America has a backing there. America is backing Israel and Hamas is backing Hamas. It doesn't matter to me. They both have state sponsors behind them, but I guess it's fine when Israel has like the world superpower behind it. Then it's legitimate, right? Then when they're dropping American bombs on Palestinians,
by definition,
those are legitimate bombs, right? Those are legitimate bombs that detonate them, that burn them, that turn them into paste, right? But when Iranian bombs are going the other way, right? Well, those are terrorist bombs, obviously. Those are terrorist bombs, and that is illegitimate violence that's happening to the
Wait, who leads this world order?
Right? Once again, right? Was it peaceful on October 6th when there was
7th.
endless administrative detention? I think that's the term for it. In Israel, where they're kidnapping Palestinians, not without a charge. I'm a lawyer, right? Where they're taking them off the street, no charge, and they languish in jail for days, weeks, months, years, right? When they're doing that, was it peaceful when all that was happening, right? And then after that, Hamas, being the big bullies, right, the big terrorists, they came in and then they attacked and then they broke the peace. Everyone's getting along then. Was that what's happening?
Hold on, Bron. I got a question because you've been advocating this whole time. Hold on. Let me ask. You've been advocating this whole time you follow international law, right?
Hun, I literally talked about what's happening in Gaza. I literally did talk about that.
But
right? I mentioned things happening in Gaza. I listed that as well.
Yes. And again, I explained everything that you said. Oh, the embargo. Well, it happened right after Hamas was elected. Oh, the aid from Bibi. Oh, that was humanitarian aid that you would have cried if it was denied. Okay. Oh, who is their state sponsor? It's Iran.
So then, when the Likud
allowed the Qatari humanitarian aid, yeah.
When Likud comes into power, right, and the other Israeli countries, Arabic countries, don't like it.
I don't think they trade with Israel right now, do they?
If they don't like it, then they can either sanction or bomb. They can do anything, right? Because a government came in they didn't like. That means that they can just.
It's not about. It's not just about a government. No.
But hold on.
It's not just about a government that you didn't like. It's a government that was elected within its constitution, hell bent on destroying all of your people. Like in the Constitution, kill all the Jews. Like that was the purpose of Hamas.
And the Greater Israel Project is what?
Hold on, I got a question.
To not eliminate Arabs in the region and to get rid of them.
Hold on.
What do they do? What would they do if they keep expanding and they want more land? Palestine was a land on a map that is no longer on. Now they're two separate regions that they're also getting displaced and pushed out from, which Israel is planning to will continue to take the land. So then, what's the difference?
Well, here's a question. Y'all been advocating for
population
international
figures don't seem to reflect that.
The whole time we've heard international law, right? So the U.S. leads the international coalition with the UN and whatnot. They established Israel in 1948. So I guess by your own admission, they should exist. And all these other people should come to terms with that, right? Because we're going back to what international law says. No, international law says, "Hey, we're making this country for them." That's a good thing. And so you have a problem with them defending themselves and upholding the international law.
I don't. So because I know because you're having the most simplistic view of this. So I'm not going to speak for Ali because Ali might have a completely different answer to me. So I won't pretend to speak for him. But no, I think that something approaching the Israeli state can exist, and that in any solution I would do or implement would not involve the ethnic cleansing of Israelis, right? Because I'm not a fucking racist like the Israeli state is, right? Like I'm not on that level. The ideal solution for me would have to be a one-state solution. It would have to turn Israel into a more cosmopolitan, multi-ethnic territory. That
isn't the most ethnic territory in the region. Multi-ethnic.
So I'm not saying that Israel. I don't say that Israel needs to be wiped off the map. Instead, I'm saying that Israel can't be a racist ethno state.
Well, isn't it the least racist ethno state in the region?
It's literally. Hold on. I can't compare. And I don't care to compare what the other states are doing. They're bad, right? So if you want to, I'm not going to defend the Iranian.
Well, you are defending it because you're defending Iran.
No, I'm not. No, I'm not defending Iran. When did I say I was defending Iran? I said Iran is funding Hamas, and I'm fine with them funding Hamas. But
that's defending Iran.
That's not defending. That's not defending Iran. I'm saying
you're fine with them funding it. That's kind of
I'm fine. Yes, I'm fine with Hamas.
Fine with the fact of the matter.
I'm absolutely okay with that.
But what are they funding them with? They're funding them with rockets and bombs and bullets.
Yes, just like America
sitting like diplomats.
Israel with rockets and bombs and bullets.
They don't like life under Hamas. They don't like. They don't like Palestinians. Don't enjoy like living under Hamas rule.
Great. Then let's get rid
of the Hamas popularity is actually pretty damn high in Gaza. It's pretty sad, but it's pretty high.
It doesn't matter if they enjoy it. I'm not defending Hamas. I don't care about Hamas. You guys don't seem to understand that. I'm saying sorry, what did Armo Gibbs ask me? Sorry, what was the question again?
Yeah, I mean, it just seems like you only want international law when it's convenient. Like that's kind of what's going on here. Like you don't, like you're mad that Israel was established by international law. They defended themselves, and they keep defending themselves. Yeah. And you're like, oh, it's so bad. Oh no, like
no. I'm okay. Because there was a growing Jewish population that was showing up there. At least initially, my understanding was that their interactions were peaceful. And in fact, there were Jews in that territory for centuries, right? And they lived peacefully with the Muslims, right? This idea that this is a conflict, this is a stupid idea people say all the time, that this conflict has been going on for centuries and they just hate each other and they just can't help. That's bullshit. It's literally not the case. They've been living side by side for centuries.
Wait. Gibbs, let me just ask real quick. When they're living side by side,
who was controlling them?
Who was paying the jizya? Who was a second-class citizen?
Come on. No, wait. The
Ottoman Empire was not
this framing is so annoying because when the Jews were living with the Christians, what was happening? The Holocaust. So I don't want to hear this. Oh well, the Muslims were the bad guys in the situation.
All the more reason they need a state, then, right?
All the religions.
Listen, just because the Christians were able to do what the Muslims wanted.
Wait.
I'm just saying because this framing, like Christians.
Look, I'm not going to make the claim that Jews live peacefully along Christians because they didn't.
So then don't.
Jews had been shit on.
Well, the Muslims were bad and the Muslims were attacking. Don't do that.
I can do both. I can say that.
But you never give the other one.
No, you never give the other one because we're talking about Jews in like historic Palestine, in the Levant right now. That's the topic of conversation.
There,
if we're talking about Jews in Europe. Absolutely, there had been pogroms and genocides going back. Yes, the Christians did
Slavery was legal until 1918. The Jews being a major portion of slaves.
The Christians did not take well to the Jews. I agree, but this fake news.
Basically, everybody's advocating for the Ottomans
and the Christians living well, under Muslim lands. Like under Muslim rule, that's just simply not true, right? Both Christians and Jews were second-class citizens. They had to pay an extra tax, the jizya. They were subordinate. They couldn't practice their religion openly. They couldn't proselytize. And if I'm not mistaken, they also couldn't vote or like have political power. The Janissaries were an odd exception that really came because they were slaves. And the slaves had gained so much just raw might makes right strength power that they had to be respected within the Ottoman Empire. But generally, unless you were part of the Janissary Corps, like you were fucked. You were a second-class citizen.
And what they use those Janissaries on, by the way? What they use the Janissaries on?
Like, on Christians, yeah, of course.
Oh, yeah, and to keep everybody down. Like the Ottomans weren't nice people. Everybody advocating for all
I don't know why you guys are saying that. Like
you're basically advocating for going back to slavery. If we go back to
that's exactly what I said. No, Gibbs, you nailed it.
That's what's happening.
Your listening comprehension is amazing.
It is.
That's what I.
It's called history. My reading comprehension.
I was saying that we should go back to enslaving the people of that land. That's what I was saying, 100%. No, genius. Well, you're just saying something really fucking stupid, right?
I mean, that's the argument you're making. That's what you're supporting.
Really fucking stupid. No, I'm not supporting. Why? When I'm stating something that, like, hey, Jews were on that land previously, right? It's not me saying that they live perfect.
Oh, you said they're living side by side happily. Like that's bullshit.
No,
like,
I said
you're just that'd be me saying pre-1965 people were living happily with the right owners.
Right?
Like,
I'm saying that they've coexisted side by side. I believe that was the term I used. They coexisted side by side on that land. So I don't know what to tell you. And not
Breeds in 1965. African Americans were just coexisting with their cotton people.
Side by side.
I know. So Gibbs has decided to say something really fucking stupid. But they were so whatever. I'm just ignoring that. Whatever. There were Jews there previously. It's not like there were no Jews that there before, right? And then they just suddenly magically appeared. They were there, and then they started buying land. The land purchase was a little funny there, but still, there was
legal.
Some sort of purchase happening. We'll have to have a different argument about that. But in any case, right? They were taking land and they were integrating themselves into the community. That I like. Hey, like if it had been the case, right? So Gibbs talked about like, well, you don't have a problem with immigration. That's right. I like more immigration. So I wouldn't have a problem. I'm not a Palestinian, so my opinions don't really matter here. But still, I wouldn't have a problem with Jews simply showing up and being part of that community, and then building that community together with the current inhabitants. Yeah, that sounds great. I actually love that. That sounds like a beautiful dream. Let's do that thing. Let's have them coexist. Yeah, Jews like this is the place we want to come back because it has so much meaning to us. This bit of land, right, has so much meaning, and we want to integrate ourselves within this community and create some state where everyone there can be safe and prosper. Oh, then great. I'm 100% behind that, and I like that in the future. So don't say that I want Israel to be wiped out. Like I'm fine with the fact that the UN gave the Israelis some level of legitimacy there. I'm okay with that. So like talking about the international rules-based order, right? I'm okay with that. I think there should have been some input with some people who actually live there, right? Not just like handed down by the world powers. I think that's a problem. But the idea of creating the state in and of itself, no, I wouldn't call that, for me, an original sin. But other people might feel differently about that. Oh, Ali, so I want to give you a chance because you might have different opinions than me.
No, I mean it's not so much that the state exists; it's the way that it came to exist, and then the way it's continuing to exist. And like we just watch it. What I mean, listen, you have a group of people that were living there. They feel like a country was kind of imposed on them, and then as that country grows, their country diminishes to the point where 10 years ago Palestine used to be on Google Maps and Apple Maps. No longer on Apple Maps, it's just all Israel. So I mean, like for those people, when you're sitting there and you're like, you know, and you've made the joke a couple times now, Gibbs, when was Palestine a country? When was Palestine a country? So you're removing their ethnicity completely, right? Because
they were just a region like Britannica.
Well, I mean,
like
yeah,
Palestine, Lebanon, like it's never been a country. It's been just like a region, like Texas is a region. Like, you know, we're a country.
Except Texas was a country at one point.
We were a country. We actually have a national identity. So, like, that's where I was going with. Thank you for beating me to my joke there. I mean, it's really like,
just because white people didn't recognize a national identity for Palestinians doesn't mean that they didn't exist.
Oh, well, here's the thing. The Arabs didn't recognize that as a nationality. Nobody recognizes it as a nationality. You find me one country that did recognize it as a nationality. Oh, wait, you can't. But, you know, I do find that we were interesting, that whole argument that like it's just a terrible argument. We at least know that Israel was a country there at some point. It's not like we're sitting here going, oh, we want to make it the Philistines.
The South Africans didn't create a state. Does that mean then the white South Africans were okay to institute apartheid once they took military control of the land?
I mean, I'm not going to advocate for racism. I think it makes.
Why not? I mean, why not?
But I will say that might makes right. Like, you know, if you don't like something, change it.
So it's okay for the apartheid.
And the South Africans changed their fate.
So
So if might makes right, then you're in support of Hamas. If they can bomb out
the Israelis, if they won, I'd be okay with selling weapons to Hamas. I would like it if we became Hamas's backer instead of Iran. What's one more step to weakening our enemies if we're become the military guys and everybody in the Middle East?
It doesn't matter to me if
sell weapons to everybody.
This is why I think arguing that deep history is useless here. Because I have my perspective and you guys have your perspective on this. I don't think anything that matters when a genocide is happening right this moment. There is a genocide happening right now. There's an ethnic cleansing campaign happening right now. There's specifically ethnic cleansing North Gaza to put in new settlers. So Black Toad was talking about, all those other things weren't happening in Gaza. They weren't, right? There are lots of horrors happening in Gaza, but he doesn't know about those. He doesn't care. It's fine. But they're planning on putting settlers in northern Gaza right now. So that's the plan. Starve. It's the Starve or Surrender plan. That's the name of the plan. So you can search the plan, Google the plan. Starve or Surrender, or Surrender or Starve, one or the other. That's the plan that Israel is instituting right now. And they're clearing out northern Gaza. They're pushing the population out, right? And they're going to be putting settlers in northern Gaza, right? The members of the Likud party are talking about, yes, we're going to put settlers back in northern Gaza. They're going to get the rest of it later on. But that's the plan right now. So this is going to spread, right? What they're doing in the West Bank is going to spread there as well. So we can argue all day about was it legitimate? The Balfour Declaration, was that legitimate? Or Israel was attacked at some point in time. Is that the 6 Day War that happened, right? And who was right and who was wrong? But there is no excuse for genocide. There's zero. There's no justification for genocide, no matter what the political machinations of either side, right? I wouldn't genocide the Germans after World War II. After they genocide the Jewish individuals, I wouldn't genocide Germans.
It's not seen as a genocide. But I'm Gibbs, you said you want to sell weapons to both sides, which, all right, cool. Let me thanks from different sides.
Americans can one thing we do well: export war and export weapons.
So might is right, and if the winning side can win, then kudos. But the only reason this side is winning is because of how much we fund them. It's not so much that we sell them; we just give them money.
Yeah, listen. You're making. Listen, I'm an interventionist. I'm a neocon. I like to intervene in other kinds of politics. But you're making the Trump argument real well right there. It's really hard
this is a good point,
for an average. It's really hard for the average Joe. Like, say you're an average guy working your 9 to 5, and you go home every day, and all of a sudden you're like, man, I'm sick of the stuff going on the border. And then they have the Ukraine bill attached to the border bill, or we're gonna give all this billions of dollars to Israel to go fight a war between two groups of people that hate us.
You guys are both. But you guys are both. You guys are both sitting here defending Israel's right. But the only reason
we should sell them the guns.
The only way. Wait. You guys are defending Israel, but the only way Israel has the right to do anything is the might, and we're funding the might. So how are you? So you guys are okay.
They should pay for it. They should pay for it. They should pay for it.
We are both protesting.
But they don't pay for it.
But they should.
I'm going to choose.
So as Americans, shouldn't you guys be anti the funding of Israel, which would be anti-Zionism? The fact that Israel has so much influence.
I think Lactoid's been consistent on that.
Yeah. So the fact that
mine is just whatever best benefits.
If they pay full price, we should be able to sell. Yes, we should sell Israel guns and rockets and all that good stuff.
Sell guns to whoever you want. I'm talking about the way
I'm not in favor of selling guns to Hamas. I'm not in favor of selling guns to Hezbollah. Because I don't fund terrorist organizations, Prime. Okay, I'm not going to fund organizations that target civilians.
If we make a deal with them, actually, we can bring them back to the light. Look, we can sell them.
But you're not going to make a deal.
They're going to use those bombs on Israelis.
Hold on. Well, listen. Why don't we sell them defensive weapons?
And they're going to use those bombs,
like Javelin missiles. Now we can sell them air interceptors. Why don't we sell them?
This hypothetical is nice.
We have tried.
You can
we have. What do you mean? What do you mean we don't? But we made Osama bin Laden. Are you fucking? What do you? We sell all our shit.
So the reality of the situation
back in the 80s, at the Afghan war, we do it all the time. We switch sides
for a very long time. Corey, what would you like to say?
I don't know. This is going way back. I'm not even sure I fully remember all my questions.
Just say that Lactoid was wrong.
No, It was all was wrong.
Wait, you said I was right in the group chat. You said, "quote I'm not disagreeing." Didn't you say that? Hold on, let me.
With the videos, when you said the videos were like
not disagreeing. Yes, and those were made by who? Hamas for the children there, right?
Yeah, no, that is bad. I agree. No. It's also bad that they stole, Mickey Mouse.
That's the real crime. Copyright infringement.
You should. American copyright law. It is a good thing to violate that. American copyright law is immoral and is used to crush innovation. But yeah. Now, I mean, I wouldn't do it myself, but if other people did it, I wouldn't be sad if they violated the copyright of Disney. I'm just saying. But
I agree with you. And that actually brings me to a question. So also to clarify, now I remember, Loctoid earlier, I think you mentioned, I could be wrong, and you might have already addressed it in my brief absence. Like you said, I think you said something along the lines of, it's good when countries like increase their hegemony, or I think you said specifically like the United States.
When good countries increase their hegemony.
Okay, so I just want to clarify, do you also mean like it's good if they do it through war as well, or like you talking about like economic things and all that stuff?
Yeah. So I'm generally anti-war. I think that if like a good country comes out the good side, like the advantage position after war, that is a good result, generally speaking. But I'm skeptical of like means to an end. If the means outweigh the end, I wouldn't want to do it. So war could be included in that, but ideally it would not be. Ideally.
Okay.
For example, like Constantinople should return to Greece, right? It is a travesty that the invaders have occupied that land for how long, and it's horrific. But would a war against Turkey really be efficient right now? No, it wouldn't be a good idea.
Okay, and also I guess to maybe clarify Gibbs's, I guess, worldview, not necessarily on this topic, because you mentioned, I think you are like explicitly against international standards. Is that like fair? Like you pretty much said like you don't recognize them, right?
Yeah, whatever was best for the U.S.
Okay, well I think
we make the rules. That's the standard.
Okay, so there's no international. So then you're okay, as in like intellectual property shouldn't be international then, right? Like China can do whatever it wants with any intellectual property.
No, if America has intellectual property, then China should follow American rules because we are the superpower and they are little baby back bitches.
Okay, so you do want to just you really want just the United States like just reigning supreme.
Yeah, basically, yeah. I feel like I've been pretty upfront about that. Yeah.
Yeah, I do. To be fair,
okay.
Been honest.
And I guess maybe to clarify your position, Prime, in terms of like you mentioned with Iran funding Hamas. So if it was on the table that like Iran has a nuclear weapon and they want to sell it to Hamas, is that permissible to you?
I'm against nuclear proliferation in general.
Okay.
So I don't think America should have given Israel its nuclear weapons either.
Yeah. I'm just saying, like on the other side, like you would also be against that as well, as in like you seem to take no issue with Iran funding Hamas, but you have a limit of like, well, if you wouldn't want them to give them a nuke or sell them a nuke, is that fair?
Yeah? Nuclear proliferation is a bad thing in general. Yeah.
Okay. Cool.
But then again, so I that is my stance. However, I have been toying because someone put this. It was an article or something. I don't know. I forget where I saw this idea. And actually, maybe this should be a topic at some point in time. Let me just like get a taste of where you guys stand on this, right? We don't have to go deep into this. In fact, we can go into our prepared topic. We can do that. But I want a little taste of this to see where you guys stand on this. The idea of basically, actually, this is Gibbs' position, right? Basically, this is Gibbs' position.
I'm already against it.
Our friend Gibbs, right, is very honest about like how he thinks everyone should have any weapon they want, pretty much, right? What if we like made that the standard for countries as well, right? So basically, there is a lot of hesitancy. There was a lot of hesitancy for Ukraine to cross the Russian border. There's a lot of hesitancy of other like Arab nations to invade Israel now, right? Where it wasn't maybe previously. There's a lot of hesitancy for India to invade Pakistan and vice versa. The reason why? Those are all nuclear states, right? All of them have nukes. So that becomes a deterrent, right? The nuclear deterrent. Well, that's the case, right? And it's like, and there is very little deterrence to invade other states, right? The non-nuclear ones. Then would it be better if more states had nukes, right? If maybe we could have them under some sort of regime, right? Where, okay, you got your nukes, but like everyone gets to check on everyone else, right? And that like that your nukes are at least, safe in some sort of silo, not like in a barn somewhere, right?
Nah, they don't get to check. Don't let them check.
Okay.
Nobody needs to know. That's too many questions.
I'm gonna give that. Give me this one bit of regulation, Gibbs. Right? I'm like, this proposal pretty much gives you almost everything you want, right? So at the very least, right, like your nukes are secure, right? So every country that has the ability to secure nuclear weapons could get a nuclear weapon, right? Would that be a better state of affairs, do you think? Do you think that would lower the amount of war? Because now everyone's afraid to invade everyone else because they got nukes, right? There could be a nuclear response back. That's like an idea that's out there. Well,
I strongly disagree. I think the way I view it, just like same way that I take my stance in terms of guns, and like I don't think more guns makes a population. I don't think everyone on the planet should have a gun. Just like I don't think every country should have nuclear weapons. I don't see that as a deterrence, and not every individual should have a nuclear weapon. I think that just creates an overall state of fear and anxiety.
Okay, well, we'll go down the line, and I just want to get like your general thoughts and see if we can make this a topic. But Ghosty?
Yeah, I agree with Corey. I don't think every country having a nuclear weapon is a good idea, because I don't necessarily think that getting nuked back is a deterrent for everybody, especially like older leaders or like people who care more about going down in history books than the state of their actual country. So if they care more about, being like the country that nuked America or nuked anywhere else, and maybe they're like 80 or 90, they're at the end of their life anyways, and they care more about power and stuff like that. So it's not always a deterrent.
Okay. Thank you. Ali.
I mean, I think countries having nukes is different than like individuals having guns. I do think it would be a little bit of a deterrent, because like I don't know if any individual leader is going to have like the power to just like nuke for the sake of going down in history books when their country won't exist anymore. But I do think that having like, don't invade me or you'll get nuked is a pretty decent deterrent.
Okay, interesting. Thank you. I think I already know what he's going to say, but Gibbs, please.
Yeah, let them all have nukes. This is really the factor here, is that, everybody can have the nukes because it really doesn't matter, because there's such like a giant technological gap between, say, like, I don't know, Turkmenistan and the U.S. Like, we were going to invade Turkmenistan, and they had all the weaponry they wanted, all the nukes. Yeah, they're not going to get the nukes off the ground. I'd be much more afraid, if I was them, of like an Elon Musk who knows how to actually shoot rockets into space than Turkmenistan. So, I think everybody should have nukes, and that includes individual people.
No, okay. Well, that's
even children, Gibbs.
Hey, listen, if they can afford to if children can afford to get a nuke and be able to control and maintenance it, by all means, let them.
Palestinian 2-year-olds, right, who are being trained.
If they got that ability listen, we're at the point we can mass produce nuclear weapons like to that scale that 2-year-olds can get them, and they're weaponized, they're efficient. We have done something right in the world, like production wise. Science is advanced. I'm saying we'll probably move past weapons at that point. I'm just saying
it should be like you guys ever see play Fallout? The game, they have like the fat, I think the big boy or the fat boy, I forget what to call it, right? Basically, it's a rocket propelled mini nuclear grenade that you can toss. Heaven for our friend Gibbs, but sorry, Lactoid.
I think that nuclear weapons only function as a deterrence when you're dealing with a rational actor. And arguably, the Soviets were rational actors. And even then, there was a couple close calls, right, due to like malfunctioning technological equipment and stuff. But the Soviets were rational actors. I think they were evil, but they were absolutely rational actors. What I'm concerned about is when you have people who are not rational actors who get a hold of nuclear weapons, such as the government of Iran, for example, which is a theocracy dominated by religious fanatics who dream of martyrdom and want a world of fire and to destroy their enemies. That concerns me because these people are not afraid of death, and they see it as a welcome gift, and they see the death of their people as a welcome gift. That terrifies me. So if we're dealing with like rational actors like the Soviet Union or arguably even like North Korea, again, terrible countries, I dislike the people. There is a deterrent effect if they get nukes, but if an irrational actor like religious fanatics, if they get a hold of a nuke, I'm concerned. I think that might just all of a sudden we have a mushroom cloud and we don't know why.
You really think like the Iran? Let's just say it's just Iran, and like it'd be versus America. Let's say you think that Iran would like actually take action and nuke America for the sake of their regime, knowing that they're going to get nuked back or like decimated literally at that point?
I think they're less concerned with the deterrent effect. I think that if for some reason something. Now, they've demonstrated a little bit of, which is encouraging, they've demonstrated a little bit of restraint recently when it comes to Israel.
A lot of restraint.
Now, that's encouraging, I suppose, in the case that they do develop a nuclear weapon. But again, I'm not convinced. I think that all it would take is a little push, and the fanaticism would take over, and they would fire something at Israel, and then if Israel gets a nuke fired at it, then the U.S. is responding, and now we have World War III.
Yeah, I think it'd be completely antithetical to their whole goal, which is why I think it works as a deterrent, because they would know that the retaliation would come, which honestly is why they haven't gone so hard yet, probably, which would probably explain for like Hezbollah as well, which is they're not going as severe, as hard as like you would assume that they would go, since they are already fanatic. So I'm saying, like, if all the countries have the nuclear deterrent, like, or the nukes, then countries like Iran wouldn't be able to continue their fanaticism. It would be the end of their of their goal.
I don't think that's true. I think that
Israel's got nukes now, right?
I think they're motivated.
They just nuked Iran.
I think they're motivated by something like a deep. I mean, it is a theocracy.
Yeah.
It is a repressive theocracy. But the one last concern I wanted to say.
Do you not want to have this conversation now, Prime?
I want to say it's a very actual topic. Yeah,
sure. With small countries having nuclear weapons, the other issue we have, and this is one of the reasons why even the U.S. didn't want Ukraine to keep the nuclear weapons, is because we want the countries that have nukes to have the security apparatus necessary to prevent them from falling into the hands of actual fanatic terrorist organizations, right? Like, can you imagine if, like in Pakistan, for example, which is a nuclear power, and the government's already pretty unstable, that's a majorly concerning situation, because what if ISIS begins gaining serious ground and then they get a hold of a nuke? I mean, Jesus Christ, that's doomsday.
Yeah. I'd like to have this. I think we have some disagreement here. I'm really interested in us exploring this topic. So I think I'm going to write it down here. Topic, right? Nukes for tykes. We can argue that. It seems like a fun one. Hopefully we can get some more people to discuss that one. Because I could argue both sides. Like, so my stance, because it was asked to me, I think by Gibbs. No, Corey asked me. Like, my official stance is, to be against nuclear proliferation. But I mean, I can see the other side. Yeah. So, but okay. So why don't we? Hey, all!
I can't wait for the Fisher-Price branded nuke. That's the world I want to live in.
This is every roundtable we have Mondays at 8 p.m. Eastern. We've got a great group of guests here. Every time I'm like, "Hey, Lactoid, what's your opinion on something?" Okay.
To be fair, you brought up this one with Rudy Giuliani. Just to be fair.
I did. That's what I'm saying. Every time I bring up like, "Hey, Lactoid, what's your opinion on something?" It spirals. But shout out to the people here, these individuals who, were good sports during this conversation. That I promise you was not what I wanted to. I just wanted to talk about like the vile racist behavior of the Trump campaign, which you could expect, and to see where my friend Lactoid was on that scale. That was all I wanted to see. Not whether he's a racist, but whether he thinks he's racist. I want to be clear. That would be very clear. That's what I wanted.
I
anyway.
love all the different races. Okay, all beautiful. It's like a beautiful color spectrum of people. It's great.
Yeah. Okay, I was gonna make a comment, but I'm not gonna do it. I'm not gonna do it. I'm choosing peace, right? So let's start. So Lactoid, thank you for being here, friend. Much appreciated. How are you?
I'm doing good. How you doing, Prime?
I mean, we argued about Israel Palestine, so my blood pressure is up.
Are we jumping right into the topics, or are we just introducing ourselves?
Well, let me actually let's just do both. So I'm gonna see the first topic, and then we'll go from there. All right. Before I do that, hey everyone. If you've been enjoying this, our talk so far, right? And by enjoying it, like what that means here on Twitch, it might be different from the thing that you understand, right? Enjoying means that like you feel something, right? You feel either happy, sad, or angry, or anything, right? But it kept you around for further discussions. Oh, wait a minute. No, wait. Okay. 1 second. Our friend Lawson Harrison, right, gave 20 American dollars, real dollars, on a YouTube super chat 3 minutes ago. He says, when the leaders of theocratic dictatorships tell you that they what they think, it's crucial that we believe them. Okay, so I guess you're agreeing with our friend Lactoid there, that like the leaders of Iran are serious about like being martyrs. Actually, I don't know the state of my only pushback on this question. I'm going to react to this quickly. From my friend Lawson. This might be a gap in my knowledge, and so I'll put that out there. I don't know how like the actual leadership, like what their mindset is in like Iran, or even Saudi Arabia. I think I have a better idea of Saudi Arabia, but like Iran, for one thing, like our media understanding of our geopolitical rivals is always off, right? We just have like on American news stations, the other side is bad, real bad, right? Russians, real bad. Chinese, real bad. Iranians, real bad, right? And not to say that I agree with these nation states, right? That I agree with their organizations. I don't. To be very clear, right? They're run by horrible individuals. I don't like them. I don't like their ideology. I support none of that. However, like just saying they're bad doesn't give you a proper understanding of their thought processes, right? What motivates them. And I just don't have, I know there are books written about these things, but trying to figure out which books are worth reading here, like what information to actually intake can be very difficult here. So the point of me bringing this up is that like our friend Lactoid talks about how he believes the Russian state, even though they were run by communists, pro-communist sentiments from Lactoid, but they were rational, communist, rational. Oh, wow, that's good to know. If only Scott was here to
evil, but rational.
Praise. Yeah. Evil, rational, right? To hear you praise the Communist Party. But like he talked about how like they're at least a rational organization, right? Well, I'm not sure that like the Iranians, like their leadership, isn't rational. I'm not sure. Like they have like a population that they respond to, right? Like harshly, oftentimes they try to oppress this population. That's true, absolutely, right? But like they aren't completely unaccountable to that population, in their ability to provide for them. The same with the Russians. Same with the Chinese. The Chinese are very concerned about like an uprising, even though they have like near total control of the society. It's a constant fear, right, of them. They have constituencies, even if it's just among the party, right? They have organizations they answer to, right? So even like a person like Xi Jinping, who has near total control at this point, right? Like he can't just do anything that he likes, right? Without like zero blowback, right? He has to show up a base of support. So anyway, all this sounds like rational individuals working within a system. And it would seem to me that if these people were nuclear armed, one, it would change their calculations for how they view the world entirely. And two, that they wouldn't be like giddy to like use it against their enemies at the drop of a hat. Because especially if they are fear that their enemies can respond. But I don't know. Maybe Lactoid's completely correct. And like the Iranian what's it, Mullah? Is that the word I'm looking for? Is maybe they're completely irrational, right? And just like, you know, they get a vision from God and they're like, let's press the button immediately, right? Maybe. But I'm not willing to just state that. So this is a response to Lawson. So yeah, that's my my thoughts there.
Like you can't martyr your own people. Like they have to do it. Like it has to happen to them from others, or they have to go in willingly. You're not allowed to like make the decision on one end. Because like if we're gonna go with like their fanaticism, it is like, once again, it's just like antithetical to everything that they'd be able to accomplish.
Yeah. I think it's like, I think most Westerners really have very little idea of like what the Iranians like want, right? Or what the Iranian state like really like, what makes them tick. I think we also, I think we have a better idea for CCP, but still, I think because, you know, of our rivalries with them, we don't actually really know, like why the CCP does the things that it does, what its incentives that it responds to, right? Like, we don't really understand that. Like, and I mean, like the common people. Maybe our leaders might have a better idea, but I think for the most of us, and I'm including me, I'm including myself in here, right? Like, I don't have a full idea of that in the way like I could maybe describe a Western nation. So I just leave it at that. Yeah. Anyway, guys, support the channel. I was gonna say before I read the topic, sub to the channel, gift bits or gift subs if you like that. Thank you, Lawson, for being so kind as to support us with $20 on YouTube super chat. Right, I had to barter and beg, but I did get Corey to allow me to read that in a timely manner.
Don't link the DMs, please.
It'll cost me later on. I was supposed to wait an hour, but he said. Corey said, I'll let it through this time, but you're going to pay. But in any case, thank you, Lawson. Yes, if you're on YouTube, you can get a super chat, and we'll read the super chat. We'll respond to the super chat like I just did. If you're on YouTube, you will get, apparently, for subbing, let me read this thing out loud. Sorry, guys, quickly. There are rewards up to October 31st. We'll be streaming then, too, because that's... All Black Everything is on there on Thursday, right? But you get rewards. So buy one new sub, get 3 months Discord Nitro, right? So if you buy one new sub here, so if out there don't have a sub, that's a reason to do this. You'll get Fallout Day, watch Fallout 76 to earn the Rusted Jack-o'-lanterns. I don't know what that is. I don't know what that has to do with me. But there are drops and stuff. There are things, there are rewards. So there are rewards here. So, but you gotta sub. You get subs to the channel. Get bits of gift subs. And you'll get stuff. Thank you for the 300 bits, Soyato. Y'all talking about nukes, but I'm touching grass. Keep the content flowing. Thank you, Soyato. So that was a good one. Actually, I was thinking about you. I'm not sure if you're still listening, but Soyato, I actually was thinking about you previously. Because there was a conversation I was watching on YouTube about nukes, about the tech companies that are restarting the nuclear power plants, right? Like Microsoft, they're like restarting 3 Mile Island. I'm not sure if you guys heard about that one. And Amazon is investing in nuclear power. And I was thinking our conversation, Soyato, about nuclear power. And Soyato had moved me on this issue. So shout out to Soyato, who's been really a kind member of this community and who would a nice person to talk to just in general, but knows a lot about the nuclear industry. And very extremely knowledgeable individual. It was very useful to me, understanding that part and changing my mind. So thanks so much, Soyato. Okay, back to it. Topic one. In Minneapolis, a black man was shot by his white neighbor over cutting down a tree. The white neighbor was known to be mentally ill, armed, and dangerous. He had previously threatened other residents and had 3 active arrest warrants. And still, at this very moment, at least when I wrote it last night, despite being charged, he is on the loose. The police chief says the cops didn't arrest him sooner because they were, quote unquote, scared, you use the word scared, that the media might blame them if the operation turned deadly. Who is to blame? Excuse me. Who is to blame for this crazed man being left in the streets? Black Lives Matter for attacking the reputation of the police, politicians for threatening to defund the police, a quick to react media environment, or maybe the cops themselves. So, it's a crazy story. Apologize, guys. It's a crazy story that I stumbled upon last night. Exactly as it sounds. So there's like this black family moves into this neighborhood, and the father goes to talk to his neighbor. Talks about he wants to cut a tree. The tree is on his property, right? So this tree is on his property, but he wants to talk to his neighbor, let him know that he's thinking of cutting this thing down, and just wanted to have a chat with him about that. Neighbor freaks out on him, right? And tells him, like, go away or whatever the fuck, right? He leaves, but he's like, I'm gonna come back. So he comes back, right? And this white neighbor yells at him again and starts saying a bunch of racist stuff, right? And he's like, and from there it escalates where this guy is like showing up on his property. So the white neighbor comes onto the black neighbor's property and then like attacking him. This guy apparently, part of his MO, he likes to use a shovel. Apparently, he likes to use a shovel to attack people. And the black neighbor has to like pepper spray the guy to get him to back off. He attacks other people. Like one time, he attacked another completely separate neighbor, right? Third neighbor, with a shovel. He's like come in confrontation with people like walking through the neighborhood, right? Like this guy is off his rocker, and he specifically told this black neighbor that like I'm going to shoot you if you touch this tree, right? And he followed through with his promise. He shot this guy in the neck. He's alive. He's alive right now, but he's like severely injured. And the police have not arrested this individual. He had, again, 3 active arrest warrants. Like when he shot the guy, right? The police were very much aware of this individual previously, right? He had been gotten complaints, not only like dozens of emails from like this black family, but also like calls from other people saying this guy is a danger. And the police never arrested him. And now that this news is making national headlines, the police have got a bunch of excuses as to why not. And I want to see if any of that's legitimate. So we'll start for Friendly Lactoid. You can introduce yourself and opening statements. So Lactoid.
Yeah, I'm Lactoid. If you like what I had to say thus far, you can find me at Lactoid TV on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube. I think this is going to be a topic that I'm probably going to find some disagreement with Prime as well, and perhaps some agreement as well. Firstly, the shooting of this guy was horrific, and I wish him a speedy recovery, and this guy absolutely should have been arrested. But there's a question as to, well, why wasn't he arrested keep in mind, this is Minneapolis, right? And there absolutely has been an effect that has happened in cities that experience Black Lives Matter protests specifically. I did link one study over 5 years within cities that have BLM protests. Murders rise about 12%, 11.5%. Reported property crime arrests decrease by 12%, and the property crime clearance rate goes down about 8%, which means that essentially what happens is the cops don't want to do their job anymore, right? They don't want to go arrest people for property crimes. They don't clear property crimes, and reported murders go up, which is not good, right? Now, we are currently in the midst of a trial happening in New York in which Daniel Penny has been arrested for the death of Jordan Neely. And, I would argue that that's a situation of somebody trying to stop a crazy person from attacking other people and getting punished for it. And I do wonder if, why would you want to respond to a call like this if you were a cop? There's nothing but loss in it for you, right? If you show up, I mean, this is a maniac who's got guns in his house. What are you going to do? Breach the house and go in there? He's got a gun. Shots are probably going to be exchanged. And if you do one little thing wrong, or even if you do everything correct, by the way, which you've seen as well, if you do everything correct, depending on how the body cam footage is edited, you might come across as a bad guy, and people might hate you, and people might riot, and you might, even if you don't get in trouble because you're cleared, you still face a litany of issues, and the city faces a litany of issues. So I empathize, I guess, with all parties involved here, except for the psycho shooter, right? I empathize with his neighbor who did nothing wrong, who was just simply trying to trim a tree on his own property. Nothing wrong with that. He obviously doesn't deserve to get shot over that. And I empathize with the cops that don't feel comfortable in the modern era, especially Minneapolis, responding to this guy who has lots of prior arrests and lots of prior restraining orders. I wonder why he still wasn't in jail. That's a little bit odd. But clearly this guy was a maniac. I just don't know how to fix it. I think that we got to change the cultural narrative here to, at the very least, just say, let's wait until we get the evidence before we start burning shit down. I think that might help. But until we do then, I understand the cops' point of view.
Thank you so much. Admiral Gibbs.
So just a quick update. I guess I'm Admiral Gibbs. You can find me at Admiral Gibbs. Quick update. They did arrest the guy yesterday, like late last night is what it looks like. I mean, I didn't know that. But we are in some situation where, I tell you where this wouldn't have happened. It's Texas, because we would have shot him. That's what would have happened. He would have got shot. The neighbor should have had a gun. He should have fired back. That self-defense. The cops wouldn't have needed. Yeah, he should have had a nuke, blown up the whole guy's house. Then the cops wouldn't even need to get involved because the guy would have been Adams. But no, really, the guy should have been able to defend himself, etc., etc. We've got this thing. This is I kind of like, as a conservative, almost want to be like, look, you're getting what you asked for. This is like, if he had gone in there and they'd shot this guy, even it says in the article you sent us, they were like, one of their excuses, like, well, then we would have shot a mentally ill guy. Just think of what they did to poor Mr. Kyle Rittenhouse. When he got attacked by a sex offender and he shot him, they called this man a victim. They're just using anything they can do to attack like law-abiding citizens. And that's what the cops are. They're law-abiding citizens just trying to enforce the law as, and whatnot. So if they go in there and they're trying to arrest this guy, they shoot the guy. Tragedy. Oh, he killed a mentally ill guy. It's a damned if you do, damned if you don't. And it's kind of one of these situations where, hey, this is the world you wanted. You wanted to defund the police. You wanted them to go sing Kumbaya and not do actual shit, not do actual police work. And now guess what you get? You get crime. And guess what? Just like y'all been telling us all this time how the crime wasn't now, then that crime report came out, crime's up. This is what's going to happen. Crime's going to keep going up if we don't have any law and order and if we don't have citizens that are able to defend themselves. It's really that simple. We need 2A and we need funding for police.
Thank you so much, friend. Corey.
Thanks
for being here, friend.
No problem. Always a pleasure. Super appreciate it. I'll try to keep it brief. You can find me on Twitch, Corey Camel 84, Twitter, X, Instagram, YouTube is Corey Camel. So I appreciate. I find the binary created so far interesting. It's like, since there was criticism towards police, it's like, well, then police can't do their job. And also, generally speaking, I think I think it's fair to say that police is a largely male-dominated field. And I find it interesting that there's this whole people in this demographic. They tend to like talk about how important masculinity is. Okay, I think that's pretty baked into sort of like being a police officer. But then there's a little bit of criticism, and then they're too afraid to do their job. Right? I can't do anything. It's just like this insurmountable, which I find kind of I would say fragile masculinity at the end of the day. And so maybe you shouldn't be a police officer if like a little bit of criticism towards your job just prevents you from actually doing your job. And maybe, actually man up, so to speak, where there are valid criticisms towards police. But that doesn't mean, at least I'm not advocating for the abolishment of police, of like, they should be able to do the job. They should be able to protect communities. But like, there's obviously a balance there. And from what I can tell, if you're from what's contained in the article, if they're actually too afraid to like arrest this person, one, again, you should sort of like question why you got into the job in the first place. And two, I think some of the challenges can probably be overcome. I don't know for sure, But like with body cams, with maybe engaging with the community more or being more transparent about the process of you're going to arrest this person. I don't know for sure, but I would hope some of the challenges that could be overcome, or some of the optical challenges could have been overcome. And there's a whole bunch of other questions in regards to this, in terms of like, well, yeah, gun possession and how to treat the mentally ill and approach them. But I'll leave it there for now.
So much, Ghosty.
Okay. Hi, I'm Ghosty, spelled with a 6, and I'm on YouTube. So my first reaction to this was first like, holy shit, this is crazy. Why was this man allowed to even like have weapons at this point? 3 arrest warrants he already had, and the police were called 19 times, and all this crazy shit. And then I read Hennepin County, and I was like, Hennepin County, where have I heard this before? I'm a true crime person, and one of my biggest cases that I advocate for, I've actually been wanting to make a video about this, but is David Scott Elmquist, and he was in Hennepin County, and he burned alive in his house, and the police waited outside of his door for over 35 minutes without going in to rescue him, because his girlfriend told the police that he might have a knife and he might be dangerous. So he literally found his way out of the door himself, and he was burnt over 90% of his body with like burns, fell on the ground. The police were still like, crawl towards us, like it was a crazy story. He ended up dying in the hospital. So his family are trying to get they ruled it as a suicide despite all this crazy evidence. There's also like potential evidence that the police like put a knife there, because there's this whole many stories. Basically what I'm trying to say is this police department, this county, has a long history. It's also the county of George Floyd, where George Floyd happened. So this these police departments in this county have a long history of, and even before George Floyd, of just injustice and corruption. So I don't necessarily buy this story of like, oh, we're afraid to go in there. They have a history of covering their asses for a lot of their mistakes. So yeah, I just think there is a problem with the whole police force in that county.
So much. And finally, our finale.
So I missed the question?
Topic is the Minneapolis police thing that we're first topic.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I got to reread the question. Just go on and I'll give me a minute.
Okay. All right. Well, let's jump into it. Yeah. Blackwood, you said there are going to be some agreements and disagreements. Where do you anticipate that?
I think the agreement is that this neighbor probably shouldn't have been shot by his psycho racist white neighbor. The peaceful black guy just pruning his tree, right? I think that's probably an agreement we have. But I think one of the disagreements we have is perhaps what the reason the police feel were hesitant to actually go in and do anything. I mean, we're talking about the same county that had the entire district burned down, right, after George Floyd.
Well, I mean, that speaks to two things, Lactoid, right there. Minorities need to increase gun ownership. Like, that's really what it comes down to. If this neighbor had a gun shot back, we wouldn't even need the police over there.
No, wait. No, I saw the video.
Hold on. You brought up the burnings and the riots. Gibbs. If those business owners had been able to defend their property better, the rioting wouldn't have been bad. This is just the biggest...
He shot from the window of his house.
Yes, well, I don't disagree. I don't disagree. I want them to have guns. I don't disagree.
I'm just saying.
But Gibbs, if you watch the video, this dude is literally just like pruning his tree. He's not even looking at the gunman. The gunman's like up there, like in the window, and then shoots down at him, and then he drops him.
Should have maybe a 357 Magnum on there. Put some hollow point, shoot through the wall.
He was hit. He was hit and paralyzed immediately.
Well, maybe his family member came out with a gun blast. Either way, there should have been some. This shouldn't have even gotten to the cops. Like, that's really what it comes down to. It's just crazy. It's just crazy.
No, you're right. I agree. It shouldn't have gotten to the cops because this mentally ill man shouldn't have had a gun in the first place.
Yeah, well, the bad guys are going to get guns.
They wanted to take the gun away from him. I can't help but empathize a little bit, and it feels bad because I shouldn't, and it's petty and it's dumb.
But you're gonna do it any which way.
But I really I gotta be honest with my emotions here for a second. When Gibbs said this feels a little bit like Just Desserts, it kind of does, right? I mean, this is the same area that had burned down the entire precinct and was screaming that they don't need cops, and then the cops don't show up, and it's a problem. Well, is it a problem? I mean, I agree I agree it's a problem. I mean, do you guys agree it's a problem? That's the question. And
I think they wanted cop reform, which they clearly still need.
At the time, hold on. What kind of reform? Burning down the entire precinct, defunding them, sending social workers in? Would a social worker be able to disarm this guy?
They needed a message, and they didn't reply to the white guy because they thought Black Lives Matter was going to attack them. I don't know if that's the retaliation.
I do wonder if the only reason they care about it.
This seems kind of like they heard about this guy. They're like, fuck it, get what you deserve, and they let it happen.
No. That's not what happened.
Hold on. If this mentally ill guy had got shot by the cops, are you telling me? Don't lie. You tell me right now that the headline on CNN tomorrow would be mentally ill man shot by police.
Yeah.
Would that not be the headline tomorrow?
They don't have to shoot him. They didn't arrest him because
no. Ali, you're missing it. So he was holed up in his house with guns, right? The only way that they're going to extract this guy to arrest him is if they kick down the door and storm the place. And that's going to lead to a firefight, probably, right? And then what's going to happen is there's going to be, armchair quarterbacking. There's going to be, well, why did you go in there? Why didn't you wait till he get out? Which is what the cops planned to do. They said, we're going to wait until he steps out of the house, until he's away from his guns, and then we're going to swoop in and arrest him because he had 3 arrest warrants and 12 restraining orders. This guy was an absolute lunatic, right? And the cops knew that, and they were going to arrest him. They just didn't want to storm the house because if they did, they're probably going to have to shoot. And if they had to shoot, they're probably going to leave, right. If he is holding the gun and aims it at them, but they all happen to shoot first, that could lead to a whole nother riot. That could lead to the whole place being burned down.
With this guy's rap sheet, I don't think anyone's gonna sit here and riot in the streets. I don't think CNN's gonna post.
Have you seen the rap sheets of these other people that have been killed that have led to riots? I mean, look at the people who attacked Kyle Rittenhouse. Look at the guy who.
The guy is literally a sex offender.
Yeah, look at Daniel. A sex offender of the worst kind. And look at the guy Daniel Penny.
Those are two different circumstances.
No, it's the exact same.
Completely different context. What are we? Okay, listen. The Kyle Rittenhouse thing. Once again, I agree that it was self-defense.
Jacob Blake. What about Jacob Blake? Wait. Jacob Blake. That led to mass riots, and that was a guy who was literally being pursued by the cops for a sex offense. He had been tasered twice, and the tasers had been ineffective. Reached into his car for a knife, and then was shot, and that led to riots. If that leads to riots, there is nothing you can do as a cop, right? I mean, the one Asian cop got stabbed by that 6'3" black woman, and he was demonstrated so much restraint that we haven't seen riots about that. But he had to get stabbed twice.
Yeah,
his face is covered in blood, and then he finally shot.
Remember my thing about just having gun owners register, especially if they have no
register.
This guy, the cops wanted to take this guy's gun away. They were this guy was not allowed to have a gun, but he had him anyway.
This guy's family still lived next door to this madman who just shot the husband or the father or whatever, and his wife and I don't know if he has kids, but his family still lived next door to this man, and the cops weren't even risking going in. They were too afraid of protest or whatever instead of protecting this man's family.
Yeah, they don't want to lose another precinct. They don't want to lose another precinct, right? They already lost one.
They were protecting a black family. Once again, I don't think BLM was going to riot. Unless all lives matter got up there.
No, it would have been a different faction. It would have been the anti-gun people, they coming in, or the police brutality people. Listen, don't act like people don't use every opportunity to go after the police.
No. So here's my thing. No. This is
literally called sex offenders.
We know that this doesn't happen on the other side. Black people. When they decided, when the collectively decided we need to do something about police brutality, rose up and did something called Black Lives Matter. The only time white people,
damage.
Yeah, I don't give a fuck about what they did. I'm talking about the beginnings, like the beginning, the inception of the idea.
Insurrection, right?
Then white people just came up with a counter to Black Lives Matter with All Lives Matter. White people don't care if people are getting shot.
Wait.
They don't.
The other guys, the guys that Kyle Rittenhouse shot were white. The guys that Kyle Rittenhouse shot were white, first of all. So we already have examples of that shit if white people get shot. And second of all, I mean, point taken, people would probably freak out way more if the races were reversed. But like, let me ask you.
The Kyle Rittenhouse thing, they weren't annoyed. I don't think you get what people were annoyed about with the Kyle Rittenhouse
thing. They had Rosenbaum's name, like they literally had his portrait on banners that they were marching down the street with. They called him a martyr. The same guy who was, by the way, look him up. He committed sex offenses in the worst possible way.
I get your defense, and I don't want to.
I'd be like, put Diddy on a banner.
I'm saying, like, as someone who, listen, I get that it was self-defense, legal, whatever it may be. The other guy was a sex offender. All this
Kyle Rittenhouse was a hero.
No, see that part.
Yes, he was. But
I think he was. Once again, for most people, it was just a punk kid with a gun who went across.
Let me ask you. Most people are wrong. But let me ask you. I just want to ask you about this question specifically.
Let's idolize the fucking.
Okay, about this Minneapolis question specifically. Are you saying that if the guy holed up in his house, the lunatic, if he was black, then you would empathize a lot more with the cops not going in? Is that your point?
I think that they wouldn't have hesitated, and that's kind of what I'm trying to say. I don't think they would have hesitated.
They would have hesitated more
if there was a guy with 3 warrants, a hold up with.
I think it's
in Minneapolis, and he's black.
It's an excuse. It's an excuse, and again, like I said, this county has a history of covering their ass and making excuses like this all the time for their mistakes.
I think it was a nice cover. They're like, hey, look, we don't.
It doesn't make sense to think that Black Lives Matter is going to protest.
It's reflected in the stats. It's reflected in the stats. The cities that had BLM protests, you saw murder increases more than other areas, and you saw less police activity when it comes to solving property crimes.
You're killing a white guy that killed a black or that shot a black guy? No. You think Black Lives Matter is going to protest that?
He didn't shoot
other factions.
He didn't shoot a black guy yet. The question is, why didn't the cops do something earlier? So what would have happened? They literally would have been kicking on the door of a white guy in there, mentally ill, who actually hadn't shot anybody yet, okay? And then the question is, well, if the cops have to shoot him because this guy's armed.
Orders and
12.
Warrants. I'm talking about this situation.
Jacob Blake had how much fucking criminal shit after him, and people still rioted when he was shot. I mean, even George Floyd was getting investigated for a crime. Like, that shit doesn't matter at all.
Okay, one second. All right. Corey struck back. He struck back. And the status quo has been
balance has been restored in the force.
Exactly. Lawson Harrison gave another $10 a while 20 minutes ago. All right. Add this to your list of featured topics. What nation would we guess follows the tenets of Islam the closest? What nation follows the tenets of Islam the closest?
Doesn't Saudi Arabia have it in their constitution?
No, it is their constitution. The Quran is their constitution, yeah.
Okay. All right, maybe that answers it. Okay. I was like, doesn't Iran?
I've heard this. If this is like an obscure, I've heard that like America technically follows the tenets, but because you're not supposed to have kings under, like this whole theocracy thing is complete bullshit. Like you're not meant to have theocracy. But
there's sultans. They're not kings. You know, it's a different word.
No, you're not meant to have theocracies. It's written.
Yeah. So that's interesting. So maybe Saudi Arabia might be the beginning and end of that question. But thank you so much, Lawson, for supporting the channel. So for this issue, I've been trying to listen because I think some interesting points are being brought up on both sides. I'm a centrist, so call me Wick all of a sudden. I want to reach out. I'm going to reach out to my friend Lactoid, okay? It's me reaching out across the distances here. I think there's a point to be made. That's why I wrote it down in part of the question, right? Like, is part of this like an overreactive media, right? That could there have been a headline that the Minneapolis police who have reputation. I'll leave it at that. Have reputation. If they bust down this guy's door, right, try to take him, and it's going to get aggressive, right? It's a matter of can this guy get to his guns fast enough. And what that look like, right? If they end up shooting him, it's something that would, if let's say we're watching this, then we have like footage, right, of this confrontation that we might say is legitimate, right? That if we actually looked at it, we would say, this kind of looks legitimate. This guy is fucking crazy, right? But does that get flattened in a headline saying the Minneapolis police killed a mentally, damaged individual, whatever the fuck?
Yes.
Yes, that could happen. That could absolutely happen. I also want to give, because I'm listening back and forth with the Ali and Lactoid, right? And what they're saying here. And, Ali, you're talking about, like, what if the races were reversed and, like, Black Lives BLM is not going to march for this white guy. And, like, we're thinking about, like how anti-cop sentiments would express themselves if it ended in lethal use of force in capturing this individual. I think it's weird that we're relying, like, the defense here would be that, well, BLM would just ignore this person, right? That the cops shouldn't be hesitant because I guess Black Lives Matter doesn't care when white people die.
No, that wasn't the point. The Black Lives Matter is still anti-police brutality, but I think that in the inception for like these protests or these riots, they don't begin without a little bit of context, like slight context. I think when it comes to like things like this guy gets shot, and the people that are going to start the riot, protest, or whatever would look into the case. It would be a black family was being harassed by this man.
No,
there's X amount of history that leads into it.
Hold on.
No, the riots. Wait, the riots and the protests didn't happen. Wait. The riots and the protests happened.
Other factions.
The riots and the protests happened during specific instances of police brutality. Right? No. It like I don't know all the rights, but it was like Tamir rights, Trayvon. There were specific instances that people protested for, and I think that it came with
and a lot of them were false. And a lot of them were false.
But, hold on, I'm going to push back.
What were a lot of them that were false?
Mike Brown, right? That was investigated by Obama's FBI and determined that the cop actually did nothing wrong. Right? The BLM still has "Hands Up, Don't Shoot" as a slogan, despite the fact that comes from Mike Brown, and that was absolutely disproven. "Hands Up, Don't Shoot" was a lie, and they continue to march on that lie. Jacob Blake, right, the guy who, again, fucking attacked or was reaching for a knife to attack a cop after getting tasered twice, and both of the tasers failed. Right, those are two right off the bat. I look into it more, and I know I can find more because I've looked into it.
I want to jump in here too. There's also
both of those are questionable. Really, like the ones that I think
one of them was a 6-year or 8.
It was a 12-year-old who pulled a fake but realistic looking gun and pointed it at a cop. That's questionable.
They were in the car.
Yes, bullets go through windows. Yes, absolutely. Now, and especially if they're able to shoot him, their windows must have been down. So bullets can't hit people in a car. That is questionable. Tamir Rice, you can look into that. The kid had, and it's a tragedy, the kid had a gun that looked like a real gun, and he pointed it at the cops. Now, if we're talking about, I think the two cases I can think of that are not questionable, absolutely it is the case that the cops did something wrong, was George Floyd, and then that recent one, what's her name?
Tamika.
No, not Tamika. Actually, that one has some questions too, not regarding her, but regarding the situation. But I'm talking about the woman who had the pot of water, where the cops just.
Oh yeah.
What was her? I forget her name.
I don't remember.
But there was a recent case. I watched the full video and looked into it. Like she literally.
Just to be clear, it was
wholly unjustified.
It was two that you denounced, a bunch that were questionable, and two that are definitely like.
It's more than it's more than two that are complete lies. You'll have to give me a little bit of time to go through and remember all the specific names because I can't remember all the specific names. Yeah, off bat, I can name exactly 2, and you can name exactly 2
but hold
that
on,
are questionable, by the way. Can you give me, besides George Floyd, can you give me one that is absolutely unequivocally police brutality? One, other than George Floyd.
I do kind of think the Tamir Rice thing was a bit
What do you do when somebody points what looks to be very realistically a gun at you? What do you do as a cop?
I'm not sure they did.
You don't just shoot them.
Point at them, but like
that's what the investigation
said. Because I saw the video when the kid was just like playing around with the gun, twirling around, like. But before we get into this, like, let me try this, right? So it's like I'm reaching out to you.
So that was my point. It's not so much that it's like because it's a white person that they don't care. I think that with these protests comes a little bit of nuance. Sometimes maybe they jump off the gun, but it's not like every single time something happens, there's giant protests and riots. It seems to be like specific instances.
Tamir Rice, the grand jury declined to indict because the basis that Rice was drawing would appear to look like an actual firearm from his waist as the officer arrived. I mean, again,
drawing it, so didn't point it at the officer, right? Drawing it out. So,
bro, you show up and somebody starts pulling a gun out. Like, what are you gonna do?
Hold on, but Second Amendment, like, I don't know, like, people are allowed to have weapons.
But you're not allowed to make sudden moves with them when a cop's coming at you.
Oh no, he made a sudden move, and so now
drawing the gun. Yes.
Gibbs has a gun. He makes a sudden move. I guess the cops.
No. I understand. I understand he was. Hold on. I understand he was a kid, and this is why. Like, again, it's a tragedy. I'm not saying that this was a bad person or this was like a horrible kid. I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is that this isn't like clear police brutality. Grand juries will indict people. Grand juries will indict a ham sandwich. Okay, the fact that they didn't indict here is, I think, a testament to the fact that, hey, when like there is more circumstances here than just the cops overreacted.
I know, but why did the protest happen?
Because he was just like going through the motion. So like I don't.
I ask you to find one other than George Floyd that was clear police brutality.
Oh, okay, I guess.
Sonia Massey.
I would like to get.
I mentioned that one, Sonia Massey. That's the pot of boiling water lady. Yes, that was her name. Yes. I agree. Those are the only 2 that I can think of. Can you name any other ones like that were clear police brutality? Because I can name 2 that are complete bullshit. Mike Brown and Jacob Blake, both which led to mass riots. Both complete bullshit.
The point isn't for me to have like something that's clear police brutality. I'm saying for the reason why these people rioted or protested would be whatever situation happened gave them the feels where they were like, this was clearly police brutality. So they're like, this is a kid who got shot. This is someone who was.
They said that about Mike Brown. Why should we trust their opinion?
The guy, there was a guy in the Walmart.
Tyree Nichols too.
Tyree Nichols.
I'll look into him.
Oh, sorry.
Give me a second.
I was thinking the one in the Walmart. There was another one who had a toy gun that was from that. I think it was a Walmart. I believe it was a Walmart. That toy gun that was sold in that store, right? And then some person in the story said there was a black guy like brandishing a weapon. The police come and then they gun him down immediately. They spot him and they gun him down immediately. I don't remember his name.
Is Nichols the one that nobody cared about because the cops were also
because
black?
The cops were black?
What about the one where they shot like 8? What about the one where
they shot like really
20 shots into the car?
It seemed bad, yeah.
What was that one where they shot like 20 shots into the car? There was
oh yeah.
The vehicle was parked and they were just like unloaded clips, multiple guns into this car.
There was the one where that happened in Chicago, right? The one that Obama's chief of staff is his name. I'm blanking on his name. I always blank on his fucking name. You remember the Obama chief of staff who became mayor of Chicago? Oh my God, people! You're supposed to be political junkies here. Fine, I'll just search for it. Obama,
chief staff,
of staff. Obama chief of staff, White House. Cabinet, Barack Obama. Come on, people. Chief of staff. Oh my God, where is it?
Well, while you're going, I just want, while you do that, I just want to say real quick, there's another factor y'all aren't factoring in here when y'all are hyper focusing on like if BLM would protest over this white guy.
Rahm Emanuel, that's the name. Thank you, Nicodemus. Sorry, I'll let you finish your point, then I'll continue on.
Yeah, I think this is important. Is that like we have to remember that there are different factions within the Democratic Party, within the Dems, like the left-leaning movement, just like there are different factions within the right. Like just because BLM might not have protested, there's definitely other groups that would have got behind this. Oh, we shot a mentally disabled person, like narrative. I mean, like it's already controversial. Like, look at Texas. This is why I brought up minority owners need to own more guns. Like there's examples in Texas where we have no-knock raids and police officers get shot, and then guess what? Stand your ground laws override them because they did a no-knock raid on the wrong house. And like that's kind of thing that keeps happening. And it's like, okay, there's these issues. There's issues. And like I can see why the police would be afraid to act whenever they're going to be damned if they do, damned if they don't, because at least one of these organizations is going to take advantage of the headline, no matter what the headline is. Like
they're afraid to do their jobs in case people will protest, which people are allowed to protest, by the way. So they won't do their jobs in case people protest.
They also had a precinct blown up, like, or destroyed in Minneapolis. So you got to remember that. Like, this is like an area that's already rife with revolutionary zeal. They basically started a new, they basically started insurrection. People would call January 6th an insurrection.
So then why are we paying them? Why aren't they all just? Why did they quit?
I mean, that's the question. They're all getting defunded. They basically are quitting. They're quiet quitting.
No. Why didn't they quit? They'd continue to get paid to do nothing if they're not going to do their jobs. Like that's the job you signed up for. Right. Unfortunately. I'm not saying it's like the greatest job.
Well, what do you want to do there? Like their law of
unfortunately, you risk your life to take care of citizens.
No, hold on. The rules, their rules of engagement have gotten destroyed, right? Like used to, it was clear cut. Now it's if we do this, we get in trouble.
It was never clear cut. That's the whole problem. You guys heard defund the police instead of hearing like reallocate, which defund the police was a terrible slogan, but. Yeah. You instantly heard take all the money away from the police and just don't have any police. That isn't what defund the police means. It means look into like how this shit's getting funded, what's going on, where your money is going, where are tax dollars for these people
that are supposed to
defund the police, protect the community.
Before we go down that. Before we go down that route.
No, I said it was a bad slogan. I said it was bad. I said it was bad.
Like before the rules of the engagement is that you can lie, right? You can have an encounter with a civilian. You can lie about it, and you can say, "Well, they attacked me, right? I was defending myself," and then you can just get away with that. You can arrest them. You can beat them up. But now that they are cell phone camera footage, there is a blowback. For police's behavior, right? Now there is a counter to that, and then bitch-ass police, now are crying because people say, "Wait a minute, this doesn't look right. Hey, let's look into this." And then like, we can't do our jobs if your job involves
harassing civilians,
like a wild violence against civilians. Yeah, there's a problem with that, and I think police absolutely should be hesitant. When they're doing their jobs. Like that's actually the thing. You should be hesitant. You should want it shouldn't matter to you what the public thinks. It doesn't mean that you don't do the job. It's like, hey, I'm going to think about the amount of force that I'm going to use, right? Like, yes, the police should hesitate before firing that weapon. Yeah, because it might take a life. So, take a beat to think about it. Just don't go, hey, I think there's a weapon in the shadows, maybe, right? I don't know what that object is in their hand, so I'm going to gun them down. Oh, no, turns out it's a cell phone. So actually, yes, they should be hesitant, 100%. I was going to reach out again, right? See, I'm so magnanimous, right? And people don't know me for my... for this kind of kindness I have, right? But reach out again to my friend Lactoid about how there are examples of there are cases where people are claiming, unfair police violence, but if you examine the case, right, like it's not nearly as clear cut. And maybe that person, maybe it was actually a justified case.
And self-defense situations, not just police, but also like Kyle Rittenhouse and Daniel Penny.
I'm not talking about Daniel Penny. We'll have to talk about Daniel Penny later. I'm just going to leave that one alone for now. But the point, definitely let's leave citizens out of it because this is complicated enough, right? Let's talk about the cops. So sure. there could be that. I will say that when these movements start, right, not just about like this, right, police violence, right, when there is a pushback against, especially state violence, right, it was some sort of popular uprising, like the initial reason doesn't tend to matter as much, right? There's a boiling over of tensions. So consider what was happening in the UK, and I'm not sure if it's still happening right now. I don't think so. Where that anti-immigrant sentiment happened, where that there was the recent immigrants who came. One was from, I forget which country, Rwanda or something. One of those. Anyway, black guy, right? Goes into a dance hall for young girls, right? They're having a little Taylor Swift concert, and he like shoots and he kills them. And it explodes very quickly, right? In the absence of any information, it explodes like, well, this is a Muslim individual who came in and was like, he gunned down these little girls, and it's like some Islamic extremists, right? Well, this guy was Christian, as far as we know. And I believe he was born in the UK. His family, I believe, his parents were immigrants.
They were Welsh.
But it turned into like Islamic extremists. Like, this is what we do, right? This is what they do to us. But this information was quickly disseminated afterwards, right? Like, hey, this is actually the case. It's not what you guys think it is. But there was these riots that happened in England, right? I'm guessing a lot of you guys didn't follow this, but this is
we got to talk about this. It was the Rwandan who.
Oh yeah, we did talk about that. Yeah.
His family was Rwandan. He was Welsh. Rwanda's a 98% Christian nation.
Yeah. So, but we did talk about that. Thank you. Shout out to my friend Ali there. But that spread, right? But the initial reason didn't matter anymore, because it wasn't just this incident that sparked it off. If that incident had happened by itself, literally I guarantee you nothing would have happened, right? Other than I don't know, there maybe a spike in hate crimes around that period of time. But that by itself doesn't have this massive uprising in England. It's a collective it's a narrative among the population that there's this issue, right? That these people are a problem, and that something needs to be done, and our country is being taken away from us, and that boils over this spark. Same thing with now you can say that was illegitimate, right? And I would say I don't agree with those guys, right? But I do agree more with the BLM protesters, right? But in the end, it works the same way.
Could you?
And that
I see the point you're making, but do you agree that narratives could be false or at the very least hyper exaggerated? Let me ask you, and I want to get your answer, and I want to get Ali's answer to this. In 2019, right? This was just before George Floyd, right? This was the year before George Floyd. In 2019, how many unarmed black men do you think were killed by the police in the entirety of America?
I mean, I've heard.
If you had to estimate it.
I've heard this. People estimate thousands, and it's really 12 or something like that. I get. Well,
don't spoil it, Ali.
I think Prime's heard. There's no way Prime hasn't heard the sentiment.
I was relying on perhaps him not recalling. And I want to hear his genuine thought, because people act as though maybe your brain is recognizing the number, but the number is astronomically small.
I got to push back against you now.
19 is good. It's between 13 and 27.
Hold on. Just to push back, let's just push back against you. Do you agree that narratives can also be true?
Right, but this one's not true.
Okay,
according to the numbers.
Hold on. You said so. Okay, Prime was just talking about immigration being an issue in the UK. We say immigration is an issue down here. We say crime's an issue down here. We've been told it's not true for so long. Can you sympathize with the people in the UK who were like, hey, we've seen, hold on, let me finish. The people in the UK that are like, oh, the immigration's a problem. We're seeing these problems. Crime. My uncle got, my sister got raped or something. This happened. Whatever. I'm seeing crime down here. I'm going, this crime's happening. Just since Modi was here for a month, we saw an uptick in crime here in California. We've seen, hold on, stop. Shh. And listen, there's there's like crime. We've seen problems with the immigration. Like, okay, hey, there's a thing where like people go, hey, we are seeing this, right? Our anecdotal lives. This is an issue we're dealing with here, and we're going, hey, this is a narrative we're saying, and then to be just totally dismissed and go, oh, well, that narrative's false.
Yeah, but it can be. But it can be, Gibbs.
Hold on.
I got to fight against Gibbs here.
Hold on, that's the same thing that Prime and them are saying, is that these guys are seeing a narrative. There might be some truth to it. You're saying only 12 people, but I would argue that most of my African American friends would also see issues with whenever they're with policing, like from their anecdotal examples. There's truth to some of this narrative.
No, anecdotal, but here's the problem. Here's the problem with anecdotal examples is like they are obviously notoriously unreliable and prone by
the most narratives.
And prone by its very nature.
There's four against my point.
Bias effect. So there's a famous situation where a congressman walks into Congress and he has a snowball and he tosses the snowball to the Speaker of the House. This actually happened. You can look it up. And he says, "I got your global warming here for you." And in this congressman's mind, global warming can't be happening because it's snowing outside, because he has a snowball. Of course, how could there be global warming if it's cold where he is? If he has the snowball, Gibbs, how could it be global warming? When the data shows you're wrong. When the data shows that you're wrong.
You're wrong. You're wrong on this one. All right, hold on. This is the problem. Now you're giving Democrats all the point. This is why he's a socialist. And right here, because listen, we go see if I go outside.
Global warming is real.
If I go, so is inflation. If I go outside, talk about
inflation is also real.
Well, cool. So if I go outside,
and the stats back up both of those things.
No, here's the thing. This is the whole thing about liars. They good liars, bad liars, statistics. I can go out there right now and say there's 21% inflation, and then someone on the Dems are going to go, well, there's only 2.25% inflation if we look at it from this metric.
They would be statistically wrong. No, Gibbs. They would be would be statistically incorrect.
There's statistics for the immigration and crime being an issue.
We've seen those stats too. No, we've seen those stats too. Look, you have to have stats if you're ever going to make
every stereotype has some kernel of truth.
They can, not every single one. Not every single. They can, but not every single one.
Even the
if you're going to make, if you're going to
maybe back one time and decided, come on,
if you're going to make
this cold reality, Papa.
If you're going to make generalized statements, you have to have more than just I saw or my cousin once saw. No, absolutely not. Like you can have anecdotal experiences and you can say, look, the stats show this is true and this is what I've experienced. Like I have experienced these stats and I'm going to make a general statement because the stats demonstrate this is generally true. Let me finish up.
Come on.
Okay, then after that we're going to go to Ali and Corey.
We're going to bring up. But like the reality is like the BLM narrative is one of the biggest and most pervasive lies that has permeated American society, and it has led to violence, and it has led to destruction and mass riots. People are ignorant to the stats, and the study I have proves that. Like very liberal people, they estimate that thousands or hundreds of thousands of unarmed black men are being killed by the cops every year. When in the reality, the number is 13 to 27. And in their mind, holy shit, it's a fucking genocide. Of course we got to step up. Of course we got to get to the streets. Of course. And look, if I believed the things that they believed, I wouldn't even disagree with them. Yeah, if the numbers were that high, holy shit, right? But they've been lied to, and the disinformation machine has convinced them otherwise. And now they have this belief that yes, they might personally have seen on CNN a video of like one or two black people dying unjustly by the police, but this in a country of 320 million people does not happen regularly. What's far more likely is being killed by a criminal. That is far more likely, especially in the black community.
Cool. So two things. So like Gibbs, the issue that's happening like in the UK is similar to like the issue that's happening in America in the sense that like it's not that they're immigrants that are choosing and they want to move to the UK. You have a bunch of refugees that are taken from somewhere. No. It's not the sad refugee. It's not so much the sad refugee. It's you have a bunch of people taken somewhere. They don't necessarily want to. They never wanted to go there to assimilate to begin with.
Right.
I mean, it's not their choice that they're there.
Listen, you're once again. We're not. This is
I'm not playing the sympathy card. I don't care.
It's not an immigration debate, but like you're ignoring the cartels, we're ignoring sex trafficking.
No, I'm not ignoring.
Drugs.
Once again,
like, these are all immigration problems.
No,
but
I'm not playing the sympathy card.
All the property damage from coyotes coming through, cattle getting eaten by fucking people coming illegally that are not part of the South. None of that's an issue. Fuck Texas farmers. Fuck any farmers in New Orleans.
No, I'm not playing.
Who gives a shit about the ranchers? That's we got it. There's no kernel of truth to any of those guys' problems. It doesn't matter. That's what Ali's doing. We got it.
No, I'm just saying that it's like factually. It's not like these people want to be there.
Factually, it's happening to these people, but not big enough statistical problem. Don't worry about them. I got it.
Well, no, but it's not. Wait.
This is why the Dems are scared about the election because y'all told so many people, "Fuck you, you don't matter." That people are getting mad. They're going, maybe we're going to turn to somebody that says we matter.
That's how we feel when you talk about guns.
Lactoid.
Y'all don't matter now because we have the guns. That's why y'all don't matter.
So Lactoid, I agree. I agree that when people think that police deaths or deaths by police are like hyper exaggerated.
Yeah.
However, man, the masses. Listen, general people are stupid. I can't really tell you anything about general people. However, when I hear police brutality, I don't instantly think about like deaths. Death really is kind of like, man, though those people got to escape the future police brutality. What about all the people that are beating wrongfully in jail, just kind of have police harassment? All of these are in part of police brutality. So yes, hundreds of thousands of people are dealing with police brutality every single day. It doesn't always have to be death. The death number means absolutely nothing to like the police brutality argument.
I'll look this up. The problem is like.
See, like
the problem is like this is somewhat unfalsifiable because I could say, well, actually, the vast majority of like injuries caused by police are not due to police brutality, but due to the fact like cops have to tackle people sometimes, cops have to disarm people sometimes, etc. But then you could say, well, a lot of police brutality cases go unreported, and it's there's no way I can counter that because we don't have the data because you're saying it's unreported. So I agree with you. There is some proportion, obviously, of people who are unjustly brutalized by police that aren't killed.
Yeah.
This is obviously true, and I'm willing to even accept that it's going to be higher than the amount of people that are killed. But the problem is, I don't even know where to start, where to think where these numbers are, because I surely can't take the word of the same people telling me that 10,000 black people are killed by the police every year, because they're either they're liars or they are completely delusional.
I mean, we can say the gauge.
So who do I believe?
I'm gonna ask you, like, you know, we're gonna start at 1,000. Do you think like 1,000 people are like, you know?
Like I said, I can't even begin to guess. I don't fucking know.
I think you can. I think you can give me a fair estimate.
Bro, only 13. Only 13.
Only be like 1% of Americans.
Only 1% of Americans. Hold on. Only 13 to 27, like in the entirety of 2019. It could be 100. I don't know. It could be 50. I don't know. You don't know either.
But if you had to have a fair guess.
We can't guess this because the reason why we can't guess this is because
so then we never address it. So then we don't address it because we can never like get to it.
Hold on, this number is so small. Everybody cares about that. We don't care about bigger issues, bigger numbers.
No. I'm going again to reach out to Lactoid. God, I'm caping for Lactoid.
I tried to meet him somewhere.
Lactoid. Yeah, no, but like, so I don't like. I think it's really difficult. It's extremely difficult to do this, right? Like because one, like, where would you get the numbers for this, right? Would you get the numbers that like the police have used unjustified force from the police, right? To do arrests. Where would you get that number?
But that's the whole point of the movement is to look into these things.
But there has been some investigation to these things, right? So the Minneapolis police, if I'm remembering correctly, were under a federal. There's a term for this. Like the feds basically had taken over the department and had been like watching the because they did do an investigation, right? And they saw a pattern of violence, of like unjustified force being used against civilians and racialized force, and like all kinds of craziness. If I'm not mistaken, I believe the Minneapolis police was one of the jurisdictions that was under this federal control. There's a term. Audit? It's not an audit. I mean, they audited the police, but like the term for when the feds basically take over the department there's a term for it, and I just can't remember the name right now. in any case, but there's a report, right? There's a report, and it tells a pattern of this violence, and they say like it's big enough that like we have to step in. Now, but I don't think that report includes, right, like an estimate of like just of like within a year, like how often like this happens, because I guess all you can do there is like reach out to the community, like go through some cases that seem funny, like look at two complaints, right, in terms of like the ones who actually go to like a police oversight board and like look at those complaints and like, okay, is this a legitimate complaint, and do like a full like slow investigation. But like otherwise, the numbers would just come from the police themselves. The police will say, "Well, no, we were
but
fine."
Isn't that what defund the police? What actually was like the actuality was, hey, look into these things. Take the money and the resources that you're doing. Reallocate it. Let's look into this shit. I know that defund the police was a horrible name. But
I agree. I agree with you on this.
Yeah,
I'm specifically the only thing I was responding to was this estimate as to how many cases happen, and like give me a fair. I think that's
fair.
Okay, fair enough. Let's go to our friend Corey. Corey's been waiting.
Well, I do want to say that I'm happy to see my two favorite socialists, Lactoid and Prime, working together and allied here.
Yeah. Yeah. Wonder Twins power activate. Come on.
But maybe to refocus on the topic. So in one of the articles that was published today about like them arresting him, okay, there's a line here that said, pretty much from the chief of this department, is that the police made dozens of attempts to arrest Sawchuk since April, but were unable to make contact with this individual. And so even if I grant that, there was concerns about optics and, whatever, Black Lives Matter, blah, 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 does it not seem like a failure to, like, you can't solve this problem in, like, 6 months of, like, how to arrest this person, given the fact that they had, I don't know how long these arrest warrants were out there for, but I think there were at least 3. And also in the context of, I think there were at least, like, a dozen restraining orders. And then the chief of police himself said that we failed this victim. So isn't that just an admission of, like, failure? Like, bad policing, straight up.
Well, is it bad policing? I mean, here's the part of the thing, though, is like it's bad policing, maybe, but it's also we know for a fact that. Hold on.
They're trying to avoid another riot.
Hold on. Listen. They are down since 2020. They have not met a recruiting goal, so clearly they have a manpower issue. Like,
why would you work there?
Why would you work there? One, obviously you work there. Your community hates you. Like you're putting your life on the line. If you shoot somebody,
rightfully so though.
Sure, but like, listen, your community. If you good, okay. So you're telling you exactly what they got, exactly what they wanted. They defunded the police. The police don't have the manpower. Now they're just over here afraid to take any action because if they take an action, they're damned. If they don't, this is like at what point? Hold on. At what point do you have to live in the mess that you created? At what point do you take accountability for this? Like, okay, we said
defund the police.
You basically
arrested him.
You're basically saying the police are so bad at their jobs that they can't do them because they're so bad at them.
They got what they asked for. They said that we don't want police. The police are like, well, we're just not going to do anything then.
They didn't say they don't want police.
We don't want crooked, corrupt police.
The police.
I don't want to be. Look, I hate to use this word. I feel like there's a little bit of gaslighting happening.
I know that it's
defund the police.
Every relationship I've ever had is happening right now.
Initially, Gibbs. First of all, it's unhealthy. But second of all, at the beginning, defund the police wasn't just like we're not saying take away money. We're just saying add money for other. No, defund the police initially, and throughout its duration, some large part of the organization was explicitly for pulling resources away from the police department. That's what they wanted to do. They wanted to
for the purposes of.
4 years ago.
They wanted to put the money into social services, into medical services, and they wanted to pull it and put it into general societal care, because their argument was cops are bad at their jobs. When they show up, things often get worse. When you call the police, it's basically violence. When the cops have to come in to do something, that's basically violence. Don't call the cops on people. That's basically violence. I'm pretty sure right now on BLM's website they have a thing don't call the police if you can avoid it. Like shit like that, right? In fact, we've had panels about like, calling the police is bad, if you do it in a particular way or if you do it like...
Well, they also did defund the police. They actually
regular
moved
civilians.
They're absolutely
other departments away from the police.
But then the crime rate, right? But then the crime rate jacked up so high that they took that back. They did put money back.
Calling the police for like being in the park or like whatever it was. So that's where the don't call the police comes into play.
This is all, I think, pretty irrelevant. So, although I could be wrong. So, I'm obviously not a lawyer like Lacto. So we're on the same page that there were arrest warrants out for this person. Is that correct? Are we on the same page?
Yeah, there was 3, I think, and 12, literally 12 restraining orders. Yeah.
Yeah, and so if you're able to like walk me through, like give me the cliff notes, like how are arrest warrants like given out? And do these come from citizens or
no? Arrest warrants are issued by. They're going to be issued by a judge, right? So a judge in that area issued an arrest warrant, basically like he'd been accused of a crime and he said, look, we have to arrest this guy, make him answer to the crime. And apparently this happened 3 different times. And then a warrant goes out to the police force. And most of the time, by the way, for most warrants, police, like if they happen to come across you and they run you and they find a warrant, then they'll take you in, right? Some warrants, they don't take you in if they're far enough away or if they're low enough amounts. It's somewhat more rare, but if your warrants are particularly bad, then they'll show up at your house and potentially even do raids on your house. That has happened in the past, and that's what happened with Breonna Taylor, right? And that led to that death, right? Because there was shooting back and forth. And so I think one of the concerns is, well, what if that happens again? Like with what happened with Breonna Taylor? What if we kick open the door and there's some woman there sleeping that we don't know about? What if there's a kid that we don't know about? What if this guy has a gun? Which again, violent history. He likely does, and he's likely going to shoot at us. And if he shoots at us, we're going to have to shoot back, and someone's going to die, right? They wanted to avoid that situation.
Yeah, and so in your mind, in the about 5 or 6 months, again, they want to arrest this person since April. They could not have overcome those hurdles.
This guy was a hermit. So according to the article,
the neighbors called the police on him like 19 times or something like that.
Yes, but the problem is he never left his house. So like they would show up at his house and like knock on the door, hey, come out or whatever, and he's not responding. And so he's in there with a bunch of guns and God knows God knows what else or who else.
Answer the door, right? And he shoots and he misses, hits a neighbor.
Yeah, the police get blamed. The only way the police are going to be able to take this guy into custody before this happens is kick down the door, run in with tactical gear, and take this guy down. And Minneapolis cops don't want to do that these days for obvious reasons.
Yeah, I mean, you don't want Ruby Ridge happening in the middle of a city. Like, that would be, like, if this guy's clearly insane, like, who's going to get blamed if they do that and then, like, the neighbors that called the cops got shot?
Thank you once again,
the neighbor did get shot, though. It's kind of sad.
And, oh, wow, in the same minute. Holy crap. If, quote-unquote, defund the police meant just do better, then, quote-unquote, stop the steal actually just meant investigate more.
Same, but different. It's just hyperbole.
Just do better. Well, hold on. Did anyone say that? Lawson, did everyone say that defund the police meant just do better?
That's what Ali was saying.
Was that Ali?
Yeah, Ali was saying that
as it lost popularity.
Didn't mean defund police, which is ironic because it literally meant to defund them. That's what they went and did.
Yeah, it turned into it went from let's pull resources away from the police departments to oh shit, that's becoming less popular because crime is skyrocketing. So it's bad messaging. It's more like a principle, a philosophical point as opposed to what they initially were for, which is pulling money away
the whole time. Yeah, it's called gaslighting. That's what the Dems are always doing, I hear.
Yeah. So anyway, looking at the thing that was provided by I guess Gibbs, yeah, like they use SWAT to take him in. This guy, they actually use SWAT. So like,
and I believe no one was injured. Like they got him,
and no one was injured. He surrendered peacefully.
But how do you predict that?
Yeah, we got lucky one time.
Well, I mean, SWAT was used after the fact, so why not just use SWAT before the fact? You can't
because you don't know this. Look, when he shoots a guy, you have to go in at that point. But before he shoots a guy, you're going to be seen as the bad guy if you go in there and someone dies.
Not if you have 12 restraining orders and 3
No,
warrants.
hold on. Don't hit me with that bullshit. Like I'm sorry, that's bullshit. They literally painted that Rosenbaum a literal child diddler of Diddy
Jacob
proportions.
Blake, Mike Brown.
Yeah. Of Diddy proportions as a victim when he got shot. They absolutely. There's a difference between this neighbor getting shot and them going in and everything that happened before. No, hold on. It's simple. The context was this guy had not committed a violent enough crime for them to go in with SWAT. This guy then did shoot somebody and they went in with SWAT. Like, it's totally different scenarios. So the context is he would have got fucked if they went in there and somebody else died. Like, that's the context.
I'm curious how many other arrests and like stops and whatever, like dangerous situations the Minneapolis police have done over these past 4 years. And or like which ones they just haven't because they're too scared of protesters now.
I mean, again, I have the stats. I posted it in the group chat. I mean, it absolutely is the case. The police are more apprehensive to do their job now. This is over 5 years. They are more apprehensive, or I guess 4 years. They are more apprehensive to do their job. They just are. They don't want to. Like, they don't. Their clearance rates have dropped.
But they should be. They should be. That's a good thing. It's a good thing. The police, hold on. It's a good thing that the police are hesitant to use lethal force, right? The police shouldn't be thinking I can use lethal force with 0 consequences. That should be standard, right? In other nations, they manage this as well, where there is a hesitancy to use lethal force against the citizenry. That should be the goal. However, that doesn't mean that there can't be some sort of balance. That doesn't also mean, hey, police can't do anything. So look, when talking about a movement, right? The Black Lives Matter or the Jan 6 riots or anything like that, right? There are slogans that are put out. There are messages that are put out. And whatever lofty goals might have been the beginning, the nexus of these things, they get flattened, right? And I think it goes to your point, Lecter, before. You're saying, well people are stupid, right? They don't understand like the stats, right? Do people look into the stats of these things? Are they like making themselves educated on whatever it is, like on left and the right, when talking about immigration, right? Are the people educating themselves on these things, or they're just going with what they feel is correct, right? Point, yeah. These things get flattened there, and I think there's room for criticism about like what the people on the ground actually think are happening. Do they have understanding? The thing I think best to examine are the overall goals of the movement, rather than like what do individual people think is happening, because people don't know shit. And I've been a part of a few protest movements, and I know this dearly. People don't know shit. So like when talking about like what do we want out of the police, I'll talk about what I want, right? So I guess I can't speak for the world. But what I want is if we're going to have police, right? That these individuals come when there is a violent incident, right? And when they show up to that incident, the response isn't immediately, hey, let's escalate, right? That I want a police force that tries to de-escalate situations when they can. That's not always a possibility, of course, right? But it tries to de-escalate the situation. That the default is to preserve life rather than, hey, preserve the life of citizens and not necessarily themselves, right? This is the risky part, where you go in a situation and you may be uncertain, but rather than simply shooting because you're scared, right? Like shoot because from your vantage point, and your vantage point might be incorrect, right? But from your vantage point, it seems like this individual is a danger to the public, and is going to unleash like a force upon them, and you have to stop them, right? Like that the case with the two teenage girls who are fighting. The one girl like is about to attack the other one, right? And the cop shoots in the back. You know what I'm talking about, Lactoid, right? Yeah, we've talked about this case before. Okay. You just don't remember. Okay, but it's fine. There was a cop. He showed up. These two teenage girls. One girl was being bullied by at least one girl, maybe a group of girls. But then the victim, the one who had been bullied, like attacks the other one, I think with a knife, if I'm remembering correctly. And the officer, some distance away, sees this and shoots this teenage girl, black girl, and shoots her. And then there's a discussion about whether that should have happened, right? Well, from his vantage point, right, he saw that she's about to like kill another person, and he thought like the best way to stop this was through shooting her. That seems a fair use of force there. So it's not about like preserving their life. The idea that it's better to be judged by judged by 12 than carried out by 6, right? I think that's disgusting. That's disgusting. It leads them to take awful actions, right? Because they're terrified themselves. So yeah, that's what I want. Not that they can't take these actions, but they should be careful. They should be planning it, right? Not that SWAT can't be used. I think that you should have SWAT. SWAT should have been used previously here to go and get this guy. But yeah, you'd have to consider it. And yes, there might be blowback. I think that's okay. That's okay. The police should be able to defend themselves against that blowback if there's a lethal use of force. But they should be hesitant, right? And I thought the conservatives agreed with me on this. I mean, conservatives have told me all about how important the Second Amendment is. And why is it important? Because it deters state violence. It makes them, as we've seen in this particular case, this guy is armed, right? His Second Amendment rights, and I've argued with both of these two on this top row about this constantly. He has a Second Amendment rights to those guns. And
well, he doesn't. Because but I get the point.
Yeah, because the police know he's armed. Then they think twice. For 6 months. They don't go in, right?
Sounds like two-way work in that case.
Yeah. So, but according to, but the point is, so I'm not even examining. I'm not even criticizing you on the Second Amendment thing for now, right? Just for this moment. But the point is that you all have been telling me that you want to curb state violence. Well, this is what that looks like, right?
So I get the point, and from the beginning I said, what I want there to be, not necessarily no criticism of police, but what I think they're concerned about is the sort of snap judgments that I think you've acknowledged is a problem, where you have people who are very stupid and they just sort of, without fully evaluating the evidence, sometimes without even hearing about the case, like they'll just like, oh, I think something like this happened. I'm gonna like go out to the streets and start blowing shit up or start burning shit down. And I think that's a big problem. So yeah, in the case in which the police defend themselves to a rational audience, I wouldn't have a problem with that. The problem is, I think they're dealing with an irrational audience that doesn't care about facts. I think we saw that with Mike Brown. I think we saw that with Jacob Blake. I think that on top of that, this is a city that is particularly sensitive to police issues these days because of the multiple instances that have happened there. I've talked with people involved in that police department, and morale is absolutely in the shitter. Right, it's not good right now, and a big part of that has to do with the fact that they've been getting a lot of shit over the past 4 years. Now you can say that's justified, or perhaps they should defend themselves, or if they can't defend themselves, like we should obviously point that out. I'm with all that, but the concern is defending yourself only works when you're defending yourself towards a rational audience. When you're defending yourself towards rioters that don't care because they've seen 5 seconds of a body cam footage that some news agency clipped to make it look like you were a bad guy, when in reality you were a good guy. And when you watch the whole footage and you see the whole context, you're like, well, actually, holy shit, it was totally different than I thought, right? Which we've seen. I think that I just wish people would wait for those facts to come out before they took to the streets. And I think that's what the police department is concerned about. And that's something that they shouldn't have to be concerned about. The other concern I think that they have, which is totally fair, is civil judgments, which I think is a big issue. It's way too easy, and I can tell you this as a lawyer, it's way too easy to sue people these days. And I think that there's an issue when you're allowed to sue the government for money, because that money comes from the people in your community. And I think and when that pot's available, it encourages people to file lawsuits no matter what, because, hey, they're gonna pay something to settle. I think that's a concern as well. So, even if the cop does everything right, if the cop does something, I agree, cops who do things wrong should be criticized. Their concern is, even if we do everything right, we could still face a civil lawsuit and we could still face riots. So what the fuck do we do? That's the concern. If we can remove those concerns and just have it be, well, we're dealing with a rational crowd that will attack them once we determine they've done something wrong, then I would have no problem. Then yes, state power should always be criticized, but it should be criticized justly based on the facts of the matter. Like that's what I want to see. And I'm just concerned that I don't think that they thought that they would get that, and that's why they're not enforcing the law in Minneapolis. It sucks.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah.
And look at the crime rate. I mean, Gibbs said before the crime rate was adjusted upward. It's true.
Yeah,
but crime's down, and then it adjusted upward.
Also it's amazing how often I say true statements. It's amazing.
So there's a problem though when there's a disconnect, right? So, like Tamir Rice, they didn't indict the guy. So if the citizens feel like
they sure paid a lawsuit on that one though. They paid despite the fact that a grand jury will indict a ham sandwich, they didn't indict the cop, but the city definitely paid a judgment on that, or not a judgment, a settlement value on that one.
Yeah. Yeah. And the prosecutors don't want to actually prosecute and being pushed by political pressure, then they're not gonna get the indictment.
There's also political pressure to start handing out large sums of money to people based on the cops not necessarily doing something wrong.
Well, yeah, I guess that could be a possibility. But like you're saying that they weren't indicted by the grand jury as a piece of evidence that maybe things were more complicated. Mm-hmm. I'm saying that a prosecutor didn't want to do it in the first place.
The grand jury refused to indict, not a prosecutor.
Yeah, but maybe let's check here. Maybe Prime doesn't understand what he's talking about. Maybe, but like the prosecutor is the one who makes the case in front of the grand jury, right?
Yeah, you're saying that like there was a half-hearted attempt to bring the evidence to the grand jury.
Indeed.
Do we know this? Or was it speculation?
Well, I mean, like, well, we know that. Before I say anything, I'd have to review the case. But what I remember, this particular prosecutor was very friendly with the cops. But I won't make any other statements because I haven't reviewed it. Okay.
I have a question. What if I have a solution, I think. What if instead of cops, we just get rid of cops and we just institute civilian, well-regulated militias? Like what to police? Do you think that we should do that instead?
Yeah, and that guy, the guy in Minneapolis, he could have been on that militia, right? Like,
or his black neighbors could have had a militia. They could have
just like the guy who killed Trayvon Martin. What's his face, right? Zimmerman. Yeah. He could have been a concerned citizen. He could have been part of the militia, right? Well armed, patrolling the neighborhood for trouble. I think that might have been a great idea. No,
it's going to be made up of community members.
He's a community member. He lives in
their community.
Cops are meant to be community members. That's like the whole point.
I see.
No, so what I'm saying is like, Lactoid, to your point, you're saying that the problem is that the police can't do their job. You don't want the repercussions to come. I'm sorry, repeat the two things. You're like
the concern I have. Look, if a cop does something bad and the evidence comes out and shows that he done something bad, I got no problem criticizing state power and limiting state power.
Right.
In fact, I think that if you remove the war on drugs, a lot of the police interactions that lead to this violence won't happen anymore. Okay, 100%. Yeah. But what the Minneapolis police are concerned about, that I think is a valid concern, they're concerned that even if they do everything right, it could still lead to civil lawsuits and it could still lead to riots. Because people will take little snippets out of their body cam footage or lies that they're told and just start burning shit down.
So the issue is that we got to a point where the little snippets like affected the people so much because so much has built up that they've seen maybe anecdotally.
They were lied to.
Whatever it may be, right? I mean, some people were lied to, but some people also live in communities where they feel like the police harasses them, right? And it's constant harassment that's happening. And I mean, that doesn't just happen in like, crime-ridden communities, but like, so the fact that there's such a disconnect between the police and the community is in itself
you don't get to do this. I just fought Lactoid on this.
What do you mean I don't get to do this?
Yeah, because I just fought Lactoid on this with his notes and saying, oh, there's no kernel of truth, like some of this kernel of truth. But you also can't sit here on the other side and go, hey, it feels like we're being oppressed. I'm like, I can point to all sorts of stuff about, like, once again, let's do the border thing. I every day I talk about issues along the border with crime, ranchers losing. You know what the estimated ranch right now is going to lose this year per, like, if you live within a certain knowledge of the border? It's between 24,000 and 34,000 due to damages from illegal migrants coming across their land and damaging property. But hey, you know what? Hey, you know what? They feel that way. They feel about this 34,000. There's not really a problem. Like, that's this kind of argument. Like, we can't just argue about facts and feelings. It's like, there's no winning nowadays with this. Like, it's either we have police or we have militias. With the militias, we get the clans. We get the terrorists. We get the whatever. Or we have police and we have people going in here going, hey, this is a agreed upon group that's going to sit here and they're going to enforce the nation's laws. You can't have it both ways. Like,
you can,
it's one or the other. Oh, okay.
Because police are public servants, right? Whether we want them, whether you think they are or not, they are public servants. They're meant to protect and serve the community. They're typically meant to be of the community so they can understand the community struggles as to better police the community. Because the point of police isn't just to create criminals and have criminals; it's to just protect people and keep the state like generally safe, right? And so there's become such a divide where like the police people feel as though the police act as their own gang, and now it's the police versus the civilians versus the police for the civilians. And this is just like I want to like common people with traffic laws, right? The fact that cops are just like out here like trying to clip people for going 5 miles over, 7 miles over, so on and so forth, just to collect money. It feels like they're just getting it feels like that we're just being harassed by the police rather than the police doing their job, which is like to protect and serve the community, right? And so like I think that's a greater problem that leads to people then like seeing one snippet and then they have this feeling that, okay, well, the police are harassing me on a regular basis by just like regular traffic laws. I can only imagine what's happening.
Bullshit. That's such bullshit. Like my parents
it's not bullshit.
Hold on. My parents right now had to pay like $400 because they watered their grass for the first time at a time period that they're doing a water rationing areas, right? They had to pay $400. They went down there and they were basically told, hey, we know this is excessive amount for this petty crime of watering your grass 2 hours after the time. And it was like an automated system. He didn't even know it was going to go off. Whatever. Now, my dad, he's like this law and order guy, right? He's real upset about it. He's like, oh, I can't believe this happened, yada, yada. However, there is something to be said. Guess what? He went in there and he fixed the auto thing to make sure it's at those correct times now after the SWIN enforcement. So sometimes, yeah, you got to go stop people for like, pulling them over for driving 10 miles over, 5 miles over. And while you got them pulled over, let's run their plates, see if they got warrants. Yeah, okay, that's not harassment. That's just enforcing the laws. Like,
sure,
I'm sorry that certain groups of people want to say, hey, our culture says these laws don't matter, but like the laws matter to everybody.
No, sure, but none of what you said matters to like the fact that these people feel and act on their feelings.
They feel and act.
It doesn't matter. People act on their feelings, so their feelings create actions. So whether or not we agree with the fact that their feelings should create actions, it does. And I'm saying that is the problem, is that they have these feelings and that this is an issue, that they have these feelings and that they see these snippets. But I'm saying that this should be like remanded by the police. The police need to do better at showing that they are intertwined and a part of the community that they're there to serve. they do need to make more of a presence. What one way or another show how I'm not the like PR guy for police, but yeah, there does need to be like more like, and it needs to come from the police, considering the fact that the citizens are paying for the police to have the job. They are the workers for the community, right? Wrong?
Yeah, you're wrong.
So if everyone's complaining about police brutality, it's then up to the police chiefs to look into it rather than just cover it up. And so if enough people are complaining about these things, there clearly is a problem. And if they feel that the problem isn't being solved, then what else do you want them to do other than riot against the police, who are just citizens that are there basically to police, that are there policing over them? So you just kind of feel like you have this security guard that doesn't listen to you.
I literally watch it's so ridiculous. This is the same kind of argument.
You can think it's ridiculous. I'll give you another anecdotal argument. It doesn't matter if it's ridiculous. That's what's happening.
I watched the other night. The police broke up a fight by spraying pepper spray on two groups of people. They didn't even arrest anybody. They just sprayed some pepper spray. People left out of there. Dispersed the crowd. As far as I know, nobody's been arrested from either of these groups. But guess what? Afterwards, all night I heard how brutal the police were for spraying people with pepper spray. It's just there's no winning. If they didn't even arrest somebody, they just broke up a fight and made sure nobody got hurt. Oh, it was too brutal for spraying pepper spray. Like there's no winning with this kind of narrative.
Yeah, so like the reason is because people feel like the police are just there to harass them rather than being part of community. So Lactoid, like, would you not agree that it is up to the police to do the thing?
Yeah, optics.
No, not optics. Be better.
Well, no.
Like, actually take the time and be better.
But what I'm saying is, I'm saying optics. I think you're describing optics because look, this is probably where again there's a situation where me and Prime are going to disagree. The communities, Black Lives Matter is really supposedly representing Black communities and police interactions with Black communities. If Black communities were policed in accordance with their crime rate, they'd be policed more, not less. So the perception of these police are here, there's too much police, there's over policing. It's just that. It's a perception. It's a wrong perception. It's fueled by the media. It's fueled by, I think, this victim complex that has been created by the media and put on to the communities that suffer from crime. And look, you agree with me, mass delusion and mass influence and propaganda works. Like, let me ask you, Ollie, do you think the 2020 election was stolen?
No.
A lot of people do. Are their feelings valid about this, or have they all been lied to?
Well, no, but regardless of their feelings are valid or not, their feelings create actions. Their feelings create action, right?
Yes, if we're just looking to explain BLM and the riots, yes, I agree with you. The lies that have been perpetuated led to the violence.
Yeah, and
now, how do you combat this other than combating the misinformation? Which again, going back to what I said at the beginning, optics. Yes, the police should make a big effort to optically look like they're all fucking, Andy Griffith, that they're all out there, like, helping everybody out. Oh, happy doodles, right?
I mean, that's what they're supposed to be doing.
Yes, and they could do that if, honestly, in my opinion, they could be doing that a lot more if it wasn't for the drug war. But because then people wouldn't have to be fucking terrified of like, oh God, like what are the cops going to think?
That was but like there you go. They have the reason. So like if you can agree that the drug war kind of like exacerbates a lot of this shit,
it does.
Then you can see why like the citizens are acting the way they act, and it's not the fault of the citizens for reacting to small snippets when they're living in constant states of paranoia.
Sure.
What?
Again, it goes on to explain it, but it doesn't justify it. I understand why these movements
I don't need to justify it. I need to see the root causes.
I understand. This is why I'm saying optics. Like I agree, the police should be better at optics. Yeah. That's the only way to actually solve this. Optics and ending the drug war. There's nothing else that can solve it.
Hold on, and add a third one. Get the Democrats to stop being dishonest and gaslighting us all the time.
Okay, whoa. Gibbs, I said realistic things we can do. Okay,
you're right.
I'm not going to lie.
That's a good point. You're right.
Let's
They'll never stop.
Let's leave it at that now. We've gotten to the end here, though this was a interesting conversation. I like to thank specifically our friend Lawson Harrison for funding this this stream. Thanks so much for the kind donations, Lawson. That was really, really cool of you. And if you also, care about this space, please consider helping us out for ad-free viewing, for emotes, and just to make sure We can be around and argue these points, and you can get annoyed at me, right, for being so right all the time, right? Like it gets annoying watching me win, like constantly, you know, like we like an underdog, right? Which is why people cheer for Lactoid. Thanks all anyone who did support today. I just Lawson, but thank you, Lawson. So we'll give an outro to all these great individuals and head out. Lactoid, thank you for coming through. You were fantastic. Honestly, dude, like it's so useful to have a person like you who disagrees, who doesn't buy into liberal bullshit, right?
True.
No, honestly, your skepticism is really helpful in these conversations. I don't always agree where it takes you, but it helps challenge narratives and like forces us to defend those narratives. Whether we're right or wrong at the time, like we still should understand, like, well, this is the state of play, right? The actual state of play. And it's helpful to have someone there to question the things that you take for granted. So I really appreciate that you do that all the time. So shout out to you, friend.
It comes naturally. I don't even try to do it. It just happens. So for whenever it becomes annoying, I apologize for that. But I do really appreciate that you have me on. And I appreciate all of you for talking to me. If you liked what I had to say, you can find me at Lactoid TV on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube. We are getting close to the election. As we get closer to the election, as I'm sure probably on the Reverie, but also I'm going to be doing a lot of content on the election as we get close to that. So I already took some time off work, so that's going to be fun. So
you took time off work, really?
Yeah. Anyway, if you want to see more of that, or if you just like what I had to say generally, Lactoid TV, Twitch, Twitter, YouTube. Thanks.
I've been thinking about like if I should do anything on election day. The channel doesn't do well on election day because or on live events, because like they're like, oh, why don't we just watch Hassan or something, you know? Like the bigger channels do really even better, and at least for me, like it's like for even when this channel was more popular, like live events was like people just ignored this channel. So it's really
it's hard. It is hard. It is, but
yeah. But anyway, I was like, if you're available, if you're around, maybe we can talk the election. You know, like states come in.
He will be around. He's taking time off work.
Well, I know. I think Gibbs. We kind of had a little bit of a conversation about maybe doing the conservative corner and dumping on the Dems. I'm not sure yet. We'll have to still hash that out.
We got some things to work.
Some things to work. Yeah.
Okay.
Hey, Paramount, you don't want Kamala to win either, so you can.
You can come bash Kamala with us.
I don't care if Kamala wins. I want Trump to lose.
Oh,
right?
How convenient.
So there's that. But anyway, Gibbs, shout out to you, friend. And maybe we can do some sort of collaboration there. That might be fun. I'm still thinking about it, you know. I might just want to chill and just like let the night happen to me.
I feel like that's like a lot of Dems or lefties are saying that. They're what's his name saying he's gonna have to take some gummies or whatever. I can't even think of his name, Rothwell or whatever. I'm like to get through the night. I appreciate you always having me. I also, like Lactoid said, starting here the next month we're going to really be hitting the ground running, but we're definitely going to be having a lot of content coming up because the election. It's pretty exciting times. No matter what happens, I think that the political community is going to eat. I'm of an opinion. I know people say Twitch poll is dead. I think it's the best time it's ever been, honestly. So y'all are saying that. Listen, what did Eric Bischoff say? Controversy creates crash. There's always opportunity when things are down for like the new people to show up and take over. So like, I think it's good times right now. We're eating good.
So Eric Bischoff, the head of WCW.
Yeah, he wrote a book called Controversy. Yeah, he wrote a book called Controversy Creates Cash.
All right, that's the hell of a reference. I didn't think I was gonna go for Eric Bischoff today, but all right, it happened. I appreciate you, Gibbs. And seriously, your different perspective, even though You annoy the fuck out of me sometimes, but like overall, I love you a lot, which is why I keep inviting you back.
I appreciate it. I always enjoy coming.
Let's go to our friend Corey. Corey, thank you for being here as well. This is a lot of fun. Seeing these guys yell at each other, and you being literally the only mature person here.
This is all AI. Thank you. This is always great, and always appreciate to be here. And I also want to give a shout out to Lactoid, but for a different reason. As in Lactoid, I have to assume he looks really good for his age. I didn't know, given his reference of Andy Griffith and using the phrase "happy doodles," that he's an 80-year-old man. But he looks super great for his age. So congratulations!
Such a white reference.
It's the whiskey and cigars, man. It keeps the skin firm.
Whiskey, just like my 80-year-old grandfather, so it tracks. Although he's since passed away, but regardless.
Sorry to hear that.
He wasn't a good person, so not a huge loss. But yeah, this has been great. Well, whatever. Spoiler alert. Yes, my elderly grandfather was kind of bigoted and racist. Spoiler alert. Not the greatest person. Very traditional and old-fashioned. But yeah, all that to say, this is always entertaining and fun. And especially when I get to see Lactoid and Prime again, united as socialists, creating the socialist circle. So you can find me on Twitch, CoreyCampbell84, Twitter, X, Instagram, YouTube is Corey Campbell, Ali, Ghosty, Gibbs, Lactoid, always a pleasure. Love you, Prime.
Yeah, I mean, today was a shocking day with Lactoid declaring his allegiance with Leninism and talking about just how communism is full of a lot of rational people. We got a lot of good ideas on the other side. That's what I heard, right? Is that what you heard, Corey?
That's exactly what I heard. I've been writing it all down.
Ideas over there, right? Yeah. What else? Just like good people on both sides is what Lactoid said. And people just keep taking them out of context. It's crazy. Thank you. Let's go to our friend Ghosty. Ghosty, thanks for coming here, right? Took a break. Her arm was tired for whipping her servants, just for funsies. But she rested up, right? Now she's ready to go, right? But Ghosty, thank you for stopping by.
No, thanks for having me on, and thanks everybody for talking with me and stuff. It's always a good time. I just want to say I've been going through the Minneapolis police briefs, and only 2 or 3 weeks ago they were able to go into an apartment and get this armed man out peacefully. They did it successfully. Nobody died, and they went in and stopped this. They knew he had a firearm, and they were able to do it. So I don't know what his race was or anything, but I'm just saying, I don't particularly trust this police department. And I also don't think that if you are a police department that has criticism, that's an excuse. Just stop working your job. Just stop doing your job. So, but yeah, I'm Ghosty. It's spelled with the 6, and I'm on YouTube. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you. And finally, our friend Ali came out swinging today, right? Fought Gibbs valiantly on the battlefield of ideas. We'd love to see it. Thank you, friend, for being here.
Thank you for having me, man. As always, everyone should take a look into what's happening in Israel, Palestine. Just so we're clear, your money should not be going to foreign countries to do war. Keep the money here. Keep the money in America.
Welcome to MAGA. Welcome to MAGA.
Well, that is not MAGA. Listen, if that was what Trump was saying, hey, we're just not going to fund any of these people.
You're saying.
No,
that's literally what he's saying. Just like this platform.
No. Just like you two came, he goes and valiantly, defends the efforts of Israel and funds them more. For he is funded by them as well. It's this weird little cycle that they got going. We give them money, they give us money back. But through five. But yeah, you can catch me as OCO Logic. It was a pleasure arguing with all you guys. Thank you for having me, Prime.
Absolutely.
But that cycle you're looking for is referred to as money laundering in some circles. That's the secret.
So as usual, we will look for a lady who seems
like guys, I gotta go. You'll be good.
Me too. My headphones died. Good night.
Well, okay. We're rating out. Yeah. But have a good one, everyone. So we're going to rate this lady. She's got a few viewers. We're going to rate her. Then that's it. Bye. All right, guys. Thanks so much. This was a lot of fun.
Peace. Thank you. Always great. Yeah. Take care, everyone. Well, actually, I'm curious, how many days did you take off for work, Lactoid?
Just a few. Not
okay.
too many. Yeah.
Are you like planning a 24-hour, 48-hour stream marathon?
No, not a 24-hour, but I'm going to go late on election day. I'm going to go basically in late when I'm sure they're going to keep on reporting shit pretty much until I run out of energy. But
I don't know for sure, but I assume probably like at least based off of what I'm hearing, like we're not going to know the winner for like probably 3 or 4 days or something like that.
So I've heard, maybe depends on what the numbers are on election night. But I want to point out, like, that didn't used to be the case. And I'm not a fan of this new system of we got to wait 5 days after the election. Pretty fucked. Not a fan.
Well, you can blame Republicans for that, right?
Whoa, how did Republicans affect that?
At least partially. Like, for instance, in Pennsylvania, the Republican Party has made it so that you can't count ballots beforehand. So ballots that arrive beforehand, like mail-in ballots, they have to be counted on that night. I don't know when they made it, but that's like the rule. Like the Democrats have been trying to change this rule, and the Republicans have blocked them from changing this rule. So blame them. And part of the reason is because it gives them an advantage now because there's uncertainty. We understand that Pennsylvania is going to be a keystone. But it's for the election. It's going to be a crucial part of the election. There's going to be uncertainty that night who actually won. It gives them space to inject, well, there's funny business happening, right? And they'll keep being funny business until Trump is announced as the winner. But if it's Kamala, then it's like, oh, well, we told you the entire time, right? These days mounted, they were changing the votes in the middle of this. Yeah, so that's a problem.
I don't know if this was... I think this rule may have been in place a lot longer than just 2020.
No, it wasn't. No, I didn't say it was 2020.
Right. Well, then why in 2016 did we know the night of, and in 2012 we knew the night of, in 2008 we knew the night of? Like, what? Why does that? Why is that the case?
Because it doesn't. Because like, so, you don't need all the states to come in to figure out who won the election, right?
Yeah, but we called all the states in 2016. We called the states, didn't we? I mean, Hillary Clinton called and conceded that night.
Yeah, you don't need all the states to come in to know that they lost. That's the projection.
Yeah,
right?
but Trump was projected to win all the states that he needed. But like in 2020, we didn't find out until a long time afterwards, and they're saying this time they're not going to make projections until like what, 4 or 5 days afterwards as well.
I don't know about that. Now you're talking about something I haven't heard of.
Yeah. I mean, sure. So that's what Corey just said, and that's what I've been hearing from other people too. It's not just him saying this. I've heard from multiple people now that like, yeah, it's going to take like days for us to find out. And my question is why like this fucking sucks. Like we just like we've always done it. It should be the day of the election. We should know. And I don't know why we can't know. It's weird.
Okay. So it seems like multiple things are being mixed up here. You're saying why we can't do projections. There's going to be projections on the night of. We were doing projections the last time, the time before, and the time before. We were doing projections. It's that whether we would have enough data to call the race, right? And that requires just more counting, right? So projections are coming in, and they're made from, okay, these are the counties that are most crucial, right? Like if the margins are high enough in this particular county, then this person has almost certainly won this state. And so that's when they make a projection, they've won. But like in the case of Pennsylvania, if they don't start counting till the night of, and there's a fuck ton of votes to go through, then they might not have enough data that night to call Pennsylvania. That's what I was referring to.
Yeah, I'm not a big like election night is a big thing for me, obviously, but also for a lot of people. I just don't like it that it's like this weird kind of lingering, dangling. Well, I don't know for like 5 days straight. It's just weird, and it's not healthy.
But then we should. Then you should work with us, right? You should work across the aisle with Democrats
to ban mail-in voting. That'll solve the problem. I just read an article. That's what's causing it, right? Like now you can say, well, they should count those mail-in ballots earlier, or I could say no mail-in ballots, with exception to like some circumstances.
Why would that be helpful?
Because then, so the guy said, apparently the election worker said that like the reason for the delay is that they have to open up 2 envelopes as opposed to with the voter tally when you go in and put in the vote. It like just automatically does it.
Republicans have added that. I believe it was Republicans, right? There's the extra envelope that like. Are you talking about for Pennsylvania? Because Pennsylvania has that extra envelope. It's like the security envelope, and then it's like, well, if you don't put your ballot within the security envelope, then it won't be counted. And then Republicans
ruled against that, by the way.
They ruled against who ruled against
the court apparently. Let me read that again.
But this was like a big fight. The Democrats were like, yeah, that shouldn't be a thing, right? Like we should, like it doesn't matter if they put,
But wouldn't getting rid of mail-in vote, like we could just like remove mail-in voting with exception for like people deployed or disabled people. Like if you are like an able-bodied person, then you can go to the polls to vote.
Then if that's the case, then of course you would also be for adding a lot more election locations, right? Polling locations.
No, we just have one for the whole state. You gotta
okay, all right.
For the disabled people.
They get to mail. The disabled, I agree. Like mail-in ballots should exist for the disabled.
He says we should have one for the location, but also, since it's the only location, we have to have security. So let's have lots of police, right, sitting there watching, just in case anything happens, right? So the suspicious individuals show up.
I foresee. I obviously don't know for sure, but I foresee that even if you just like limit it to veterans and disabled people. You might have just like how people game the system of like they get disability like passes just to like get parking and like get their disability animal. You're probably gonna get like people just like
not nearly to the same level that we have now, but in terms of like the amount of people voting by mail. But I would agree, there's going to be something.
I've got glaucoma, is why I need to.
Look, you want to see people faking disabilities? Go to like a medical marijuana center. And see what people say. Glaucoma, back pain, anxiety. It's wild, right? I mean, there's a whole fucking Key and Peele, which is a really funny one about it.
Yeah, but we should be instead expanding the franchise to make it as easy as possible for people to vote.
How about we do this? Compromise. Mail-in ballots only for the disabled and for people who are deployed. And Election Day is a national holiday.
Election Day is a national holiday, also with massively expanded locations.
Why? They can stand in line. They got nothing else to do all day. They're off. They're off the whole day. Like they would be working. That doesn't mean they can just stand in line.
I'm not sure if you're serious now.
I'm a little bit serious, right? I'm seriously. Oh my God. They're not working. What are they going to do? What are they going to do? They want to spend time on themselves? That's not my problem.
Take care of their children. Maybe they have other responsibilities that a national holiday doesn't take care of for them. Yeah, there's other reasons.
They can bring their children to the polls.
And even among national holiday, not everyone gets off for a national holiday, right? There are people who are
mandated, like jury duty. We'll make it like jury duty.
No, okay, yes, just like for nurses, all the nurses will leave the hospital, right? And
I agree. There's a glaring hole in my idea. For certain emergency personnel, they all for certain emergency personnel, like we make some special effort to make sure it's easier for them. Okay, so they don't take off. But for everybody else,
mail-in ballots or something. I don't know.
They take off. Yeah, for sure. For those particular people, yeah. But then for everybody else, they all have to stand in line. They can have water. I got no problem with them having water. They got to stand in line with their kids. and they got to wait. Okay, that's fair. They were going to be working otherwise. It's fair.
But why not? But why? I don't. But Lacto,
because that takes money. It takes money, Prime.
Hold on. Come on.
Money. I don't want to pay for that.
So hold on. You okay? So hold on. I've heard from conservatives that if you value something, right, then you should pay for that thing.
I don't
right?
value their votes.
No. It's not what I think. I'm sure you don't care about that part. But like, you care about like having information faster, right? Being who won the election, right? And I remember from Scott, right? I remember him like drilling this in that like there's an exchange, right? If you want something quicker or convenience quicker, then you pay for that convenience, right?
Yeah, but I don't want to steal money from the taxpayers to pay for some extra election workers unless they're volunteers. I could maybe get on board with that. But the problem is people volunteering might have some kind of like political bias motivation for volunteering. That's a problem. I feel like AI could be the like solution to this, right? Like AI poll workers, seriously, like the
you
Elon
think
Musk's
conservatives?
robots?
You think Republicans going to trust AI unless it's like Elon Musk Grok AI?
Yes. Tesla will run it, not Dominion. Tesla. Conservatives will trust it.
What Tesla? Yeah, and Tesla's. I don't have much faith in Tesla. Although
Conservatives will trust it. Conservatives will trust it.
Yeah, that's true. They will. I'm curious how you feel about Elon's. Sign my petition.
Somebody. I think it's legal. I think it's great. Somebody in my chat just had a brilliant idea that I didn't even think about, and I am kicking myself because I should have thought about this. Taxpayers are the one using the service. They should pay for it. You should have to pay poll taxes to pay for the poll workers when you go to vote. Then we can have as many stations as we want because they're all going to be covered. In fact, we could turn it into a business.
Yeah.
Privatize the whole. Yes. Poll taxes, poll exams. But I will agree, it can't be racist this time. Okay, we got to make sure about that.
It can't be this time.
That last time was it's pretty bad.
Last time it wasn't cool, guys. A lot of racism happening. This time it'll be cool.
Racism. So now we're good.
The last time we had some mistakes. Okay, it wasn't all that good. All right, not a fan. This time we could do it better. Okay, we can't throw the baby out with the bathwater. We bring back the good things. We leave out the bad. No racism. Just classism.
No racism, right? Except that you can't pay. So hold on. Wait a minute. What about Bear Hunt? You've lectured me, Lecture people. Is what he does, right? He's lectured me on the importance of the Second Amendment, right? And not having barriers to people exercising that right. So people have a right to vote, correct?
Yeah, but hold on. The right to keep and bear arms is located within the Second Amendment and the Bill of Rights. The right to vote is not located within the Bill of Rights.
I didn't think it was in the Bill of Rights, but it's within the Constitution that citizens have the right to vote. Yeah, okay. So I don't know why you're bringing it up. It's in the Constitution.
Well, hold on. Aren't guns taxed? Pretty sure they're taxed by the ATF. So if guns can be taxed, then we can also tax polls.
Sure. I'm willing to get rid of the tax on guns. Yeah, let's get rid of that, right? And that's fine.
Based. All right. Look, here we go. Available bridges. Okay, much more important to me than this polling shit. No cheaper guns. I'm a fan.
Get rid of all guns. There's no taxes on them, but they just don't exist.
Yeah, but like, that would be a barrier to someone exercising the right to vote, and we want to lower the barriers for people to exercise their rights. Correct? Right, if we have a poll tax.
I understand what you're saying, but here's the problem. Because, let's follow this logic to the extreme. Isn't having to buy a gun a barrier to owning a gun?
Isn't having to buy a gun a barrier to own a gun?
Should the government have to provide you a gun if you ask for one? Just like they provide you a ballot?
Should they provide you with a nuke?
Well, arms is not specified within the Second Amendment. Just to give Gibbs a little bit of credit.
I would say that it's all no
stuff, isn't it?
Well, no. First of all, look, I'm trying to let me recenter this. I'm trying to reach out to you, Lecture. This is me reaching out to you. I don't actually like agree with your premises, right? So I'm like, I'm fine with taxing people. So I'm fine with tax and having this included within their taxes that, hey, you get to go to a polling place that's included in all the things that we provide for you. And we'll have a bunch of them. They're plentiful with plenty of polling machines that you can use, right? Or whatever mechanism. And so that the line is short, so it's fast, and it's easy for you. And at the same time, right, since we're taxing things, right? Yes, tax the fuck out of guns. Tax each individual bullet, right? Tax that more. Like the bullets may be more expensive than the guns. The guns are cheap. We'll hand out guns. Right? Each bullet costs $1,000. Why don't we do that? Okay.
Bullets now are arms, just to be clear. Arms is a very broad term.
Well, no, like there's the argument, like, you know, you can get obviously in the details of like you can have the arms but no bullets. Right?
Nuclear arms, that includes the
I know. Well, I think Gibbs would make that argument. I think Gibbs does make that argument.
He has made that argument many times before.
Yeah.
The Second Amendment's not super clear on that, actually. It's kind of a, believe it or not, they did not have nuclear weapons back in the late 1700s. I can't remember exactly.
Really? Interesting. Thank you. They also didn't have machine guns, and so
I think they did. I think when was the Gatling gun invented? Give me a second.
I thought, wasn't that World War I? What was that like? There was like the great advancement in World War I, and they were like, "Oh fuck, this is gonna end all wars."
I think it was well after. Yeah.
I could be wrong.
Yeah, it was not even close. Late 1800s, it looks like.
Yeah, you're like 100 years off or something like that.
I was a few years off as well, but like they thought like this was like they thought it was so destructive. Like we're not gonna have any wars because no one's gonna want to go up against a Gatling gun. And they were wrong about that. Yeah. So, but yeah, that was a big advancement in World War One.
But I think Lockwood's position is like the Second Amendment is like the citizens should have access to like whatever the current military has access to. At least that's how I understand your position.
Well, I'm looking right here. So this was in the mid 1570s. England had a rifle that was capable of firing 24 bullets at a time at a rate of fire up to roughly 3 times the rate of fire of a typical arquebusser. I can't pronounce that word. I know what it is. Of the day.
So this is 1760, you said?
1570.
1570. Holy fuck. Why did that not get proliferated? That seems like that would have been useful for anyone at the time.
Maybe it was inefficient. I don't know.
Yeah, there was just one. They can only produce one of them.
Organ guns. Yeah, lots of barrels. Look, we had all sorts of cool shit, and I think machine guns are under the Second Amendment personally, but you know, a lot of people. The ATF disagrees with me, so unfortunately, I have to go by their rules.
Well, what's your rationale for machine guns being part of the Second Amendment?
I think it's comparable to the small arm of the day. I think it's like the U.S. military. The small arm of the day is a fully automatic rifle, and I think that a citizen should be able to have what the military has as a small arm, because that's what the intention of the Second Amendment was at the time, which is to arm the civilians in the same way that the military was armed. But now, in terms of small arms, there is some question as to, well,
how do you define small arms?
Yeah, no, I agree. We've to really look at the intention at what the Second Amendment was supposed to be.
If we invented like Star Wars style like energy weapons, right? Like you shoot lasers, pew pew, right? Do you think that should be covered as well?
Probably, yeah. Now keep in mind, like if technology gets to the point where like guns are just like horrific, you know, like the gun just becomes a button that you press and it vaporizes everybody within like a 12-mile radius, I'd be okay with amending the Second Amendment at that point. Okay, I would support that politically if we got to that point. But until then, I don't think we're anywhere close.
But what if it was like a phaser from Star Trek, right? And you could, it's not, you know, within a 12-mile radius, but with one push of a button, you can completely vaporize an individual. Would you think that?
Seems really, honestly, the phaser, and I've watched Star Trek, I know what you're talking about. It seems like a phaser is pretty comparable to like a handheld, like a pistol. Look, if you point a pistol at somebody and pull a trigger, you could, maybe they don't disappear, but like
They might survive. They have a chance of surviving.
I mean, depending on where you hit them, like if you're a particularly good shot.
Yeah, depending on when you hit them. Yeah, exactly. If you just get hit in the shoulder with the phaser and your body completely evaporates, it's a big escalation.
Okay, well, what if you're running? Okay, what if you're running like hollow point bullets, which are typical self-defense ammo, with like those little fucking like fragments on the sides of them that they sell these days. It's possible to survive, right? Sure. And I guess if you're wearing the anti-phaser tinfoil, you could maybe survive too. I don't fucking know. But like, it seems to me comparable to a pistol, frankly, right? Like, you shoot at somebody, there's a good chance they're going to die if you hit them, especially if you hit them like in a vital organ.
But the reason I'm asking is that if there becomes 100% chance, right? Not good chance, 100% chance.
If it's single target,
person is going to die.
If it's single target, I'd be more okay with it than if it's multi-target. If it's like area of effect, I'm much more skeptical of those weapons.
If there's a shotgun phaser, you'd say that would be bad.
Shotguns are difficult because they are still like single target weapons. They just have like a little bit, by the way, not nearly as much as people think that they do, but a little bit of like a wider radius. But they really are single target weapons. What I'd be more concerned about is like a phaser hand grenade or something along these lines, or like a phaser ICBM, right?
Okay.
Or like what Gibbs wants, which is a Patriot missile system on top of his roof. I'm concerned about that. I think that could pose a threat.
Should be concerned about that.
That could pose a threat to passing aircraft, perhaps.
Why is the? I guess I'm trying to understand why it matters that it's only a single target when like people are dying. So like. They have phaser rifles. So they don't see them very often, but like they had them like in Deep Space Nine, right? They had like these phaser rifles that they can shoot out, right? And I forget how rapidly they shot. I just can't remember the battles. But they could like kill a bunch of people like very quickly with this phaser rifle. How does that change the equation, or does it not change? As long as it's just one at a time.
So my personal view differs on my interpretation of the Second Amendment on this. I think that like if the military, like if the common grunt was armed with a rifle like this, I think that the Second Amendment would allow the common civilian to buy a gun like this too. Personally, like I said, you could get to a level of tech where even I'd be uncomfortable with it, because for me, the calculation has to do with like weighing all the benefits that come with the Second Amendment compared to the detriments. And if we develop a weapon so powerful that the detriments begin to outweigh the positives to some significant degree, then I could change my mind, and I could be swayed that perhaps this particular weapon should be restricted, which is again already my position for rocket-propelled grenades or ICBMs. Or
I hear you. It's just that like I don't understand why a phaser, and I know this is just like a theoretical discussion, right? Why a phaser wouldn't like reach that threshold if like there is. When it's on full power, because they have multiple levels of power.
Like, hold on.
I mean, it's really fucking cool.
Yeah, look at the coolness factor, and like the actual function is not all that different from a modern day firearm. Like,
but it is.
But is it though?
But yeah, it is when it completely vaporizes your body. Yes, it's different.
Okay, but if I'm gonna die either way, like I'm gonna get shot.
No. But you may not die either way. That's why we have people like survive gunshot wounds in hospitals.
Wait. Let me ask you this: Would you? Let's say they invented a bullet that was made of like I don't know, like it had like it shot out of the barrel and then like fucking like pinhead chains like came out the back of it. And like it went into the person, and then like it threw chains all throughout their body and killed them instantly. 100% fatality rate. Would you ban this bullet?
Yeah, 100%. Yes.
Lame.
Of course I would.
Lame.
Why wouldn't I do that?
What is the lethality of a bullet that you would accept as legal?
I think the lethality of I think that's a weird question because, like, slugs, as they stand, right, their lethality depends on where they land.
And the skill of the user, primarily.
The skill of, well, yeah, sure. Whatever. Oh, no, it matters where they land. They could be a skilled user who, for whatever reason, misses a shot, right? And, like, it hits
less likely.
the shoulder or whatever.
I mean, you can miss shots with phasers, too, right?
Well, yeah. I'm saying, but the point is like whether the person will survive depends on where it lands, not like the skill of the user.
Hold on. I don't see a huge distinction here, right? Because you can miss with a phaser, and you could miss with a bullet, but a skilled enough shooter could vaporize somebody instantly with a phaser, and they could hit somebody in the head and kill them with a bullet. So really, the question is like this: it's all the skill of the operator.
Can do the same thing, though.
No, an unskilled user with a phaser could miss.
Yes, hold on, but not so. But both can be. I don't know why you're arguing. I actually don't, because an unskilled firearm user, slug thrower, right, can also miss or absolutely nail a person in the middle of the eyes, right, dead. True. And an unskilled person with a phaser can miss, but they can also like hit the person. Same with a skilled individual, because of whatever is happening around them, whatever their condition are, they might miss. Right. So that's why I'm saying it's not about that individual. It's about where the bullet actually lands in that moment.
Right. But in terms of lethality, like where the bullet lands, whether it be on the wall next to you or your head, is going to depend. It's going to determine the lethality. So in my mind, it's actually just like it's like a driver is to car as pilot is to plane situation, where the only question is, like, we have this weapon, and depending on the skill of the operator, the projectile launched could or could not be fatal to the person it hits. Because you could miss with either of them, and if you're shooting to kill somebody, you could miss and hit them in the arm, and they're not going to die. But if you're a phaser user, you could shoot and miss and hit them the wall next to them. Or you could, like, arguably, all that a phaser does is make your target bigger, because you can hit them anywhere in the body.
Yes.
Yeah. So for your mind, a big enough target is the problem, because if that's the case, then fat people should be banned because they're a bigger target for shooting.
Now you're talking, Lactoid.
No, but there's a reason why, like, to kill a person, you aim for certain parts of the body. So a person who is more rotund has more body, more mass that is unlikely to lead to death if perforated by a bullet. But if hit by a phaser, then yes, then that's a problem for them.
One more question. They'll die. This is a good question. Smart bullets, should those be allowed? A bullet that like detects the target is being shot at and then goes for between the eyes.
I guess would I want that? So and again, what I'm arguing about is like whether the general populace should have these weapons, and I would say no. Yeah, fuck no. Why would I? No.
Arguably, this would be safer, because if you're shooting at a target, you would never have to worry about the bullet missing and hitting the person behind them.
Oh, I see what you're saying. I think that's an interesting argument. I had to, I guess, put some thought into that.
Lactoid, who would
safer than a phaser, really?
Who would you prefer to be shot at from an unskilled user? Someone holding a phaser set to vaporize, or someone with whatever gun that you want?
Yeah, a phaser is undoubtedly, again, because a phaser allows for a bigger target. I would agree that I'm always going to want a gun with that requires a higher level of skill to be used against me. So I would prefer. Frankly, I prefer to go against somebody with no guns, and then just and then just move up the chain from there, right? Spears, and then maybe a bow, and then we get into the firearms territory. Then we get into the phasers territory. Then we get into the nukes territory, or shit like that, right? Where it's like, okay, I really don't want you to have this. Like my dislike for them continues to grow the more powerful weapon that they have. There's no like hard line or linear or like black and white kind of situation.
But you also, and this is also modulated because you
like a phaser
generally assume that you're armed in these situations, right? This is an armed confrontation, and you'd rather a person not be armed, but if they are armed, you'd rather they just have a rock, or then just have a spear,
right.
Or then just
right. While I am armed with a phaser. That would be ideal. That would be an ideal scenario. Yes.
If only Lactoid gets
I think
to use
Lactoid's
the
ideal
phasers.
I think Lactoid's ideal scenario is like he has a phaser and no one else has anything at all.
That's right. Yeah.
Kind of. Well, I have you guys ever like I've like had like daydreams about the idea of like using modern technology and like going back in time to like like the Middle Ages or whatever, and then like holograms and flamethrowers and shit blowing people's minds, right? Houdini level tricks.
Well, so this is just like tangentially related, but this is relates to conversations that me and Prime have had in the past. So you mentioned you had daydreams about this. So do you daydream? Like legitimately? Okay.
Yeah. In fact, I sometimes stop myself because, like, if I'm not in active conversation, I'm always thinking about something. Like, there is never a time in which like I'm not constantly running through some kind of scenario in my head about something. Oftentimes it's like arguments that like I've had, things that could have gone better, situations I've been in, etc.
Well, to me that's not.
Sometimes cringy arguments or cringy situations have been in the past that happen sometimes.
At least to me, that's to me. So obviously this comes down to the subjective experience, but to me that's not daydreaming. Like obviously I imagine scenarios, but like when we have had this conversation with the Prime mentioned that he daydreams and like and the classic scenario. I don't know if actually like this relates to Prime, but like obviously the stereotype is like you'd ever daydreaming in class and like someone just like wanders off and they're like
all the time. All the time.
Yeah.
I often in high school at least I often dreamed in class because I was asleep quite frequently. So
yeah,
it's not daydreaming. That's just sleeping. But
yeah, I had dreams though, and when like those dreams can be super vivid, right? And then like you wake up because like the bell.
That's super. These interesting to me because like daydreaming is a foreign concept to me, and also just like remembering my dreams.
Really, you don't daydream at all.
Not the way that like you have described it or Prime has described to me in the past. Like, So
let me ask you this: so you never when you're just like got nothing to do, right? You're sitting at home. You never just like or here better. Here's what much better. You're in the shower, okay? The pinnacle of daydream locations. You're in the shower. You're not imagining like some kind of scenario where it's like you're in a car chase, or you're like back in the medieval ages with modern technology, or you're like what's it like being Elon Musk, or what's it like living in a mansion? Like you never have these kind of like thoughts.
Like I mean I can relate. Like when I'm in the shower, like I totally like I've replayed like being on these panels and like obviously I go through like my day, what do I plan for, but like those scenarios that you've outlined, like they just like are not really in my brain, or like
interesting.
That's not
okay. Interesting.
Yeah, the Lactoid, self-reports going back over past debates he's had with me of like, if only I said this and maybe I could have won.
No. The vast majority, like the debates are fine. The vast majority, like the cringy shit I remember is like situations, like thinking back where I was like, oh my God, that was dumb. Why did I say that? Like in public, right? You guys ever have those situations where you're like have a cringe attack?
Oh yeah, 100%.
Yeah, absolutely. Like so, like I've replayed like real life scenarios in my head, like whatever in the shower. But like when you describe daydreaming and when Prime described, like that's just like I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't have that
fantastical. And just like imagining like coming up with like a story. I talked about like how I'll like assemble, and that's what you were doing, Lactoid, right? Assembling a whole story, like in place.
Going back to medieval times, like that's like a script. Yeah, like that's like a movie script.
Yeah, I don't have like in fact one of my short stories, or many of the short stories I've written, like probably 90% of them are just due to daydreams that I've had one day, and I'm like, you know what, that'd be kind of cool as a story. So then I write it down.
You write stories too.
That is interesting. That is like that is totally. I could not like write a short story like And when Prime describes like so. It sounds like, well, given the fact that you write short stories, I assume you read fiction or have read fiction in the past.
Yeah, Franz Kafka is my favorite author by far.
Yeah. And like I don't read pretty much or I have read fiction, but it's never like has resonant. When people say like the book is better than the movie, it's just like that's a foreign concept.
Interesting. Okay. Interesting.
Yeah.
I want to talk to you more about that at some point, Lactoid, when you're not streaming. But there is a comic book about what you basically said. Basically, the Catholic Church gets a hold of a time machine, and like they like assemble like a a team, right? Like a large, like a almost small army, right? And they send them back in time. And the goal is to alter history so that the Catholic Church like wins. They win, like the global domination for the Catholic Church. And then literally as soon as they get into the past, like hilarity ensues. like that the plan diverges. And it's interesting. I really like that. I think it might be called PAX something. Call back to our conversation earlier. But I have that somewhere. I have that comic somewhere. It's a good one. But yeah, I thought about that idea. What would you do, Lactoid? Where would you?
If I could go back in time with modern technology?
Yeah.
Yeah, I would be a god amongst men. I would be walking I'd walk up to the king and the king would be like, oh, and I'd be like, you know what? Pull out like the flamethrowers hidden in my cufflinks, just shooting fire into the air. I am Angel Gabriel. You dare disobey me? And then it's like they're all gonna be freaked the fuck out, right? Because they've never seen any of that shit before, right? And they're like freaking out, and they're like, oh, it really is him. And then I'm gonna, I don't know, do whatever Middle Eastern aristocrats did, hang out in big mansions, have feasts with mutton and mead. That sounds like a great old time. I'm cool.
I also think they probably sexually assaulted some people.
I'm not. Yeah, I'll leave that part out.
Okay, good.
There's no laws against sexual assault back then, so I don't know. We can't maybe do it.
The mutton and the mead, and then boar hunting. That's kind of cool, right? I like that idea. Yeah.
But hold on, is that the extent of your imagination? Hold on,
there's a lot more. There's a lot more. And then the boar hunting, the mead, and the mutton, of course. The gladiator, the knights doing shit, going to different houses, going to balls, building alliances, establishing a reputation, a family crest.
You just want Game of Thrones.
Game of Thrones, but I have superpowers, right? Because I have. I'm like middle-aged Iron Man.
You're on the throne.
Yeah, I'm middle-aged Iron Man, but I wouldn't be directly in the throne, right? But everyone would fear me, right? Because I can shoot light from my eyes because some weird shit that we have now. Now, pray the lithium-ion batteries don't run out, but of course we got to figure out some way of stopping that from happening. But assuming that we do, then we should be all good, right? For quite a while.
First of all, you can just make a family crest. You can just do it now, right? You can just do that.
Yeah. there's no power behind it, right? When I can shoot fire, there's power behind that family name, and there's knights that will die for me. How cool would that be, Prime? Come on, so cool. So cool.
Okay, well then instead, what? Okay, so I guess the reason why I wanted
armor.
Okay, so is it about domination, being able to take over a whole region with your new abilities, with your advanced technology?
I think it's being able to. Of course, in all my daydreams, I only ever use it for good, of course. But I think it is about being able to have that kind of absolute power. To I walk in and every man has had this fantasy, right? You walk behind the bar. And there's some helpless woman being abused by these three ruffians, and you're like, "Hey, get your hands off her!" And they turn around and they're like, "Oh, what you want to step up to me?" And then you start kicking their ass, right? Because you can.
On my flamethrower cufflinks.
Well, yeah, behold, right? And then all of a sudden, they're vaporized. Two of them are vaporized. The other guy's just running away screaming. And it's oh, thank you. It's that's the quintessential male chivalry dominance kind of shit, which was around in the Middle Ages more. I think it'd be a cool idea.
So basically, the only thing that my it's not an issue with it. It's just that basically you're saying you want to be in a society where you have an advantage, and that gives you the ability,
privilege, right? Privilege, you could say.
Okay. The ability to enact your will. Okay, well then you could be in this current year, right? 2024, the year of our Lord, and then just get technology from the future, and it'll be the same thing.
Yeah,
right.
I could, but the thing is, I could, right? It's kind of the same concept, but it's kind of interesting to think about. Well, I know more about the technology that's available now, obviously, and it's so cheap and easy to think about. In the future, teleportation. gravity fields. It's like, whatever. The sky's the limit, right? But it is kind of fun to think about, like, using modern technology. How would you come across as impressive to like some middle-aged peasant, right? Like the flamethrowers and the cufflinks. That was an idea I thought of. But what else would you do? Like Google Glass? Like how do you what do you have access to actually make you seem? I actually thought one thing that'd be really cool would be what is it called? Heelys, like the sneakers with the wheel in the heel. Like that would be kind of cool, right? People would be pretty freaked out about that.
You some use they probably wouldn't have the good flat surfaces.
That's exactly what I was gonna say. That's like
just be on rock.
But we can fix that. Like we can make like hydraulic wheelies. It's not Heelys. Something I don't know.
You want a hoverboard from Back to the Future?
A hover, yeah. Or even now they have like rocket or like electronic roller skates. There's things that you could do. I'm thinking.
So basically, you're saying this is a puzzle, right? Like, how do I use this technology?
Yeah. Like, how to use it? Yeah.
Okay, right. To impress people, to make them think that you're more powerful than you are, right? So they don't even try you. Okay.
Like Mysterio from Spider-Man.
Mysterio, yeah. Like Mysterio, yeah. That's actually a good point. So basically, what I'm thinking of, hey, when I'm going back in the past, is because I'm fucking changing things, right? Like that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna enact my will that way. And those Europeans are gonna have a hard time on the shores of West Africa. It's gonna be a bad day for them.
I'm just gonna be. I'm just gonna be in Europe. That's where I'm gonna be.
I'd probably, you're gonna like this, Ted, right? Gonna like this.
You're probably gonna want to be in Europe too, Prime.
No, actually, no. I'm not going to do that. No, but you're gonna like my answer though, right? I would enact was it Pax Primacus or something on Africa, right? So I'd go back pre slavery, right? The thing about Africa that there's so many reasons why Africa is the way it is. There's like a whole list of these reasons. One of them is that Africa is extremely difficult, especially with the technology at the time, to create an empire, right? Like a continent-spanning empire, because of the geological, the terrain, and then the fucking desert, the massive desert. It makes it very difficult to have like these supply lines and to create a cohesive empire that doesn't fall apart like very easily, right? But if you can do that, right, you can unite them under one banner. Then you can exchange technology, you can exchange writing, right? Create a common understanding of one another, right? So that a common identity, right, under your banner. Then I would use that and rapidly industrialize the society. And I wouldn't. To be clear, white people, I'm not going to take revenge against you. That's not what I'm
Whoa, hold on. There'd be nothing to take revenge. You said before slavery. There'd be nothing to take revenge for.
Of course.
Right?
Well, I mean, like from my perspective.
Oh, sure.
But like, sure. I'm not going to take revenge against white people. But like, it would Africa would be able to defend itself by that time, and it would be a respected empire, and that would change history that way. Yeah.
Until my empire with the flamethrower people is too strong for your African empire.
Oh God!
Comes along with his Heelys. It starts.
The last thing you'll see coming down from the slopes of the Sahara, mass legions rolling down, rolling fire. We're gonna call shooting flame like out of Mad Max, just down our Heelys.
And our counterattack will just be like a simple steel cable hidden under the sand that we just like pull up suddenly.
Just a few rocks and marbles and.
Yeah.
So Corey, I mean, you don't think like this doesn't preoccupy your thoughts at all?
No, like this is just like this is like I've had this conversation. This is like a deficit in my brain of like when I read fiction, like just like nothing springs from the page. I just lack imagination in that sense. Same thing with like
Yeah, he doesn't picture scenes, right? He doesn't, like if you're describing an outfit, right? That correct me if I'm wrong, Corey. That like you understand obviously the pieces and what they're saying on the page, but like a picture doesn't like coalesce to your mind as to what this might look like.
Correct? Yeah, exactly. Like when we went through the example, like when you read like the description of a character on the page, I'm like, you actually like envision, you come up with like a person, like you envision this person, as opposed to like, obviously I can obviously picture hair and a face, but like when I'm reading like Harry Potter, I'm just like picturing like whatever, Daniel Radcliffe, because that's like my favorite reference. Type of thing.
That's super interesting, because like for me, I would actually, reading books growing up, prefer there not be illustrations, because oftentimes when there were illustrations, the characters would look different than I was imagining them. And for me, that kind of ruined part of the experience, was like crafting these characters in my mind and like having them go through and what it would be like in this like world that they're in. So if that's super interesting. Somebody mentioned, apparently there's a word for this, aphantasia, which is...
I know that. I'm pretty sure it's not that.
When I'm reading through it in the Wikipedia, it sure sounds a lot like it, right? Like it's just the lack of the ability to imagine an object in terms compared.
Because I can imagine, like, so what I'm really good
at visualize it inner eye. Sorry.
But because like that's my understanding also of aphantasia. But like, so an example, this is the example I use with Prime of like, so what seems to be a strength of mine is like, so lectures, like what allowed me to excel academically, like for PowerPoint presentations, okay, and things that I've seen, I can like picture that with like high detail, okay, as in like I can store these things in memory, and like on an exam, on a test, like, well, when like the question is asking, I can picture the slide, the actual like PowerPoint slide of like, I know this answer, it comes from like this slide and all that stuff. When somebody tells me to like picture an apple, like I can do that. But like, yeah, when it comes to imagining things, like basically, I guess pure creation, I just don't really do that.
Huh. Interesting.
I don't know if it's related, but I also like never remember my dreams, like ever.
Interesting. I remember my dreams when I wake up, but I think this is very common. Like I wake up and then I forget them pretty quickly.
Yeah.
One time I tried to keep a dream journal, and I wrote down like, oh, this is such like an important dream, and then you go back and you're reading it and you're like, what the fuck? What the fuck did I write down? This makes no sense. This was my dream. What the fuck? That happened to me quite a bit.
I've written down some dreams. Some dreams have been impactful enough that I've written them down. And I've gone back and I've actually had some like more impactful ones. Like, oh wow, this is crazy. This is interesting. But most of them are just like complete nonsense. Like if you, it's like it meant something to you when like your mother turned into a snake. But like at the time, but you're like, oh man, this is something deep. But no, it's not. She just turned into a snake for some reason. But yeah. Anyway, I'll leave you guys here. But
I gotta go to bed too. But no, it was a good conversation, and that's interesting to learn. I sometimes you just I remember I met one girl who said that maybe she said something similar to you, but like she had difficulty. Maybe it was kind of similar. Like she had difficulty visualizing things in her head. To the point where like she just couldn't at all. Or no, she had no internal dialogue.
Monologue. Okay.
Yeah, like she had like it was so weird, like the way she's trying to describe it to me, and it was a first date, so it was even weirder. Like I don't know what the fuck's going on, but
they didn't share this with you like beforehand.
No, but they were very interested in telling me about it throughout the entire time, and
I would tell you about it practically.
I would love to hear this. Oh my god! I wish you had gotten more details out of her. Like a person who doesn't have an inner monologue. Like I'm really curious.
I think it was something like that. Where it's like she had no internal monologue, and like she also had a difficult time visualizing colors. Like just a couple weird quirks like that.
Yeah, I don't know. Like again, I've had like my conversation with Prime was like the most illuminating, because this is something that's like a recurring pattern. When people say like they love reading fiction, it just like has never resonated with me. But like if someone asks me, like I can visualize. I'm pretty like if anything, like there's a reason why I love movies. Like I'm a very visual person. And if someone asked me to like describe you to like whatever a police sketch artist, I can do that or describe anybody.
That'll be useful in the future. Yeah, good work.
Picture someone who's a happy doodle and loves Andy Griffith.
But like if I asked you like imagine paradise, like what would that look like to you?
Yeah, I'm probably picturing like the most generic whatever tropical island from like a movie or whatnot. Like it's probably not going to be anything really exciting. I like the same thing like when you say you write short stories, like any story that I probably is going to write is going to start with like once upon a time and ends happily ever after. It's going to be like the most generic thing.
Imagine paradise. BBLs for as far as the eye can see. Like,
that's not imagination. That's just fantasy.
That's just like a Brazilian beach, and I'm here for it. Yeah, that's all right. I'll see you guys later.
I'll see you guys later. Take care.
Later. Good time. All right. Thank you guys so much for tuning into today's episode of Lactoid TV. For those of you who gave bits, subs, and follows, really appreciate you. Thank you. That was a super interesting conversation at the end. Just the way different people think, right? I mean, we all sort of just assume that people think the way we do, but it's like obviously we know that it's not the case. But just in terms of basic processing, right? Like people who don't have internal monologues, people who have what was it called? Aphantasia. That's interesting, right? And then people who can't really fantasize. They just sort of, they're maybe a more literal person. I don't know. Super interesting. Oh, often aphantasia. Gotcha. Aphantasia. Gotcha. Fantasia was a great movie, by the way. All right. Well, we're going to go ahead and raid on out. We're going to raid on out into Admiral Gibbs. And we will see you guys later. Like I said, we're going to be doing a lot of content for the election, hopefully, especially on election day for sure. But yeah, it'll be fun. Thanks, guys.
Likely and controversial ally, North Korea, but not for weapons and ammunition.